Health Delusion and Death Affirmation. Health Reform as Assisted Dying for the Sovereign. By Hans Ulysses Moll. After the Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture published a joint video with the head of Nestlé Germany at the beginning of June, which was interpreted by many as an opportune advertising for the food company, the media's parallel justice system immediately had its say. CDU Minister Klockner pilloried over Nestlé video, YouTuber Rezo raises accusations. Rebukes also came from the Twitter rabble and party political rivals. Ms. Klockner was not only engaging in surreptitious advertising, she was also acting far too laxly in her office. The Green Party's Katrin Göring-Eckardt received a lot of applause on social networks for her smug remark that Klockner would probably rather make advertising videos than control the population's eating habits in a more targeted manner through clear rules for food advertising and concrete sugar, fat and salt reduction targets in the interests of everyone, where the need to moralize apparently correlates with the inability to determine the way one eats. The former Palatinate wine queen Klockner is an irritant, if only because she sometimes represents liberal positions with which care addict renunciants can do nothing at all. The following sentence, uttered in an interview last year, has everything it takes to permanently traumatize sensitive health-conscious people who vote green, eat vegan and love bans. I don't see myself as the consumer's guardian or the nation's taste nanny. And discussions about bans certainly don't get us anywhere. Everyone has to decide for themselves how they eat, whether they are vegan or vegetarian, whether they eat meat and how much of it. End of quote. The increasingly common opinion is that private life ends where malnourishers and environmental polluters have the audacity to endanger everyone's health with their individual behavior. No wonder, then, that the primary concern of today's celebrated freshly politicized youth is to determine what should be strictly regulated or banned next, and which individuals should be reprimanded for their misconduct. To ensure that the need for immediate measures to protect their own bodies, the environment and the climate is heard, the green middle class relies on fear hysteria, which makes it difficult to tell in individual cases whether the surge is purely strategic or whether it is an emotional breakdown in the clinical sense. Der Spiegel captured the consequences of this hysteria in a telling snapshot on June 1, 2019. It showed a photo of the front row of a Fridays for Future demonstration in Berlin, in the middle of which Greta is standing and looking out of this world, while the panic-stricken faces of her fellow demonstrators around her are shouting out their misery to the world in such desperation that it gives the impression that inevitable climate death is imminent. In the accompanying focus text, which was aptly entitled Children of the Apocalypse, the authors, for all their avuncular appreciation of the protest, did ponder a little after viewing the photographic material. Demonstrations can be fun, they can be celebrations of ecstasy, sometimes also excesses of violence, but this picture shows no joy, no desire for rebellion or violence, but rather a moment of despair, of fear and powerlessness, of existential threat. This world must be saved. Absolutely and immediately. End quote. The activist unconditionality is not surprising in a country that has repeatedly produced youth movements in which the tendency towards anti-civilization fanaticism was combined with the mission-conscious certainty of being humanly and morally superior to the rest of the world. However, the specific fear economy of the new Oppo Spiegel, which is cared for and looked after more carefully than any generation before, and whose acute sense of threat cannot be explained rationally, can hardly be derived from the tradition of authoritarian anti-authoritarianism in Germany alone. The question therefore arises as to which factors contribute to the fact that more and more young people are making the feeling of threat the focus of their lives in order to subsequently assume the role of the imaginary crisis sovereign in a hallucinated state of emergency. The claim that the current climate protest is a political practice that critics merely have to steer in the right direction with agitational gentleness is obvious humbug. The interests of the protesters are identical to those of German politics and large parts of the industry converting to sustainability, whose maddened avant-garde they are acting as. Only desperate movement idiots can come up with the idea that there is anything to be saved from the current health and eco-ideology. In the few critical commentaries on the state of the generation of the absolutely desperate, a family parenting style is sometimes critically targeted that views children as eternally in need of protection, who develop the narcissistically preformed attitude of entitlement through permanent overprovision that all their demands must be met, unconditionally and absolutely and immediately. What additionally fuels the willingness to express opinions without being asked is the authority that young people are given in a society that carefully nurtures its panic of obsolescence. What must also be taken into account in order to understand the current regression, however, are the welfare state's reproductive activities, which aim to impress upon the national human capital that health is a duty. The activating welfare state, which has inherited the traditional welfare state, does not mean, contrary to what the talk of a lean state suggests, the dismantling of state programs and activities. Instead of focusing on reintegration in crisis situations with intensive care and social welfare, the welfare state apparatuses are pursuing the goal of keeping the population on its toes by means of permanent mobilization in the name of total adaptability. This transformation of the welfare state was consequent because the traditional welfare state could no longer guarantee the political-economic conditions necessary to adapt to new conditions of exploitation. An attitude of entitlement, even egotistical slovenliness and social slouching should therefore come to an end. In view of the fact that the quality of the workforce, its unbroken willingness to participate and flexible adaptability in global competition, is a decisive location factor, the individual is the subject of intensified vigilance. In the conversion to a new regulatory model, the welfare state institutions have the task of organizing the reproduction processes in such a way that the empirical individuals keep pace with the subject requirements. The model of post-national human capital-centeredness is the adaptable subject who, in the face of permanent crises and employment risks resulting from the anarchistic dynamics of capitalist production relations, is able to react to changes in accumulation and counteract the impending devaluation of their labor power. Activation in growing up, working and aging does not come across as authoritarian and commanding, but as a behavioral therapeutic offer of participation. The more intimate the relationship between the state and semi-state actors on the one hand and the addressees on the other, the better this offer works, with the result that the state is hardly perceived as such. When it comes to the fight against right-wing extremism, intercultural dialogue, or environmental and health protection, it is almost impossible to determine where the government ends and civil society begins. Despite the ubiquitous value kitsch, the social policy measures of the activating state are no longer even ostensibly aimed at civilizing the capital relationship. Instead, the effects of the crisis are shifted to the individual, who receives the cynical message that he or she must make an even greater effort in times of need. Those who fail to activate themselves disappear into social subsystems and reappear in unpleasant statistics, in which the failed fates prepared by the media serve as cautionary illustrative material for the dynamic. A society with a dual pace, Robert Castell, has established itself, whose various maintenance and standardization systems hardly have anything to do with each other anymore. It is true that state welfare, which competes with other state objectives, has always had the function of maintaining the system and distributing false pity in order to make their bleak existence palatable to the impoverished. Moreover, the tendency to understand cohesion only as a collective marking of the enemy, i.e. practical solidarity only as injustice by one's equals, was and is particularly pronounced in Germany. Nevertheless, it makes all the difference to the individual whether it is tolerated to evade the terror of performance, at least episodically. The question of the extent to which a society assumes responsibility for the well-being of its members in material matters by means of politics was decided with the activating state in favor of the abolition of social consideration and social mediation. The idea of social solidarity in dealing with the materially déclassed and socially degraded, which was institutionalized in the welfare state and always fought over, preserved the idea that even those who fail as members of the human species deserve solidarity to help them, even if it is only because of the idea that their fate could also affect them. Such solidarity is not a question of social conscience or social taste, but an increasingly dwindling remnant of civilization. The simultaneity of activation and impoverishment also characterizes German health policy. While care for the sick and those in need of care is gradually falling victim to the austerity dictate, so-called prevention is booming, with the promise of delaying or avoiding damage to health. The economic basis of healthcare policy, which focuses on the preventive individual, is the continuous rise in healthcare expenditure over the last few decades, which, according to the prevailing logic of necessity, requires healthcare costs to be reduced by patients either contributing to the treatment costs incurred themselves or holding back as much as possible when seeking treatment. The solution is obvious. The best thing to do is for no one to fall ill, thereby demonstrating to everyone that individual risk management works. With regard to his health, Nietzsche is said to have once stated, "Health is that degree of illness which still allows me to pursue my essential occupations." Regardless of its authorship, the content of the quote marks the clearest possible contrast to today's understanding of health, which has been elevated to the status of a substitute religion as the highest good. Health is propagated as a never-ending sacrificial service, the difficulty of which lies in avoiding all the temptations that life holds in store in a society that is not yet completely governed by an eco-planned economy. It operates both as a production factor in the subjectivized world of work and as a moral obligation towards the community of solidarity. The intention to make individuals more responsible for their specific behavior is also the basis of the Prevention Act that came into force in 2016, which has given prevention a higher priority in healthcare and established it as the fourth pillar of the healthcare system, alongside curative medicine, palliative medicine and rehabilitation. As part of the National Prevention Conference, NPK, the government, health insurance funds, statutory pension funds and accident insurers have decided to work together with the federal, states, local authorities, the Federal Employment Agency and private providers to ensure and expand the promotion of personal health competence and responsibility nationwide with the help of astonishingly generous funding and human resources. The form and content of the initiative, which seems so reasonable, indicate that the general mobilization is an end in itself, behind which the individual efforts to promote health literacy pale into insignificance. After 4 years of work, the NPK's first prevention report was published in July 2019, which gives an idea of the importance of establishing a smoothly functioning preventive training program. The first step for those responsible is to reach as many people as possible, i.e., to encourage them to participate in appropriate measures, in order to use the subsequent evaluation of the collected data as a basis for further interventions. The number of people reached, according to the good news of the prevention report, is encouragingly high. The figures in the area of growing up healthy are in line with the expectations of those responsible. The number of people reached in the reporting year should be seen in the context of 15.3 million under 20-year-olds in Germany in various settings. The number of people reached in the key areas of healthy living and working and healthy in old age also runs into the millions. According to the report, the preventive activities take place primarily in so-called living environments, a term that is preferably used where the planning bureaucracy wants to emphasize its interest in people and which refers to the biopsychosocial concept of health protected by the WHO. The intention behind this is not only to focus on a person's physical constitution, but also to include the structure of their social and institutional environment and to improve the cooperation between politics, the health sector and non-governmental associations, local institutions and the media. In this way, prevention is to be tailored to the respective clientele and anchored in everyday life in such a highly networked way that no one can escape the preaching of health. The socially romantic surplus value of life world-based prevention is the possibility of realizing equal health opportunities. In this way, heart can be shown for the underprivileged without the economic conditions of pathogenic influences having to be changed in the slightest. There's just one catch: prevention is focused precisely where planning for the future plays a role anyway, such as in schools where committed teachers and concerned middle-class parents work together to support children at an early age, while the living environment of rundown hotspot schools has neither the capacity nor the pupils with the prerequisites for ambitious programs. If things go well, the de-escalation coach might come along. In this way, a new eco-elite is created, while measures in hotspots either fail to address the problem or are not implemented at all. In order to motivate stubborn prevention grouches to take part in sports courses, stop smoking programs or health checks, health insurance companies outdo each other with bonus programs. In the bonus program section of DEK Gesundheit, an open appeal is made to the rarely admitted, but nevertheless widespread tendency to skim, be rewarded for your healthy lifestyle. In the background you can see confidence-boosting photos of a picture-book family, mom and dad in their prime, beaming with joy as if they had already been well rewarded. Also in the picture, 2 children, the pride of the family, also beaming with joy and eagerly busy with vegetables that look very organic. The text continues with this icebreaker: you attach great importance to your health and follow a healthy lifestyle? Wonderful, that makes us happy. We would like to reward you for it. Benefit from the DEK Gesundheit health insurance bonus program. End of quote. The language alone shows an uninhibited disdain for the addressee, who was probably already imagined as a dumb fatty when planning the advertisement, who has lost any sustainable nutritional overview due to all the chips and cola. But perhaps this is the first hurdle you have to overcome in order to collect a cash bonus or special health services such as osteopathy, professional dental cleaning or vaccinations for your vacation abroad, after completing training sessions for less weight and more relaxation. In principle, of course, there is nothing wrong with being rewarded by your health insurance company for a few relaxation exercises and sport sessions with gymnasts. But there were times when such promised services were free anyway. There were also times when the insured person, now degraded to a globally impaired person, was allowed to decide for himself how much energy he put into looking after his health. In this respect, the efforts towards prevention are the result of the decision to exclude more and more illnesses or impairments from insurance cover. The risk factor medicine on which the prevention approach is based relies on recognizing predispositions to illness and potential dangers in good time. In view of the ambition to focus on every human weakness in the name of completely eliminating risk, and reinforced by the lack of concrete objectives, more and more people are becoming risk-politically objectified forced consumers of a constantly growing range of preventive measures. Their task is to constantly evaluate the system compatibility of their own actions in order to eradicate possible system-disrupting effects on their own initiative. Bonus payments and other gifts can only be justified in the long term if the rewards correlate positively in some way with increased effort. The possibilities for control opened up by the digitalization of health data, think of the health and fitness apps that are already in widespread use, are virtually unlimited. The practice of campaigning to ferret out bad predispositions and risky behaviors creates a social situation in which it is not considered odd, but is considered good form to be constantly suspicious of one's own body and what one feeds it. Prevention, however friendly it may appear in individual cases, takes on the character of a witch hunt that those subjected to the healthcare system are conducting on themselves. The flip side of the lure and promotion is the prevailing war against vice. The increasingly radical demands for abstinence are evidence of how hypertrophic, even shameless, the exhortations to lead a healthy life are. The fact that even such pathological moral sniffers from the scientific community are listened to with concern instead of being ridiculed, who warn that even one beer is unhealthy, is just as indicative of the creeping health political phenomenization of Germany as the fact that a smoking ban in the fresh air is being discussed in public at all. All of this creates a delusion of feasibility in terms of self-care, which is necessarily denied by the material conditions under the capital relationship. The assumed possibilities of the individual to influence their health are so exaggerated that the negative body cult sometimes seems like a collectively staged cabaret act. Meanwhile, the trained subject, who in reality has little influence on his or her working and living conditions, is in irresolvable conflict with the autonomy and responsibility imperatives of postmodern capitalism, which in turn provokes depressive overload or, as an externally aggressive variant, contributes to observing the behavior of others under the aspect of bodily harm. If illnesses can be prevented or delayed through health-conscious behavior, it is best to start influencing the youngest children as early as possible so that they do not become aggressive drinkers or depressive slackers. ALF General Life Skills and Competencies. Be smart, don't start, the Fair Smoke-Free School Competition, Go. Health and Optimism. PEP Prevention Program Fair Expansive Problem Behavior or BALU and UBIG Engagement for Little Personalities. This arbitrary selection of the almost unmanageable prevention programs for school children and young people reveals that there are no limits to educational creativity in the fight against bad habits. The development potential of young personalities does not appear to be particularly optimistic, as the titles sound like slogans for postmodern children in ruins, whose weaknesses cannot be cured, but merely managed in a comforting way. Where the health education program declared as a task for society as a whole is approached in this way, one is not content with a few exercise units for body and mind. Healthy thinking starts with everyday activities. You have to reach the target group where they spend most of their time. Health promotion, according to the Conference of Ministers of Education and Cultural Affairs, is an indispensable element of sustainable school development because health-conscious people take responsibility for their own physical, psychological, and mental health as well as the health of others. Dealing with their own health and the health of others is one of the everyday skills that people also learn at school. End quote. Nature, health, life. These have always been esoterically charged buzzwords in Germany, used to arouse emotions and create communities. Added to this is the endeavor to equip the postmodern workforce with all-round health competence. Due to the permanent revolutionization of productive forces and the accelerated transformation processes, it is uncertain where, how and for how long the individual workforce will have to be utilized in the future. For this reason, education and training institutions must focus on creating the willingness to realize one's own potential in a way that is adaptable and adaptable. Against this background, the subjectivization of work, i.e. the exploitation of the whole person, means responsibly placing knowledge, skills, social skills and health, including both appearance and the ability to cope with crises, at the service of the work assignment and company culture. It is not enough to know that if you are overweight, have high blood pressure and a smoker's cough, you will cut a poor figure when dealing with customers. Capital takes control of the whole person, including their psychological and emotional qualities, which those who take care of their physical, psychological, and mental health, in an accounting manner are more likely to be able to maintain and optimize. At school today, adolescents are formed into a community of progressives, sorted according to their class and milieu affiliation, whose members are loyal to the production conditions in Germany, a paradise of sustainable values. This not only includes the basic package of health and the environment, being against populism because of Auschwitz, finding cultural diversity great at all costs, welcoming Islam as an enrichment, scribbling the gender star out of deep conviction, and a few other things more are part of the teaching of values at school, in which an indoctrination zeal is displayed that far surpasses the orthodox Catholic religious teachers of earlier days. If the proportion of bare ideology in schools is growing problematically compared to content, this is also due to the fact that the role of the teacher is becoming less important under the auspices of competence orientation and inclusion. It was precisely the teacher who was perceived as quirky, who had a penchant for formality, was rather skeptical of innovation and spontaneity, was not very welcoming emotionally, and was less interested in the needs and skills of his protégés than in the subject matter to be presented, who represented an objective distance to his pupils that was radically different from the confines of the family, and was able to focus on what had yet to be explored and thus contribute to the development of the pupil's qualities. Today, committed, sensitive learning facilitators, together with parents and external idea sellers, tinker with pupil skills, to which the learning material is flexibly tailored. There has always been indoctrination, but in the current school system, instead of simply teaching so-called worldviews, the focus is on motivation-promoting activities that produce chronic insecurity instead of ideological stability, and thus the learned helplessness that strengthens the subject's willingness to join any collective delusion at any time when called upon. In order to analyze the conditioning in the active society, which prizes individual initiative, it is worth taking a look at Louis Althusser's critique of ideological state apparatuses, ISA. For Althusser, ideology is not simply the intellectual reflex of material conditions, but concretely organized practice and therefore material itself. Unlike the Marxist left of his time, Althusser did not understand the teaching of ideology of domination and production skills at school as manipulation or as dequalification under the sign of progressive alienation, but as an intersubjective process of subjective appropriation and embodiment of social objectivity. In this context, the school functions as the paradigmatic ISA, alongside which exist familial, political, media and cultural state apparatuses, which plays the decisive role in maintaining and reproducing the prevailing order. No other ISA has the opportunity to exert such a long and intensive influence on the entirety of a state's offspring as the school, which creates the image of itself as an ideologically neutral milieu. According to Althusser, the individual is constituted as a subject less through the transmission of ideologically shaped knowledge than through participation in practices that form the material existence of the respective state apparatus as regulated rituals of ideological recognition. It is only through concrete addressing or invocation, as a subject, that it experiences, recognizes and internalizes the prevailing ideology and makes it its own. Ideology does not represent the real conditions, but rather the imaginary relationship of individuals to the real conditions of production. Thus, by means of ritual practices, one can literally materialize a hallucinated world that does not simply conceal the reality of an accumulation system based on exploitation, but delusionally transforms it and thereby unconsciously executes its law. To illustrate what such an imaginary and at the same time authoritarian relationship to the world can look like, let me give you an example. At school and also outside lesson time, pupils in Holzler spend 3 hours a week doing environmental protection work. They expose climate sins at home and on the road, collect ideas for saving electricity and avoiding waste, and receive a real climate driver's license at the end. End quote. Healthy schools, skills training and anti-smoking prevention courses, which come across as education for powerfully critical awareness and thus as practical ideological criticism, in reality execute a sheer asociality that goes so far that climate-sinning parents or siblings are harassed and blackmailed at home in the name of a hypertrophic renunciation and moral society. The Green Cultural Revolution sends its regards. Concern for oneself and concern for the climate are two sides of the same coin. Those who take meticulous care of themselves and their environment are so intimately connected to the unspoiled nature of everything natural that any recklessness against the sacred wholeness of Mother Earth is also seen as an attack on the delicate little plant that they hallucinate themselves to be. It is no coincidence that the world's most climate-active avenging angel comes from a country that now also bans smoking outside and wants to be completely smoke-free by 2025. What all preventive efforts have in common, whether they focus on the individual's body or the planet, is that they always expect the worst. The expansion of the idea of prevention corresponds with a postmodern sense of doom that has replaced the optimistic planning for the future of the Fordist era. By constantly painting catastrophes in the name of harmony and world peace, we are in fact unleashing aimless fear and a willingness to panic in the minds of children and parents, thus producing hypochondriacs and misanthropes. The term resilience, which is not missing from any prevention catalog, reflects this health ideological recognition pedagogy. The term, which comes from materials physics, describes the ability of systems to adapt to risks and not collapse completely in the event of disruptions. Applied to social psychology, it refers to the ability to overcome crises by drawing on resources and defying stressful circumstances. This means that crises are increasingly expected, but there is no longer any desire to avoid or resolve them. Instead of reducing stress, we increase our resilience. In this way, praying real contradictions and experiences of powerlessness back to health produces an anxiety-driven self that increasingly perceives the world in which it lives as a battle zone in which it has to prove itself. The unintended effect of such prevention policies are healthy, ecologically correct survivalists for whom the protective measures no longer go far enough, which brings them into conflict with the sovereign, in whose place they would like to place themselves, because he acts too laxly and still has to represent economic and social interests in order not to give up his own claim to validity. The submissive attitude of politicians towards the young Greens is an alarming sign that the nature freaks are not without reason speculating that they will become the shapers of tomorrow, i.e., that they will take the state into immediate service instead of being put in their place by it. Criticism of the welfare state's activation policy comes primarily from authors who refer to Michel Foucault. In his 1977 and 1978 lectures at the Collège de France on the history of government, Foucault took a turn within his work. The subject of his critique of technologies of power was now no longer the bodies disciplined in institutions such as the prison or the clinic, but the strategies and techniques used in the governmental control of populations. Foucault distinguishes the modern type of governance that dominates deregulated capitalism from that of sovereign rule and command. The state, according to his provocation directed against the state-critical derivative Marxism, is nothing but an abstraction elevated to myth, or the mobile effect of a system of several governmentalities. The term governmentality is to be understood as the totality of institutions, procedures, calculations and tactics that make it possible to exercise this specific and yet complex form of power, which has the population as its main target, the political economy as its main form of knowledge and security arrangements as its main technical instrument. The market becomes the principle of verification, i.e., the market is the principle of the state. It no longer corrects it, but speaks the truth about whether governance is successful. With the emergence of liberalism, the government is asked for the first time about its own usefulness, and this includes the question of whether it succeeds in imposing courses of action on those subject to power that increase their usefulness. The changed role of government forces a new form of frugal governance, the primary aim of which is to control the population by using the instrument of population statistics in a way that increases strength and life, taking control of the biological and controlling the random events that can occur in a living mass. Post-disciplinary governance presupposes the willingness of those being governed to allow themselves to be guided in an understanding and sympathetic manner on the basis of voluntariness, personal commitment and intimate compulsion to confess, and to guide each other mutually. Governance and self-guidance intertwined to the point of indistinguishability. Foucault thus had a keen sense of what has changed since the 1960s and 1970s in the relationship between citizens, state institutions, the private sphere and the public sphere. If one looks at the state institutions in which activatable human capital subjects, Foucault does not reflect on the decisive difference that government action makes between the productive and the unproductive, are cared for and guided. In other words, for precisely those aspects of institutional human administration in which the current state of capitalist socialization differs from earlier ones, and which are usually dismissed by an abstract critique of the state and capital as ephemeral variations of the same historical law. In this respect, Foucault's rightly criticized cheerful positivism is accompanied by an open-mindedness for empiricism that Marxist rigorists and value critics with their penchant for negative historical philosophy have long since abandoned. This also applies to some of Foucault's students, who are sometimes at pains to avoid his worst blunders. In his study The Entrepreneurial Self, Ulrich Brockling, who was close to the ISF at a time when Foucault was still quoted there quite favorably, formulates a critique developed on the basis of institutional practice that is more worth reading for people who want to make sense of current social and socio-psychological changes than the power sentences of a schematic abstract theory of the state reduced to incantations and radical rituals. Precisely because he immerses himself in the material, be it on the subject of prevention, resilience or burnout, Brockling brings to light tendencies that shed light on the state of society in general. However, as with all Foucaultians, the accuracy of Brockling's empirical description is offset by his inability to critically define what is being described. He stops at criticizing semantics, patterns of action or power dispositives, and when economics does come into play, he becomes ludicrous by sharpening his criticism as a polemic against disinhibited liberalism. The subject captured by the entrepreneurial rationale that Brockling has in mind functions as a human capitalist of one's own life, whereby knowledge, performance and health are treated as scarce resources that need to be optimized. Brockling is barely able to distinguish between progressive and ideological moments of bureaucracy, planning and control, because he sees enlightenment as a rational form of disciplining people rather than as a means to the end of human freedom. Criticism and resistance are only conceivable as problematization, as an attempt to put rules of the game up for discussion and to sound out scope for action. This is the same resentment against reason and enlightenment that led Foucault to describe the history of medicine as a successive eclipse, without reflecting on the fact that new treatment methods were accompanied by the intention to banish open brutality from the institutions, which usually benefited those being treated. What is supposed to sound particularly radical means a trivialization of objectivity, which loses its drasticness under the eyes of a discursively spiced-up social psychology. Even if Brockling problematizes the economic state of emergency more clearly than Foucault, he does not go beyond conventional moaning about the economization of life. It is not capital as a self-setting subject that is the object of his critique, but rather free-floating economic narratives, which we only know are orchestrated by government policy and influence the subject so precisely that it not only complies, but also carries out what is demanded on its own initiative. Health policy in particular, where the individual is degraded to a cost factor on the basis of a changed composition of capital, makes it clear how trivializing the governmentality hypothesis is, according to which risks do not follow immediately from industrial social reality, but represent a form of thinking reality. Where the experiences of fear, powerlessness, and hatred resulting from the economic process, which directly and physically threatens the individual, are ignored, the talk of competition has something cliched about it and, despite all the criticism of neoliberalism, sounds little different from an FDP advertising jingle. The dark side of the subject, on the other hand, could be understood with Adorno as the reproduction of social conflicts in the individual, in such a way that the individual does not merely reflect social contradictions and constraints. As something isolated and split off from society, it once again develops the pathogenesis of a social totality out of itself, over which the curse of isolation itself reigns. If we were dealing with nothing but self-optimizers, it would be unpleasant, but comparatively harmless. The embittered logic of renunciation, which is to be understood as an expression of the meaninglessness and desolation of an order that has outlived its historical utility value, goes beyond the rational calculation of the entrepreneurial. The fact that Foucault-inspired positivism, which describes the consequences of this process with empirical precision, is unable to criticize the irrational moment, which in turn is skipped over rather than empirically described by the overall critique of political economy, is a symptom of the current inadequacy of theory and empiricism, observation and critique. What the capital-deformed individual develops out of himself is the fixed idea that the world, in which only the lone fighter exists, is fundamentally corrupt. The anger against irresponsible consumers or free movers, whether they smoke, travel or prefer the car, is directed against the memory of conditions in which man is not reduced to the natural. Behind the deliriums of fear and doom lies the desire for a world that is no longer to be made subservient to even the appearance of human purposes, but in which nature finally triumphs, where the disruptive human factor takes its modest place alongside other animal species and none of them disturb the ecological balance. In such a world, adaptability and robustness are even more important for humans than they are here and now. Annalena Baerbock commented on Chancellor Merkel's fit of weakness in June at a press conference as follows: "Well, it's becoming clear, so to speak, even with the Chancellor, that this climate summer is having an impact on her health." The interjection, "well," usually expresses a hesitant attitude. The Green Party leader's smiling "well," on the other hand, signaled triumphant schadenfreude. The Chancellor's trembling body became her propaganda piece and proof that climate fanaticism is completely justified. Baerbock is clearly enjoying the fact that things are getting serious. It's not because she wants to improve anything, as her catastrophic voice breaks out as soon as she repeats the word climate, but because she believes she has finally found the topic that will turn the world upside down, not for humanity, but against it. When the Chancellor trembles instead of smoothly carrying out what is expected of her, Green friends of the state of emergency unmistakably sense the erosion and self-dismantling of bourgeois rule, which opens up loopholes for its enemies to finally abolish all consideration and mediation in social intercourse and replace it with immediate voluntary obedience. This makes it clear what the health of others is worth in the land of health preachers, despite their constant assurances, nothing. Moral hypocrisy is a means to an end, to remove all the achievements of the industrial age and to give a vengeful well to the human disruptive factor that is to be eliminated. That's what you get for it. The fact that a society's level of civilization can be judged not least by how it treats those who do not contribute to increasing productivity was once considered a principle of enlightenment-oriented theory and practice. This minimum standard has long since been dropped. At the latest since the global rise of the right-wing populists, the left-wing friends of the open Gesellschaft have a new central enemy: old white men. The reactions to the decision of many older British voters for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union were unanimous. According to them, EU rejection in particular and right-wing populism in general are symptoms of an anti-progressive stubbornness of old age. In the Taz, the author's invocation of youth sounded as if she had copied the power mysticism of the young Goebbels. The old are killing us. Where is the youth of this continent? It is not only missing demographically, it is also missing as an attitude, as a force, as resistance. End of quote. Since then, there has been an increase in anti-ageist complaints from people who, in the absence of actual skills, extol their youthful vitalism, but at the same time feel they are the victims of stagnation. We young people will have to live with the consequences of a backward-looking policy when the irresponsible have long since gone to their graves. End quote. So it must be a particularly difficult time for young people these days when a few lines later it says, "At the same time, our generation has grown up with 9/11, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. During my teenage years, the French banlieues were burning, the global financial crisis began in my first semester at university, and during my Erasmus year in London I experienced the protests over rising tuition fees. When I completed my first internships, the Greek crisis was on the agenda. And after the refugee crisis came new lows in 2016, the mumps election and the Brexit referendum, FAZ-net, September 18, 2017. This barely disguised end-time consciousness is unappetizing, i.e. the belief that we are in the last stand from childhood onwards, in which vitality and perseverance are what counts, because it will stop at nothing, not even wishing the irresponsible to their graves. After the German-American historian Fritz Stern died last year at the age of 90, Anna Hajkova, a historian 50 years his junior who teaches about the Holocaust in Erfurt, tweeted after him, "The old white straight men are dying. Now we can revolutionize history." End quote. The fact that the death of a person is experienced both as a feeling of triumph and as motivation to write public applications is the result of a civilizational decline, which today increasingly often comes across as young, left-wing and seemingly progressive. The Frankfurter Hauptschule, a group of artists from Frankfurt who see themselves as anti-fascist, whose humor is of the Titanic variety and whose fighting spirit only really gets going when the enemy is a nursing case, wrote on the occasion of a bomb disposal in Frankfurt's West End, "It would have been funny if this bomb had gone off in West End these days." Some of their actual targets were certainly still sitting in the 20 old people's homes in the evacuation area. End quote. Yet it was precisely National Socialism that mobilized young people to fight against everything old and extolled the obsession with mockery and health as a folkish virtue. The idea that the Nazis were conservative authoritarian Philistines persists in anti-fascism. However, Goebbels tells us what it was really about, namely the anti-bourgeois furor against the old ways. We will only reach our goal when we have the courage to laughingly destroy, to smash what was once sacred to us as tradition, as education, as friendship and human love. End quote. The invocation of youth is booming in times of destructive upheaval. Ernst Grundel's book The Mission of the Young Generation became a bestseller in the 1930s. What preoccupied the Nazi Grundel back then also preoccupies today's generational warriors, is the number of those who fall victim to public welfare as regrettable ballast not swelling more and more in our nations. Aren't there already millions who declare themselves bankrupt and can barely keep up? End of quote. In this sense, the sadistic impulse of today's young Germans, masked as a progressive attitude, is directed both against the older competition in the battle for economic position and political cultural sovereignty of interpretation, and against those who no longer function smoothly as cases for the nursing home and have become useless to boot. The more uninhibitedly capital can accumulate, the more antisocial the competition of its human appendages becomes, who instinctively know what tone to strike towards the weaker. Admittedly, there would have been good reasons to declare war on the old after 1945, who were still sprightly enough to be a serious opponent at the time. Contrary to what is repeatedly claimed in left-wing historiography, however, the rebellious youth around 1968 did not come down hard on the murderers and followers because they were Nazis. And it goes without saying that Germans of an advanced age are not just defenseless victims either. After all, a specific characteristic of post-Nazism is that everyone tends to hate everyone else, meaning that even older people envy the young in the most venomous way that they could at least theoretically still decide against the bleak and destructive trampling. In the 1980s, Wolfgang Port aptly summed up the hardening and need to punish the younger generation, insofar as they are perceived as deviants, in the gaze with which the old people scrutinize their children, the chaotics, rioters, terrorists and enemies of the Constitution. A pitiless hardness stings, which the Germans may have acquired back then when they tolerated Mrs. Hermine Braunsteiner throwing small children onto trucks and loading them into gas chambers in Majdanek, for which she was awarded the War Merit Cross Second Class. End of quote. In the meantime, however, it seems to be true: the fewer old Nazis are alive, the more courageous the anti-fascist youth resistance against them becomes. The so-called generational conflict that is currently being played out is anything but a belated contribution to denazification. The newly relaunched slashing and stabbing is simply unaware of the fact that reasonably respectful interaction between young and old is also a question of tact and therefore of the quality of social coexistence. The fact that the relationship between old and young does not necessarily have to be carried out as a rapacious competition for the largest share of the social spoils can be read in a compact form in Adolf Freiherr Nigg, for example, while at the same time remembering that there were times when permanent asociality was not yet established as a basic intersubjective pattern. The increasing bickering between the generations, on the other hand, which is backed up by naked violence and which becomes all the more violent the less cause for friction the weakened elderly provide, is an indicator of social degeneration. The reason for the now penetrating abuse of the elderly, which in the mainstream increasingly gets by without the Nazi pomp, is the justified concern about the so-called aging of society, which is sometimes elevated to the status of a natural disaster as an avalanche of the elderly, or a glut of pensioners. Since the late 1980s at the latest, the elderly have been increasingly blatantly identified as problem citizens. The battle between the generations has also intensified with the anxiety-ridden discussion of the demographic changes leading to a growing number of pensioners, which has turned the panicked question of the affordability of pensions into a perennial socio-political issue. As the notoriously inflammatory political scientist Klaus Legowi, who is the migration policy whip for the Merkel government, put it at the time, war on the elderly, the avalanche of senior citizens is burying the future of the young, is the lost generation fighting back. In the course of the neoliberal offensive, the bourgeois bum pensioners have increasingly become the focus of media and political attacks, even from their TV sofas. In the mid-1990s, RTL program director Helmut Thoma announced, "I'm happy to leave the Kukudants to ZDF," while the FAZ discovered the fatty retirees as a socio-political challenge. Since then, they have been successfully re-floated. He who rests, rusts. The active senior now determines the prevailing image of old age, and recently he is no longer supposed to take precautions just to stay healthy, but to put himself at the service of the compulsively mobilized production community during the now abundant free time, in order to prove that the last phase of life is not just spent on useless eating. Behind this is the idea that there is not enough for everyone and that the growing number of unproductive people will therefore inevitably lead to chaos. Instead of explaining the impoverishment of more and more people in economic terms, the social question is demographized, so that the production conditions, which are inadequate to the actual economic possibilities and in which everyone is encouraged to tighten their belts, appear to be the result of an unfortunate development in the composition of the population. A few years ago, the gluttony of the Tenerife generation, as the TAS newspaper put it, was summed up at the Junge Union's Germany Day. The old people are lounging on the sun decks of cruise ships and in comfortable buses, eating away at our future. End of quote. Mobilization is the credo of the transformed welfare state. While the appeals for commitment, demands, and blackmail were once limited to the long-term unemployed, today the entire clientele of the welfare state has to demonstrate active cooperation. Economic superfluousness is to be compensated for by active aging, i.e. through consumption, voluntary work, and family involvement on the front line. Anyone who languishes in a retirement home at the age of 80 without money, lonely and broken, at the expense of the general public, has lived the wrong life or failed in individual risk management. For years, advertising strategists and social politicians have been trying to persuade the elderly, who are supposed to be enterprising, that it is not embarrassing, but in keeping with the times, to behave like a scraggly teenager during post-retirement activities, which then also expresses the radically infantile disdain for life lived. Under the pressure of transnationalized capital relations, retirement as a whole is thus up for grabs. The task of the activating state is to bring its human material up to scratch, including those who are aging or cannot keep up for other reasons. It does this by using educational pressure to encourage individuals to take responsibility for their own future. The German government's sixth report on the elderly states with astonishing candor and is entirely representative of the new state control logic. Despite all the responsibility of society, however, it must not be overlooked that the rights of the individual go hand in hand with obligations towards the community. Compared to previous generations, today's older people are generally healthier, have a higher level of education and better financial resources. In the Commission's view, this implies an obligation to use existing resources responsibly. End quote. The declaration of war on the lazy is fueled by the fact that the elderly have long since lost all authority and usefulness beyond immediate productive activities. Unlike in pre-modern societies, They have neither an advantage in terms of knowledge nor the experience necessary for survival that they could pass on to the next generation. The acceleration of social change processes puts younger people in a more favorable starting position, so that growing older only implies a backwardness compared to the technical and cultural innovations brought to market at ever shorter intervals. It is precisely from this that the newfound elite consciousness of hip young professionals draws its evidence. In a mobilized society, the willingness to adapt quickly to new things and to go along with everything without hesitation is far more important than the grumpy maintenance of traditions. This advantage gives the postmodern lifestyle left from the urban milieu the self-confidence to elevate their alternative and creative startup economy in the media, design and gastronomy sectors to the status of the ultimate. The aggression towards the elderly is boundlessly cynical when you consider that their pensions and care are not exactly lavish anyway. It is well documented that nursing homes are not only among the most desolate, but also among the most dangerous places to live in this country. The latest study by the Center for Quality in Care (ZQP) is proof of this. Almost 10% of respondents working in the care sector stated that physical violence against care home residents occurs often or occasionally. A further 40% claim to have observed this rarely. According to the study, verbal assaults and measures taken against the will of residents occur even more frequently. On the day of an unannounced inspection by the Medical Service of the National Association of Statutory Health Insurance Funds, 12% of residents were found to have been subjected to measures involving deprivation of liberty. They were restrained with belts, their rooms were locked, or they were sedated with medication. In most cases, the legally required consent was not available. In recent years, the health authorities have had to order the evacuation of residents and occupancy freezes in various homes because the conditions were simply life-threatening for the inmates. Not so long ago, Die Zeit reported, day after day, a scandal with regard to care. Hospitals also seem to look the other way when seriously ill patients are maltreated or even killed. Between 2000 and 2005, the former nurse Niels Hogel killed over 100 seriously ill patients in 2 clinics in Oldenburg and Delmenhorst. The police chief responsible noted that the murders could have been prevented if the suspicions had been investigated in the clinics concerned. In the nursing sciences, the term call-out has already been coined to describe the brutalization in dealing with those in need of care in view of the prevalence of this phenomenon, which is understood to mean the moral blunting of nurses in their everyday work resulting from the contradiction between professional nursing standards and economic constraints. However, the conclusion drawn from this is not a demand to radically change the situation, but rather to warm up the chilled nursing staff a little with violence prevention exercises and educational units. The nursing staff currently on strike in a number of German cities have correctly recognized that, in the face of permanent overwork and what can only be described as brazen underpayment, it is better not to be kept in a good mood with psychotricks and empowerment, but to fight to improve working conditions. This is certainly not an uprising of the carers, as Spiegel Online puts it, where the lack of experience with industrial action means that they always exaggerate a little, but they do have the right feeling that things cannot go on like this in German care homes. The fact that the future governing coalition, which is probably aware of the catastrophic conditions, has launched an immediate program for 8,000 additional nursing staff is, in view of the number of almost 14,000 nursing homes in Germany and thus 0.6 new jobs per home, a mockery of those who are suffering acutely from the shortage of nursing staff. The fact that politicians are at least reacting with appeasing measures is due to the fact that the unsustainable care situation runs counter to the Christian and social democratic view of humanity, which still exists at least in rudimentary form, and that the majority of German professional politicians are of an age in which relatives in need of care are more common. In this respect, it is to be hoped that the type of young politician who has nothing but pseudo-liberal visions of the future will remain the exception in the future. In any case, the timid criticism and attempts at reform that can currently be observed bear no relation to the permanent degradation of human beings in the care sector. It is to be hoped that the labor dispute will be a tangible success, which will probably be more realistic if those involved do not allow themselves to be harnessed to the left-wing radical clown troops. A video published by the interventionist left at the beginning of the nursing strike wave shows what happens when anti-capitalist activists put aside their whistles against the right and suddenly discover a desire for engagement for better working conditions in the healthcare sector. It shows a dozen or so tap-dancing interventionists in hospital uniforms performing a collective dance routine in Berlin's Charite Hospital under the motto "Life is not a commodity." To Rihanna's song Umbrella, which has been reworked to suit left-wing bellies and raises the question of what is more astonishing here: the childish political understanding of today's left-wing radicalism or the carefree way in which they make a fool of themselves. Meanwhile, the fact that people are fooling around in a mixture of children's dance group and creative workshop in preparation for a precarious job, where relentless criticism would be appropriate, is an expression of the radical left's inability to seriously deal with social conditions, let alone criticize them. The miserable situation in care homes also has a deterrent effect. The misery of care increases the pressure to do everything possible to avoid needing care in the first place and thus becoming cost-intensive. The nursing home is generally feared as a real limbo. It stands for radical heteronomy, solitude, and near-death frailty. The effectiveness of the notorious threat from relatives, "will put you in a home," is just as much a testimony to how frightening German old people's homes are as the declaration of loyalty, "you can stay at home," the mere mention of which is a pedagogical means of exerting pressure in the care of the elderly. The institutionalized horror scenario contrasts with the prevailing ideal image of the young at heart, very old, whose placarded joie de vivre is presented as a premium for a competent lifestyle. What no longer fits into the image of a mobile society is the aging body as such. Its manic treatment is intended to signal a willingness to take action and tolerance of pain. The sports obsession demonstrates attitude. I run a half marathon out of sheer will to perform. I eat the most disgusting organic food because I want to be healthier than everyone else. And the tattoo shows, I'm so tough, I can withstand pain and I'm not ashamed of anything. The willingness to perform and make sacrifices that is on display leads to disappointment at the latest when the illusions of feasibility come up against natural limits. As long as you don't reach them yourself, you don't want to be reminded of them. This means that the non-active, frail elderly are shunted off to desolate deathbeds as walking reminders of their own weakness and transience, until they can be dealt with by means of euthanasia. The fight against the elderly expresses the brutality of a capital relationship that no longer has any serious opponents. In the meantime, academic research has at least recognized the problem and has identified the elderly alongside migrants, gays, women, etc. as another group threatened by discrimination, which should be followed by emancipatory efforts to counter negative images of old age by crossing age norms, as it is called in postmodern jargon. However, because the aging body is actually physically deteriorating, its ability to blithely deconstruct any norms is naturally limited. The routine politics of victimization and the call for old people to be forced to fidget around at the expense of all dignity is therefore a mockery of the relationship SE, in which everyone without exception is supposed to make a fool of themselves and against which no queer good mood strategies help, but only criticism or retreat. The cult of youth reveals the panic of a society that has gone as crazy as it has gone wild, where the longing for something different has disappeared just as much as the demand on oneself not to go along with every undignified shit. The vitalistic belief in fate comes into play in the senseless continuation. A society trimmed for notorious youthfulness is one that has lost its awareness of individual and collective history and any memory of the sacrifices it has cost in its mindless progress, and vitality and youthful freshness are slogans of perseverance that at least give the followers in this mobilization the feeling of being up to date. The hatred of everything and everyone that results from the senseless drudgery ultimately also turns against those who stir it up. Those who conjure up youth and rage aimlessly against old age, as such, no longer even know the basics of life planning due to their competitive rage and gluttony. It shouldn't be so difficult to realize that you yourself are not immune to getting older, and to conclude that the hell you wish on the elderly is waiting for you. The fact that the rationality of purpose also fails where one's own interests are at stake testifies to how irrational the state of the post-bourgeois subject is. There would be good reasons to at least show solidarity with oneself, as the chances of not being spared by the institutions in the health sector are quite high. According to a recent survey, when asked where they would like to die, over 90% of respondents said they would like to die at home. In reality, only 30% of all people in Europe die at home, 50% die in hospitals and 20% in nursing homes. And the trend is rising. However, it is unlikely that this alone, people's knowledge that they are dying and that it is increasingly happening in institutions, which should make any reasonably compassionate person shudder, will one day lead to the desirable solidarity in desolation. On July 30, 2019, viewers of ARD's To Gestman became involuntary witnesses to a public self-criticism. At first, however, commentator Lorenz Beckhart from Westdeutscher Rundfunk sounded as if he was reading out a private newspaper advertisement for the purpose of finding a partner in the target group of well-off and enterprising people. Quote, "I had a nice piece of meat on the barbecue the other evening. I have that often. And when I travel for work, I take the train, but privately I often get in the car or fly around the world because I like diving and love coral reefs." End quote. But the idyllic account of the snorkeling adventure ended abruptly with an unexpected confession of illness. "I'm a consumer junkie." That's why he needed help, continued Beckhart, who was now close to tears, and finally came to the conclusion that his ailments were not a case for conventional medicine. Quote, The problem is that no doctor can cure environmentally harmful consumer addiction. Only courageous politicians can do that. Hence the plea, make meat, driving and flying so damn expensive that we get off it. Please. Quickly. Then we'll vote for all of you too. End quote. Where everyone assures each other how guilty they are, cohesion is created. The authoritarian crybaby has undoubtedly mastered this propaganda trick developed in closed therapeutic communities. Of course, Beckhart has other things in mind than the pretended fear of his own depravity. From the outset, the purpose of this esoteric-looking self-mortification was to lend the call for strong leaders a human touch. The public broadcasters only have a problem with hard-boiled subservience and the politicization of emotions when it comes to right-wing populism at home or abroad. On the other hand, the call to the country's political personnel to please take a tougher stance when governing and to massively restrict the already limited consumption options of the broad masses of low-income earners does not lead to any skepticism, because in the meantime every means is right to educate the public to lead a healthy and sustainable lifestyle in terms of climate protection. Despite all the subjective emotion, the outrage rituals of these days are mainly about gaining political territory in the public debate. Those who take such a critical view of themselves and also signal their willingness to accept far-reaching restrictions are doing so for moral self-aggrandizement in the fight against egoists who do not go along with the sustainability capitalism project. The growth critic Nico Page has already shifted from delicate self-criticism to brute criticism of his neighbors. Also in July of this year, in an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio, he called for a society in which it should not be perceived as invasive, but as enriching, that I say to my neighbor, listen, why did you book a cruise? Who gives you the right to drive an SUV? Why do you have to take a flight to go skiing? This has to be a topic in families, in schools, in all public institutions, in all conversations, in all pubs. End of quote. The fact that Germans enjoy the practical implementation of totalitarian fantasies of intoxication was finally demonstrated at the end of September on the fringes of a climate demonstration in Hamburg. There, around 30 citizens concerned about the behavior of their fellow citizens surrounded a man sitting in his black SUV, whom they had identified as a hostile consumer junkie under the motto "Listen." A raised cardboard sign, brought along by a particularly intrusive harasser, finally incited the applauding mob to a caustic howl. This collective physiognomy of horror was fortunately captured on a video, which you should watch on YouTube to study the green-painted authoritarian character. The reason for the exuberant mood was the saying scrawled on the sign, "Psychologist's riddle, SUV curable?" Now, the preference for speeding through the cities in tank-like high-riding bullets may not necessarily speak for a distinctly friendly attitude towards other road users. No SUV driver, no matter how motorized, can match the concentrated load of green German ugliness, this antisocial mixture of bad humor, the joy of denunciation and the unscrupulousness to gang up on an individual in superior numbers. The message to the dissenting driver is remarkable in terms of content. Anyone who behaves differently to what is socially desirable not only has different tastes or even bad habits, they are considered sick, probably even incurable. Such pathologizations of common everyday actions point to the growing willingness to view and, above all, evaluate unpleasant behavior in terms of health education. The underlying pattern of risk management, which consists of meticulously examining oneself and others from the perspective of danger prevention in order to discover early warning signs, characterizes current social policy. The focus is on individual bodies, whose premature deterioration means costs to be avoided at all costs from an economic point of view. The inclusion of the body in the political economy is, of course, not an invention of postmodern capitalism. The ability to control instincts and channel needs has always characterized commodity producers. Even in the early and peak industrial phase of capitalism, workers had to function and discipline their bodies so that they did not come into conflict with the rhythm of the machinery. However, the question of what happens before and after work and what influence this might have on health was not the focus of state and public interest. The question of how the individual body should be kept in good health and when it should be considered as such only became virulent in the second half of the 20th century. The activating welfare state policy of recent decades elevates health to the status of a worldview and promotes bio- and psychosocial well-being as a project that can never be completed. Today's overemphasis on health promotion was preceded by the codification of health as a right. In 1976, Germany recognized the human right to health enshrined in the UN Social Covenant for the first time. However, this attempt was not particularly successful. High income and high life expectancy correlate as significantly as few other characteristics in population statistics. Men with a high income live 8.8 years longer than men with a low income, while the figure for women is just over 4 years. The paradigm shift in healthcare policy towards person-centered support and demands, including the right to have a say and a focus on participation, with the aim of not being a burden on society, has been accompanied by specific reforms that have often also benefited those receiving treatment. One need only think of the psychiatry inquiry in the 1970s, for example, which, in addition to the development of sedative and anxiety-relieving medication, resulted in brutal treatment methods and immediate coercive measures being at least partially banned from institutions. The right to better health gives rise to the self-responsibility to strive for it for the benefit of all. Anyone who does not actively take measures to prevent illness is acting against human nature. As a result, health policy functions as an instrument of socialization. In his writings on population policy, Foucault convincingly explained how the body of the individual has become one of the main targets for state intervention and one of the major objects for which the state itself must take responsibility, but neglected the capers that the individual has to perform in order to adapt to economic laws. In 1990, Gilles Deleuze introduced the concept of the control society in reference to Foucault's top sellers on disciplinary society, biopower or governmentality, which should not be missing from any socially ambitious term paper today, arguing that contemporary social practice could be described more accurately with the concept of control than with that of discipline. According to Deleuze, under the changing conditions of capitalist production, the traditional milieus of containment are experiencing a general crisis. Against this background, he notes in his postscript on control societies for the health sector that the end of traditional disciplines initially resulted in new freedoms in psychiatric sectorization, in day clinics or in home care, which, however, quickly became part of new control mechanisms that are in no way inferior to the harshest enclosures. Deleuze concludes, the new medicine without doctor and sick person, which covers potentially sick people and risk groups, does not at all testify to progress towards individuation, but to the fact that the individual or numerical body is replaced by the cipher of a divisive control material. When Deleuze's essay was hotly debated in the 1990s, particularly in postmodern and pop-left circles, his observations on a changing capitalism significantly played hardly any role, which can be seen as further proof that the postmodern protagonists were mostly smarter than their emulators. As a result, they succumbed to wild fantasies of resistance, because Deleuze had emphasized the need for new forms of resistance against control societies at the end of his text, and once again discovered minority collectives and cultures of all kinds directed against the individual, whose alleged resistance, think of career vocabulary such as diversity, queer or interculturality, correspond perfectly with the new requirement profiles of capitalist socialization as trendy business management categories. What's more, these new identity categories have gained in importance because the accelerated revolutionization of productive forces in post-Fordism makes it uncertain how, where and in the context of which activity the individual worker will have to exploit themselves in the future. For this reason, the focus must be on generating the willingness to flexibly realize and expand one's own potential, which necessarily includes identity-fixed allocation in times of enriching diversity. Vitality must be cultivated in a special way as a prerequisite for constantly new adaptations. Physical and mental resilience, which is particularly important in professions that focus on communication and customer friendliness, must be celebrated in the world of work as an expression of successful work-life balance or resilience. The practice of keeping fit means literally producing productivity in one's own body, whereas susceptibility to illness has the stigma of being unable to keep up with the demands of post-bourgeois subjectivity. Of course, there is nothing to be said against taking care of your own body. Not letting yourself go completely is a question of self-respect and civilized respect for the public. There is also nothing to be said against health education where it is needed. But that would mean setting completely different priorities, for example valuing the health-promoting aspects of a headscarf ban more highly than any disaster prevention exercises to raise the emotional and movement skills of school children. In Fordist times, what people did in their free time was still largely considered a private matter. When it comes to agitating the population in terms of health policy, there is no sense of proportion. No one should and must be left out of the preventative fight against health impairments and illnesses. Popular education cannot be black enough, as evidenced by the morbid photos on cigarette packets alone, which presuppose a good deal of destructive perversion on the part of those who select and use them. Meanwhile, the fact that the slimmed-down state is increasingly refraining from creating the conditions for at least reasonably humane curative treatment of the sick and those in need of care lends the vociferous mobilization for public health a simply schizophrenic note. In postmodern capitalism, the individual body has also long since developed into an identity-creating project. Its objective loss of significance in the production process does not mitigate the narcissism of the body, but only seems to increase the self-referential love-hate relationship. During industrialization, the body per was still in demand as such. The use of labor was primarily physical. This is no longer the case today. Since services and administrative jobs have dominated over the immediate production of goods and both sectors have been dominated by first post-Fordist automation and then digitalization, an increasingly disembodied working world has been created, which is causing the demand for traditionally male soft skills to dwindle in favor of female social skills. An objective trend that not only maneuvers many a tender-hearted man into the middle of a life crisis, but also leads any patriarchal drivel ad absurdum. The transformation of hard workers into service and office workers, which is gratifying in itself, means a devaluation of the body, whose loss of significance is compensated for by its sanctification and rebarbarization. It is the same archaic dream images whether one's own body is artificially, i.e. via the gym, jogging and tattoos, made to resemble its tribalistic past, or whether it is handed over to the other side, i.e. total neglect, ergo nature. The body owner demands recognition and elevates the body as a product and testimony of complete self-fashioning to a fetish of the second nature, instead of forgivingly remembering the first nature in it. The connection between hypochondria and narcissism was already illustrated in Freud's Introduction to Narcissism, 1914. The person tormented by discomfort around their own body is characterized by the compulsion to withdraw interest and libido from the outside world and concentrate on the organ in question or the entire ailing self. The detachment from the world that health paranoiacs display when they get excited about smokers standing 10 meters away in the fresh air is literally in your face. In contact with society, meanwhile, investments in physical capital promise tangible and visible recognition successes that pay off in the expanded combat zone as well as in health insurance contributions. At the same time, in the relationship between the individual and the state, one's own body functions as a training ground for one's own willingness to participate. For it is the body in particular that shows who lives the much-invoked personal responsibility on a daily basis. Under the constraints of transnationalized capital relations, an aging society means a permanent risk of crisis for the state, which requires an active and resilient population whose members evaluate the compatibility of their actions with the system as if they were each their own quality manager. The libidinous occupation of the politicized body is to be understood as an immediate attachment to the goals of a state in crisis, which has elevated global competition to a credo that also sets the pace internally, while the irrationality of self-formation returns in the malicious call for more severity towards the deformed. The authoritarian need derives its relentlessness from the transformation of reproduction. While the welfare state, which has a behavioral psychological effect on the individual, knows no limits when it comes to care and motivation and is preparing to trim economic subjects for usefulness and competition, it is withdrawing further and further as a guarantor of social rights and security. The fact that the task of crisis management, which was once the responsibility of the state, has been transferred to the individual, who now has to become active in an increasingly creative way when selling their labor on deregulated labor markets and making private provisions, is not without consequences. Those who are increasingly struggling alone in the competitive struggle expect the store to be kept intact just as rigidly as the self that has been brought into shape, otherwise they would end up the losers. The smoker is not appreciated for her sometimes attractive vice, but anticipates the lung cancer for which she will end up paying. The panicked calls for a radical change of lifestyle, which have long since radicalized into a hunt for all those who refuse to increase their resilience and physical strength, speak of the naked existential fear that is to be banished by the moral exposure of competitors. The fact that activation policies based on the principle of demand and support are being scaled back in certain areas, see for example, the discussions about the unconditional basic income or the criticism of Hartz IV sanctions, is due to the fact that it has been recognized that the integrative power of outgoing work continues to decline in various milieus. However, this not only makes it more important to keep potential recipients of support in line as followers with indoctrination and threats, but also gives rise to the only apparent contradiction that the left-wing proponents of an unconditional basic income no longer differ in any way from their so-called neoliberal opponents in their argumentation for the responsibility that should lie first and foremost with the individual, who are often accused of wanting to leave the individual to their own devices as apologists for the night watchman state. The ideology based on individual behavior reveals a further political implication. The postmodern celebration of pseudo-individualism reinforces the feeling, which makes a mockery of the real possibilities of influence, that it is the behavior of the individual that matters with regard to the social fabric. The increasing preoccupation with consumer decisions gives rise to a newly sparked consumer critique, which ranges from moral appeals to the sense of responsibility of progressive consumers to the demand to avoid economic growth altogether. Because consumers are involved in a system based on growth through their consumer behavior, they should, according to the tenor that has now reached the mainstream, feel guilty. The evils committed are to be corrected by doing without more and bearing a higher tax burden regardless of social class. This is done as if the social dynamics were the result of a vibrant consumer democracy that has gotten a little out of hand. The realization that everyone is executing the abstract end in itself of capital, which includes production and consumption as an overall process, at the risk of their own demise, must be rejected because the idea of having no influence is off-putting. What the individual puts in their fridge, apartment, or garage depends not only on their income, but also on the dictated supply, the quantity and quality of which is not the result of a grassroots democratic agreement. What is consumed is also a question of the development of productive power, the state of needs generated by the culture industry, and the respective position in the production process. In his Digressions on Drunkenness in his 1845 text on the situation of the working class in England, Friedrich Engels discusses the factors that influenced individual drinking behavior at the time. Incidentally, this is a text that could become very topical again in the face of anti-working class politics. According to Engels, the worker does not drink because he indulges in an unattractive hobby in a depraved manner or because he shirks responsibility for the people as a whole out of wickedness, but because his working, living, and housing situation, in short, his existence in capitalist misery, demands one thing above all, namely compensation. Through the insecurity of his existence, through his dependence on all kinds of coincidences, and his inability to do anything himself to secure his situation, his already unconditional and hypochondriacal mood was heightened to the point of unbearability. His situation violently demanded a stimulus from outside. Engels' materialistic analysis of drunkenness was thus directed against any kind of pious moralizing. Certainly, the specific form of subjective misery management and pain relief cannot be deterministically derived from production activity, but Engels' observation does make it clear that it is foolish to demonize consumption in a society without at least considering its material basis, the relations of production. In other words, suddenly accusing people who have been preached to for years to demonstrate flexibility and mobility, who have been and still are expected in very concrete terms not to turn down a job even if it is very far away, that they have overdone it with driving, is hard to beat in terms of impertinence. In the new edition of Consumer Criticism, however, the identity-creating exaggeration of the consumption of goods is reproduced under negative auspices. While, as Robert Kurz puts it, the erotic care of the automotive heap of metal was once one of many ways of paying homage to the wealth of commodities, it is now en vogue to present oneself as a minimalist with few needs, who needs little more to live than the pathetic joy of creative folly. The Marxist critique of the consumer idiots in the 1970s was aimed at those who submit to the imperatives of the commodity-producing system and, by acquiring objects from nonsense production, voluntarily continue the desolation in their leisure time that they experience as a compulsory obligation in wage labor. Behind the criticism of the so-called little people often lay the anger that they did not really want to follow the revolutionary plans drawn up in reading circles. Embittered by the unwillingness of their protégés, the opposition to proletarian normality slipped into existentialist attitudes and posturing. The result was ridiculous alternative projects centered around self-dramatization, escape to the country, something to do with groups, and esoteric junk from India. Even back then, discovering feelings in small alternative teams was a precursor to the subjectivized world of work, whose ideological postulates continuously developed into a frugality-oriented legitimation ideology for massive social restructuring. Today's urbanized indoctrination of consumers who don't give a damn about sustainability also serves the purpose of equipping members of the cross-party eco-elite with airs and graces that allow them to present themselves as reflective progressives in the service of sustainability capitalism. This is particularly impressively embodied in the bearded startup entrepreneur with horn-rimmed glasses, who is riding through the morning rush hour traffic on his e-scooter in a casual suit and with a recyclable organic coffee cup. Then as now, the objects of popular scolding are abstracted. The broad mass of wage laborers turn to the supermarket offerings, entertainment, and the now rarer beach vacation not as uninformed victims of alienation, but with completely different priorities and full intent. The moral and supposedly meaningful things that the advisors from the academic middle class want to bring closer to them are a mere imposition. However, free time and the little bit of prosperity that everyone tends to be deprived of still stands for the small but real pleasures, the interruptions to the planned everyday life. Despite all the need to defend the self-evident right of the individual to pleasurable transgressions and privacy against the health-related propaganda of renunciation, the political consequence to be drawn from this cannot be to respond to the prescribed renunciation with silly professions of hedonism. As a rule, practicing hedonists are never a good argument for a better life. The profane lust for life is least to be found where it is vigorously sought. Whether it's the club specialist to be found in big cities, who wants his days of doped-up partying to be recognized as a form of alternative leisure activity turned towards the wild life, as a special achievement or even as a competitive sport, or the formerly politically interested person, who in middle age discovers a penchant for beautiful living and fine dining and bores those around him ever more mercilessly with the freshly gained knowledge from the wine or gin seminar, there is something compulsive about all of this that is contrary to spontaneous and therefore actual enjoyment. Nowadays, it is good form among people with a background in the humanities to problematize the cult of the body and fitness mania. The topics of neoliberal activation, self-fashioning and biopolitics are regular topics in academia. However, conventional moaning about the economization of life is usually all that is heard. The focus is on so-called neoliberal discourses, of which it is merely stated that they are orchestrated by government policy and influence the subject so precisely that it carries out what is demanded on its own initiative. The experiences of fear, powerlessness, and hatred that result from the laws of economics are usually only mentioned in passing in these discussions, which are always concerned with the latest trends, on topics such as neuroenhancement, sportified bodies, or activating governance. Instead, the focus is on those supposedly acting entrepreneurially on their own behalf, who are imagined as permanently stressed out and always on the verge of burnout. If we were dealing with nothing but self-optimizers, it would be unpleasant, but comparatively harmless. The right therapy would be to slow down and everything would be back to normal. The desperate situation of the individual arming himself against the crisis can only be defined in the context of the fact that the capital relationship is turning everyone into superfluous human material. While in the struggle of all against all, fellow human beings have long been feared as pests that pollute the air and fatten the body of the people, the individual experiences being a manifest disruptive factor in the sphere of influence of the expanded administration. It is no wonder that Michel Houellebecq, who for the past 20 years has been bringing the struggles of the lonely regrets in an icy world to the point, has repeatedly sketched snapshots of a society whose administration is at war with the administered in his latest novels. Public space is portrayed as what it really is, a hostile territory littered with absurd prohibitions. A territory where no one is welcome, where nothing interesting or pleasant awaits the social monads. As early as Submission, the everyday life of the main character François is described as one dominated by numerous small inconveniences. Starting with official letters that fill the letterbox even after a short absence and require immediate measures to de-escalate. If you want to meet the bureaucratic requirements, this requires a more or less permanent presence. Every longer absence carries the risk of coming into conflict with one or other administrative office, and I knew that it would take me several days of work to get things back in order. In the novel Serotonin, in which the possibilities of romantic love are overloaded with too much kitsch, he has the agricultural engineer Florent Claude Lebroust, who tries to strictly evade the health dictates, especially those relating to smoking. Say, the aim of the authorities is to limit the possibilities of life as much as possible, unless they succeed in simply destroying them altogether. From the authorities' point of view, a good citizen is a dead citizen. Houellebecq exaggerates. The feuds of the protagonists seem unintentionally comical, especially as comparatively harmless things are described. The relationship between the late capitalist administration and those subject to it was also registered by Adorno, who writes in a very similar but more general way. Administration, however, necessarily represents, without subjective guilt and without individual will, the general against the particular. The starting point of Adorno's critique of administration is Max Weber's theory of bureaucracy, which emphasizes the objective, precise, quick and uniform, in short, the rationality of purpose. Without effective administration, Weber agrees, society does not function. Adorno takes up this idea and applies it critically. Administration is not described descriptively as cooperation between Department X and Y, but is seen as a decisive instance of socialization, which in turn is modeled according to the imperatives of the exchange society and has the function of managing the human risk. The independence of organizations as a social solidification phenomenon opposed to life is aimed at the liquidation of the individual, whose nooks and crannies are gradually disappearing. The social institutions have gained so much predominance over the areas of freedom that the administered subjects appear to be merely tolerated. Today's human rights jargon, which permeates all health policy pamphlets, the emphasis on people, encounters, participation and so on, does not mitigate the void role of the individual. It is the objectively necessary form of expression to catch the individual. In Hopelessness, Adorno continues, anticipating the active society, people tend to repeat within themselves all those processes of administration that are done to them from outside. Each individual becomes, as it were, an administrative functionary of himself. The core truth of Houellebecq's exaggeration from an administrative point of view, a good citizen is a dead citizen, becomes evident in hospitals and nursing homes at the latest. Anyone who costs more time, personnel, and effort than is required by the quality management criteria of standardization and efficiency becomes a problem and has a problem from then on. Those who are degraded to an annoying burden are made aware on a daily basis that they are a nuisance and that, according to the prevailing logic, it would be best if their case were to resolve itself. A randomly chosen example from the daily press may illustrate that the capital-driven administrative practice is a danger for all age groups. Christoph Klein, head of an underfunded children's clinic that is threatened with closure, puts the following on record. When we take blood from a 3-year-old child, for example, it's not so easy. It usually doesn't put its arm out voluntarily, but squirms, struggles, and cries. We have to talk to the child, gain their trust, and explain to them what we are doing. And that simply takes time. But this time is not provided for in the German healthcare system and is not paid for. End of quote. No population group has such a powerful lobby as children. Based on these descriptions alone, it is easy to imagine what happens to unproductive people without childlike charm who disrupt the processes. Although the healthcare system is simply a danger for many, the existential threats and insecurities are noticeably increasing for everyone. The vast majority put up with being encouraged to actively and happily participate in every new government program. The protagonist of Houellebecq's Serotonin, who radically rejects progress and is contrary to the prevailing ideal in almost every respect, clings to the customs of a bygone era, smoking and drinking heavily. He sabotages waste separation with malicious glee, despises the state's public education programs, and feels nothing but defeatist contempt for the prevailing imperatives of performance and communication. Quote, "This city polluted by environmentally conscious petty bourgeois disgusted me. I may be a petty bourgeois myself, but I wasn't environmentally conscious. I drove a diesel SUV. I may not have done much good in life, but at least I would have done my bit to destroy the planet." End quote. His growing disinterest in work, sex, and other people eventually leads the man in his late 40s into depression, against which he swallows the antidepressant serotonin, which makes the creeping decline more bearable. According to Alan Ehrenberg, one of the most popular theorists of depression, the increase in this illness can be attributed to the fact that people are failing at the permanent task of becoming themselves. Depression is the disease of a society whose behavioral norms are no longer based on guilt and discipline, but on responsibility and initiative. Ehrenberg locates in depression a blockade carried out by the subject against the reality principle of accelerated capitalism. In this view of depression, depressive denial has something at least latently resistant about it. The Socialist Patient Collective from Heidelberg once radicalized such considerations into the somewhat desperate-sounding revolutionary slogan, "Turn illness into a weapon." An essay on the subject of mental health appeared in the weekly newspaper Freitag with the title, "Crazy Are Those Who Still Can." Although the depressive disorder of a young woman, introduced by the author Konstantin Nowotny as Lisa, is not upgraded to a weapon in the class struggle, it is nevertheless presented as the lesser evil in the midst of capitalist misery. We learn about Lisa that she feels paralyzing sadness everywhere. Her boss treats her weakness with incomprehension, the therapist reels off the usual program. Her feeling of being a burden to everyone grows. Nowotny rightly criticizes the fact that somatic or biochemical, medical, and psychological health models neglect the influence of society and therefore often fail to produce adequate treatment methods. Lisa's discomfort with the state of society is anything but phantom pain. Quote, "Is she so wrong to feel that she is replaceable, worthless? Hasn't her boss been toying with the idea of filling her position for a long time? Isn't it true that her condition is holding up the capitalist mills that she is not really able to join?" End quote. Deprived of all hope and experiencing her bleak existence as nothing but grueling agony, Lisa finally decides to kill herself. In order not to spoil her friend's final thesis, she postpones the suicide. Instead, on the evening that should have been her last, she watches a documentary about a very rich real estate entrepreneur, you don't do it under that, who takes a less skeptical view of the capitalist mills. Quote, "I've missed work 3 times in 30 years because of illness. If I have a slipped disc, I'm at work. If I have a fever of 40 degrees, I'm at work. If my wife makes noise with me and won't let me sleep, I'm at work." End quote. From the confessions of a man who seems to experience work and marriage as equally exhausting fates, Nowotny finally crafts a happy ending for his protagonist. I'm not that crazy, Lisa thinks. The reader who identifies with the victim of this report of dismay may breathe a sigh of relief. Lisa is alive, the world is bad. This does not make the strict opposition of the two seemingly fundamentally different attitudes to the blind jumble any more correct. Rather, the depressive self-abandonment is merely the expression, radicalized into a death wish, of the heteronomy cemented by the capital relationship, which imposes the wearing rhythm of work even on the industrious entrepreneur. On closer inspection, the partisanship against capitalist industriousness is also less empathetic than it is supposed to sound. Rather, we are dealing with the kind of exploitative consideration that is ostinato in contemporary journalism, which becomes negligent or even malicious at the latest when the desire to commit suicide is declared to be a more or less appropriate, but above all less crazy, symptom of a disease in society. In general, the tendency to ignore the destructive and therefore antisocial aspects of clinical depression or depressive feelings and actions prevails in academic and media treatises on depression. Apart from the fact that satisfaction at the fact that others are possibly even crazier is a shabby consolation, the situation is exactly the opposite. While a turnaround towards a less hectic life remains conceivable even for the performance fetishist, the suicidal desire for self-punishment marks a fatal turning away from the world, the acute danger of which is obvious. Instead of encouraging the person concerned to see herself as the victim of a struggle for survival demanded of everyone and cynically giving her the slogan "Don't lift a finger for Germany," we should wish her to get back on her feet and find a job that secures her a livelihood and perhaps even helps and encourages her to behave more self-confidently with others. It is well known that those who fall out of wage labor do not become freer, more theoretically sophisticated and revolutionary, but go to the dogs even faster than the working majority. However, this realization is no longer self-evident because a growing number of deeply embittered people wish for the end of this system, but have neither alternatives nor a critique to offer that goes beyond the hated. The corresponding coquetry with one's own or others' weaknesses and deformities, which has taken the place of self-confident, challenging criticism, makes it clear that no one believes there is anything left to save here. On the other hand, a forgotten idea that is often denounced and rejected as reformist and right-wing fetishistic, i.e. as counter-revolutionary nest soiling, in circles that consider themselves particularly revolutionary, should be defended as a minimum political program, that of the individual interest in, for example, higher wages, affordable housing, public safety, comprehensive healthcare and, last but not least, peace from despisers of privacy of all stripes. If this is not enough for you, you should realize that even the most unspectacular reform approaches to improving the material situation of wage laborers today firstly counteract the total domestication of people and secondly pose a serious challenge to a policy and a system that is opposed to life, and what more could a materialist want? In the affluent regions of the Republic and on the small islands that the middle classes have secured for themselves in impoverished surroundings, bustling activity can be observed long before work begins. Men run through the dawn before cycling to work wearing the inevitable safety helmet. Women gather at the Protestant church around 8:30 a.m. to do an hour of yoga with the priest. At weekends, the whole family cycles into the surrounding countryside. In the foothills of the Bavarian Alps, half the population seems to climb the mountains or visit them in winter with their skis and snowboards. Where there is no sport, people meditate, act in amateur dramatics groups or paint watercolors in painting classes. The elderly, as long as they don't spoil the university seminars for the next generation, get together in reading groups or explore the culturally remarkable sacred buildings in the surrounding area. As if preparing for a lifetime of mental and physical vigor in old age, the middle classes live a moderate but balanced life, resolutely hostile to extremes and inclined towards small pleasures, provided there is no medical objection and their physical well-being rewards them for it. The slight horror that always strikes the middle classes themselves when they compare themselves with their neighbors is less due to unavoidable envy than to the joyless balance that they all do the same thing, eat the same physical and mental food and are filled with such a deep inner emptiness in the hours of sleeplessness that they sometimes just want to lash out. As if someone were threatening or at least mocking their existence, as if they had to prove themselves against a mysterious enemy, the professionally quiet ones become loud, the educators lapse into a commanding tone and threaten expulsion. It sounds like this: anyone who smokes a cigarette in company or on the street today could just as easily have a bottle of grain in their undershirt and tracksuit bottoms. The path from casual gestures to vulgar acts has only taken a few years in the industrialized nations. But it was by no means the enlightenment and increased health awareness that brought about the change in thinking. After all, it has been known for more than 50 years that many smokers die from their vice. It was the strict laws that brought about social change in America and Europe in recent years. The WHO speaks of an epidemic that can be prevented. However, there are no medical solutions, only political and social solutions. Laws are the decisive first step towards the social outlawing of a deadly habit, SZ 13/14.6.09. Laws are of course not the first, but rather the decisive last step towards enforcing widespread social ostracism of habits called vices. They are only capable of describing vices as a form of behavior and punishing them, but never of giving them moral recognition. Discrediting a habit as a vice is the responsibility of those who claim to be on a first-name basis with the Enlightenment, which is easily recognizable to them as health consciousness. These are the people who like to call themselves the society. Those who are only able to recognize political and social solutions in a state-decreed ban regularly, and by no means desperately assume that their persuasive efforts will not result in voluntary abstinence from vice. They know that man is weak and the body is sinful, and that only a select minority is able to partake in self-limiting knowledge and therefore also the license to punish. Contrary to what is constantly suggested, society has never been the totality, and usually not even the majority of the adult and rational inhabitants of a country, but always an assembly of the elect. They are first and foremost chosen because they are distinguished from those who are socially ostracized by general consensus, who for God's sake do not want to be counted among them, and who in any case do not belong to them, and neither to elite society nor to the rest of the population in its overwhelming majority. In this example, these are people who are badly dressed, drink bad alcohol, and it should be added, not least because of this, would be on the public purse. This creates a majority consensus that is superior to one's own private alcohol abuse and possibly problematic taste in fashion. Initially, all those who despise ALGI drinkers feel chosen because they know how little separates them from them. This fear-based hatred of the majority is the prerequisite for the chosen society to ostracize ever more groups of people without having to reckon with major opposition from the masses. On the contrary, this ruling rationality, which has shrunk to health consciousness, is an expression of the constitution of an elite that is at odds with the community it wants to head because it can do without it, and which at the same time agrees with all its fellow citizens that nature must be helped to prevail. The insistence on legal law and its legalistic enforcement is merely an expression of the mediation of rule, and thus the bar that Republican rule places in front of the plebiscitary implementation of social and political solutions. The campaign against smokers aims to bring together the weak and the virtuous under the sign of renunciation to form a democratic community of the health conscious, whose will is turned against the devil within us and all the more unrestrainedly against the devil without, the one who sins not out of weakness but out of wantonness. By silently but all the more reproachfully pointing his finger at the yellow markings within which smokers on German train platforms are still allowed to indulge in their vice, and relegating anyone who has stepped out of them to the inner circle of the ban, the law-abiding citizen is proclaiming himself a judge of virtue and strangely transforming himself into the jogging trouser wearers he so detests, whose ultimate happiness as citizens seems to consist of reminding pedestrians and cyclists to observe the highway code. The fight for public health is more than the outgrowth of their own efforts to live as long as possible. Admittedly, this is ultimately what counts as success, as the other successes in career and family life pale into insignificance in an environment of colleagues, neighbors and friends who have not fared so badly either. And yet the health dictate echoes the will to overcome doubts about one's own life plan, which has now completely shrunk to the level of patchwork religions and, significantly, ignores one's own misfortune and rationalizes threats as constant warnings of major natural disasters. For example, with health and the elimination of harmful influences, people are supposed to be reconciled with themselves in times when there is no longer any demand for the exaggerated sublimation of drive desires and the battle for that little bit more, which for centuries pointed beyond one's own natural depravity, seems to have been won. No longer having to do this and yet no longer having an alternative, escaping the old horrors to which untamed nature had exposed us for so long and only being thrown back on them through suffering and having to die, has conjured up a nature fetish that threatens to cash in on the distant happiness that points far beyond what has been achieved. Those who make such a fuss about health and call for radical cuts are not interested in communism, which, according to Horst Panko's short definition, is an event for the abolition of death. They conjure up a lifelong mortal decay that resonates in the constant reminder of the finiteness and futility of all earthly endeavors, a reminder that no longer measures chosenness by accumulated wealth, but rather by a life pleasing to God, in which everything is always done to survive. Since in reality we do not wish others a long life and can very well protect ourselves and our children from their bad habits such as smoking, drug use, etc., it seems that in the attack on health there is another disturbing force at work that we must resist for the sake of our own salvation. The declaration of hostility toward smokers and the invocation of climate catastrophe belong together. The social and legal ostracism of a minority that is suspected of having fun nevertheless gives a foretaste of a far more comprehensive dictatorship of renunciation, which is intended to eradicate unnature with nature and human hubris with collectively constituted humility. Bourgeois society has never completely shed the horrors of its beginnings. It is precisely when its representatives moralize that they advance towards nature and set out to hurl enemy declarations at everything artificial. While it was initially human nature that was defined as sinful and at the same time helped to achieve greater morality, with the advent of Protestantism, sin was declared to be the eternal mark of Cain for all human beings, which was to be uprooted with all the more fanatical vehemence, although there is actually no escape from it. Significantly, the campaign of virtue against sinfulness marks the beginning of the democratic era, which is so often described as one committed to freedom. The social ostracism of the vicious and their subsequent persecution was initially the office of preachers who did not serve in newspaper editorial offices but, detached from the official church, addressed their flaming calls for self-mortification and persecution of the unruly directly to the masses. Max Horkheimer pointed to the figure of the early modern preacher who was immediately inspired by God and whose legacy is obviously inherited by those who proclaim themselves judges of morality in the columns of the Süddeutsche Zeitung. Quote, "The masses are supposed to do some soul-searching. They are supposed to become more moral, more frugal, more devoted. They should learn to fear God, and the preacher is, as was already the case for Savonarola, the interpreter of the divine word, God's mouthpiece, his servant, his prophet. The civic virtues, respect for the law, peaceableness, love of work, obedience to the authorities, willingness to sacrifice for the nation and much more are inculcated in the people from the pulpit as one with the fear of God. The language of the sermon is democratic. It is addressed to everyone. However, it is part of its meaning that individuals and whole groups remain outside as the wicked and hardened. The demand that the masses deny themselves the adequate satisfaction of their impulses and turn them inwards includes, as a kind of consolation, as compensation, the constantly renewed conviction that those who do not make the renunciation and the effort are rejected and will not escape their terrible punishment." End of quote. Today, the terrible punishment is by no means only lung cancer, but also, as a warning and threat, the fate of the corn schnapps drinking trainers who are found guilty of vulgar behavior, bear the mark of total failure and may therefore be allowed to obtain life cards for the time being, i.e. to deter and discipline others. This victory is a victory of the people, announced Sebastian Frankenberger, spokesman for the referendum and deputy state director of the DP, on the success of the referendum for real non-smoker protection on the Alliance website on July 4, 2010. Quote, 61%. Bavaria has made its decision. On August 1, Bavarian restaurants will become smoke-free and a Bavarian purity law will then also apply to the air in pubs. Health protection, youth prevention and a better quality of life for us all have prevailed against the interests of the tobacco lobby. Bavaria breathes a sigh of relief was the slogan on our posters, and that is exactly what we are doing now, breathe a sigh of relief. Yesterday, the German national team sent Argentina home with a 0-4 victory, made possible by a terrific team performance, just like ours, but our team consisted of tens of thousands of people. But the most important thing is that it was not the politicians or lobbyists who decided, but the people. Direct democracy has also emerged stronger from this referendum, because never before have so many citizens signed a petition or exercised their right to vote in a referendum. End of quote. Unlimited democracy and the democratic elite belong together just as much as the democratic elite's feeling of being chosen and the terror of the mob, not necessarily the masses, against all dissenters are mutually dependent at some point. It seems paradoxical that reason and sensuality are at war in dissent. And yet the plebiscitary, self-organized rank and file turns against the authority of knowledge, reflection and activity that deserves its name, as well as against the sinful debauchery and exclusive contemplation that seems to run counter to them. The health-conscious social and legal outlawing of smoking is aimed at the mind and sensuality in a crazy way. Smoking, unlike the original capitalist stimulants such as tea or coffee, always demonstrates a tendency towards indiscipline and thus leads far more to that dark philosophy of debauchery than the latter. Smoking is suspicious of the virtuous because it is a need that one cannot give up and yet satisfies, a satisfaction whose oral erotic component is almost obscene. It is also a habit that, where it is practiced, is at least reminiscent of cheerfulness, serenity and possibly even eroticism, as the following decidedly anti-feminist, perhaps even sexist quote shows. In the early 1940s, the cigarette appeared in Hollywood not only as an attribute of frantically smoking hard men, but also in the hands and mouths of women, with far-reaching consequences. For millions of young women, the smoking screen divas of the 40s and 50s became role models, and the cigarette a symbol of freedom and self-confidence. The cigarette meant independence. It tasted of happiness and it made you feel great. And it tasted of rebellion because you were doing something wicked. It can't be said that Hollywood has ever advocated revolutionary ideas. In the end, the film industry has always stuck to traditional values, and many of the female movie smokers are punished severely for their transgressions at the end of the story. But by having his star Lauren Bacall light up a cigarette on the big screen and thus in public, U.S. director Howard Hawks set fire to the established order of the world. Hollywood had done more for the emancipation of women than the entire women's movement by showing an everyday and actually banal event, even if this event was staged in a very romantic way and with sophisticated lighting. End quote. As much as the insurrectionary movements from the late Middle Ages to the English Revolution and its regime from 1642 to 1660 are each a contribution to the enforcement or consolidation of bourgeois rule and the bourgeois virtues that went with it, they are not often criticized for what defines their character: iconoclasm, asceticism and rapture as conditions for the actions of those enlightened leaders who placed themselves at their head. While the rule of the Dominican monk Savonarola over the city of Florence between 1494 and 1498 was rejected by Jacob Burckhardt's History of the Civilization of Italy, in the mid-19th century, at the latest as a frenzy hostile to art and thus to the individual, a view of things prevailed in the 20th century that essentially wanted to recognize bourgeois progress and emancipation in the expulsion of the Medici and the convening of popular assemblies. Similarly disconcerting is the view of the long-ignored history of the English Revolution, which was initially only allowed to be painted in the darkest colors because of the regicide it carried out, but which has since found a worthy place in the canon of bourgeois progress history. What is remarkable about this re-evaluation is that the revolutionary process is only marginally mentioned in everyday life and is quite obviously glossed over. Although there is much to suggest that the great auto da fes organized by Savonarola in the Piazza della Signora in 1496 and 1497, i.e. the public burning of luxury items such as wigs, beautiful clothes and perfume through to immoral books and works of art, was in many respects a spectacle to which not too many valuable or even irretrievable things fell victim. It was nevertheless a beacon. It is true that the bearers of virtue qua nature children of prepubertal age, who were empowered by Savonarola to police virtue and called themselves simply the fratre, were usually only a serious nuisance to which one could pay tribute by paying a little money or leaving a nice piece of clothing behind. But to want to see in their work only less beautiful accompanying circumstances of the progress that is taking place is one of those bad rationalizations of terror that are far preferable to the elitist Renaissance image of Jacob Burckhardt and his admirer Nietzsche, who clung to the cult of genius. Giordano Bruno, who is misused today as a key witness to atheism, wrote about the Protestants of his time what could be repeated almost word for word about the ethicists and seekers of meaning in the first person of recent decades. Quote, "Let us see," he wrote, "what a wretched kind of peace and concord this is which these reformers preach to the poor people, who, to all appearances, aim at nothing else and are eager for nothing more than that all world views should subscribe to their muckraking and imaginary stupidity and agree with their wickedly depraved consciences. Although they themselves are not united in any law, in any point of justice, in any doctrine, and everywhere in the rest of the world and in all earlier centuries no such disagreement and discord has yet appeared as among them. Among 1,000 of these pedants there is scarcely one who has not already devised his own catechism, and if he has not yet published it, yet has a desire to publish it. No one who is able to approve of any other institution than his own, no one who could find in all others anything but what he thinks he may condemn, reject, or doubt." End of quote. What Bruno left unmentioned is the tacit agreement between the megalomaniacs, who were jealous of each other, on a predetermined enemy that was to be brought down with the form of exclusion and persecution that they had only brought to maturity, the public and democratic tribunal for the purpose of socially ostracizing the vicious. This terrifying image of freedom, this distorted mirror of civilization, makes the West so unpleasantly similar to the Oriental East in its excesses. The conceit of chosenness and immediate democracy, nobility of soul and total equality, two apparent paradoxes that led from Savonarola via Calvin to the English Puritans and from them in a now completely secularized form to the Jacobins, this uncanny pair of siblings has survived all reigns of terror. Being chosen is a quality bestowed by God, but one must first perceive it in the chosen one. He is in a position to confidently demonstrate his divine chosenness to his fellow human beings. To do this, he uses methods that are initially open to everyone in a completely democratic way, for it must be proclaimed that traditional knowledge and traditional customs do not constitute the new man. The man of the grand gesture is chosen, with which he presents the rigorous rejection of the traditional, the appeal to each individual to listen to their inner voice and follow their destiny. The rigor is ascetic, because the proclaimed great purification is aimed at destroying wealth and knowledge, not first and foremost the wealthy, but their splendor, not all knowledge, but the authority based on it over the seemingly spontaneous enlightenment. The costume of the early bourgeoisie, and for a long time even of the very rich among them, still followed the medieval prohibition of the feudal upper class to be seen in brightly colored clothing, or to wear certain fabrics and certain hairstyles, even after it had long since been dropped. Being as colorful as a peacock was just as frowned upon as adapting the games and customs of those reviled as peacocks. Generosity was preceded by the initially spontaneous bourgeois moral law, which served to socially ostracize any deviation. Deviation, however, was ultimately the individual search for happiness, and initially quite acceptable to the majority. In 1617, King Jacob I and again in 1633 his son Charles I had a book of sports published in which the people were expressly permitted to do on Sundays, after church of course, what they had been doing for centuries in their meager leisure time: dancing, ball games, making music, drinking and more recently smoking. This was necessary because the forces of progress, as recent historiography and by no means only Marxist historiography calls them, i.e. the Puritans, had begun to prohibit them from having fun in the regions where they made up society. They were rarely the majority. The bourgeois was not particularly lovable at any point in his existence, but even in his great periods, he was small-minded, miserly and paranoid. He called his home his castle not only to keep the state beetles out, but also because, like his feudal predecessor, he thought in terms of ring walls and loopholes. He had to defend his property and his own bad manners, the worst of which were his inability to relate, his lack of charm and his lack of sociability. And among the property worth protecting, he counted his wife and daughters, whom he locked away like his gold treasure. The Falstaff scenes in Shakespeare's Henry V and VI and The Merry Wives of Windsor are very illuminating in this respect, material that is poetically summarized in Verdi's late opera Falstaff. Falstaff is fat, drunk and poor, but he is a nobleman and even in his state of decay, manages to turn the heads of the commoners' wives, at least temporarily, and to incur the furious wrath of the new propertied caste. Falstaff's egotism is as naively reckless as it is guileless. He once again plays the great comedy of courtesy and seduction and outshines his objective overcomers. The ghosts of their predecessors haunt the citizens like evil spirits. They always feel handicapped, sense seducers and deceivers and instinctively long to return to their Protestant early days, when they fought for nature under the banner of asceticism and fought against what was considered unnatural, sensuality and reason, which Luther not coincidentally called a much more hideous whorish evil than a whore. What they produced was never more than a glimpse of freedom, because as individuals they were only ever able to create an abstraction that was supposed to compensate for their actual isolation and detachment from the world. There is not much going on with individualism and the individual, because there was only ever much more than the citizens produced, reserved for a few in rare phases. In the period in which Shakespeare lived, for example, when a great queen and a semi-Catholic state church could still stand up to the black figures with the ugly hairstyles, and the masses were generally not organized as a mob and could at least feel free enough to let off a little steam or even go to the theater, which they were forbidden to do between 1642 and 1660. Individualism is far more a promise for the future than a promise fulfilled in the present. The happiness we long for is so overshadowed by the average, the need to fit in and all the habits associated with wage labor and reproductive work that individualism usually has something melancholy about it and rarely means happiness, but rather the dream of it or the memory of it. This is not to discredit the struggle for happiness, but on the contrary, to demand it as an imperative of reason, i.e. an expression of decidedly Western morality against those for whom reason has turned into health consciousness, and who have therefore imposed a sexual hygiene on sensuality that, in the Islamic commandment to men to make love diligently, and in the coram publico and therefore untrue statements made by Scandinavian female politicians about the most intimate things, that they naturally lead a heartwarming sex life with the same man as they have for 30 years, reveals something about the unhappiness that has now been equalized for both sexes. The difference between the Islamic husband's right to rape at any time and the social democratic effort to subordinate voluntary sex to healthcare should not be minimized. But, and this is what matters, the West has not reached Western standards in the implementation of the promise of happiness. The expression of longing for it to finally be fulfilled is under a spell. In the campaign against smokers, the primeval evil of the modern age is once again on the rise, albeit for the time being far more in the furor of branding and outlawing the vicious, whose followers look up to Fratre Savonarola for the child police and either count him among the righteous in Christ, as Luther did, or quite profanely as a pioneer of modernity. The fact that Reformation actually meant the fight against the truly or supposedly fortunate, that this mission to fight can be traced back through the centuries to the revolutionary labor movement and the so-called anti-colonial movements that followed it, is not part of historiography. Quote, if even the most fortunate can become equal to the most miserable and poorest in the next moment, not through the blind forces of nature, but through causes within human society without apparent fault, and if misfortune is the only normal, not uncertain state, then the concrete individual cannot be very far off. Every hour, society confirms anew that only the circumstances, not the individuals, actually deserve respect. The Reformation, with its morally crushing pathos, its hatred of the vanity of the earthworm, its sinister doctrine of the election of grace, is not so much the opponent of bourgeois humanism as its other, misanthropic side. She is humanism for the masses, he himself is the Reformation for the upper thousands. End quote. From Protestantism came the invocation of the masses for the purpose of mobilizing them as a mob, the declaration of the nullity of each individual, the discrediting of morality in a practical ethics that no longer has any practical reason at all. Quote, as the situation of the masses becomes increasingly hopeless, the individual is finally left with a choice between two modes of behavior, the conscious struggle against the conditions of reality. In it, the positive element of bourgeois morality, the demand for freedom and justice, is immediately contained, but its ideological hypostasis is suspended. Or the unbroken commitment to this morality and the hierarchy corresponding to it. This leads to a secret contempt for one's own concrete existence and a hatred of the happiness of others, to a nihilism that has repeatedly expressed itself in the history of modern times as the practical destruction of everything that is joyful and happy, as barbarism and destruction. End of quote. In the same context, Horkheimer speaks of a crude atomistic materialism, which under the rule of that idealism was and is the actual religion of practice, and warned against taking over the cultural concept of the bourgeoisie, the ascetic hierarchy, its concept of morality into progressive movements and parties, and thus not only misjudging the greatest artistic achievements of the bourgeoisie, but also contributing to the flattening of thought, and ultimately to its defeat. That was in 1936. Today, when the progressive movements and parties have all disappeared and with them the hope that there was still something left to save in 1936, all that remains in the face of a society in Western countries that continues to steadfastly administer its legacy is an esoterically enriched, crudely atomistic materialism with its hatred of the vanity of the individual and its pathos that crushes people and wants to consign the vicious to social ostracism in the name of a duty to health. The hatred of happiness that is expressed in this, which miraculously discharges itself on smokers, who are just a little more sociable than the rest who struggle with their inner bastard, is the original legacy of Christianity in its merciless, senseless and irrational variant, i.e. Protestantism. How pitilessly even those who have been struck down by lung cancer but have never smoked or treated is demonstrated by the SZ, which is so strong in its ostracism, on the occasion of the production of Christoph Schlingensief's play Mea Culpa. Quote, anyone who now groans again that an unruly narcissist is at work here, cannibalizing his life and stylizing it into art, is blocking the participation that Schlingensief grants us. There are not many theater evenings that touch on the truly ultimate things in such a holistic and convincingly authentic way, and with such multimedia sophistication. End quote. And again, it is not the terrible nothingness that death is that should inspire compassion, and again it is not pity for someone who, in the face of death, strides towards the final undignified self-presentation, over which one should spread the cloak of silence and forgiveness, but the obscene pleasure of being present in an act of physical and moral self-dissolution of an individual, i.e. the celebration of that feeling of one's own absolute nothingness that dominates the members of the masses. And it should be added, a feeling that is now shared by those who, ennobled as society, place themselves above it, as well as by the lower millions. Social morality has regressed to the level of necrophilic voyeurism and wants to participate holistically, convincingly, authentically, not in the happiness but in the death of others. In Brazil, the responsible health minister José Temporello was certain in April 2010 that there was a ticking health time bomb. The bomb he feared would explode was, of course, a rather unusual threat to national security: high blood pressure. Temporello hit the headlines in the tabloid press in this country because of his national action plan for crisis prevention. Quote, a soccer match at the weekend should not be the only physical activity for a Brazilian. Adults have to move, walk, dance, and have sex. And a few days later, when asked, he emphasized once again, this is not a joke. I mean it seriously. Exercising regularly also means having sex, always with contraception, of course. End quote. Apart from the impertinence of being encouraged by politicians to have sex for public health, his statements are actually quite remarkable for a Catholic country like Brazil. However, Temporello did not have any specific instructions on which practices are particularly beneficial to health. For that, you have to turn to the sex advice pages of German illustrated newspapers, where sexuality is always dealt with under the heading health. Glamour magazine, for example, explains under the heading sex is healthy and keeps you fit. We recommend these positions. How the breast crawl exercise works. Get down on all fours and make sure that your hands and legs are firmly on the floor. Your partner kneels behind you and crawls your chest 5 times clockwise, then 5 times anti-clockwise. You should both move your pelvic area forwards and backwards. Slowly increase the speed. End quote. It remains unknown how far such a desexualization of sex, as recommended by advisors, extends into the relationships that are usually referred to as partnerships, using an expression from the political or business sections of newspapers. In any case, lust is disposed of where it is no longer possible to distinguish between exercise and sex. Adorno had already noted this tendency. Sexus is being detoxified as sex, a variant of sport as it were, he wrote in 1963 in the essay Sexualibus und Recht Hut. With sex, the health religion occupies an area that, at least in the West, had once freed itself from religious impositions. While asceticism in the classical religions was always aimed at something beyond itself, after all, they still held out the hope of plenty of milk and honey, the cult of health now only refers to itself. Sexual hygiene is joined by a morality of eating whose language barely conceals its quasi-religious content. Advertising language has long known that desserts sell particularly well as little sins, and the greater sin lamented everywhere after the festive season has nothing to do with the holy feast, but a lot to do with the festive roast. The fact that a company for low-fat products with the name "Du darfst" you are allowed, with its chummy gesture that also implies what you are not allowed to do, namely buy from the less low-fat competition, is not perceived by consumers as an imposition to be rejected, but guarantees success on the market, is an indication that the sacred aura with which the goods in the food industry are courted pays homage to the god of health, whose theology of sin can easily compete with that of classical religions. While today it is considered anachronistic, ridiculous, and dogmatic to invoke God and His salvation as the unquestionable ultimate justification for individual action, any nonsense can be justified by referring to doing something because it is healthy. Even some churches advertise in times of a general decline in membership that those who believe in God will live longer and healthier lives. While one can be sure of general approval when mocking the ornamental vestments of the clergy, one is quickly regarded as stubborn and intolerant if one makes fun of the aesthetic impositions of recreational athletes who happily dress up or Nordic walk in cycling and jogging shorts. Strictly speaking, what has been described here as a health religion is, of course, not a religion. It is therefore no less irrational, on the contrary. Classical religiosity presupposes a separation of the sacred and profane spheres. It was this separation that allowed it to be banished to the private sphere in the West in the first place. Health religion, on the other hand, is a cult, i.e., it is characterized less by fixed and formulated beliefs that are postulated for the sacred sphere, but rather manifests itself in the cultic acts of the believers themselves. For its followers, however, it is the sole purpose that does not allow for any boundaries between the sacred and the profane. When eating, only the number of carbohydrates counts, and those who are not too tired after the gym anyway continue their health program while doing mattress sports. The quasi-religious character lies in the unquestionability of health as an end in itself. Of course, there is no such thing as a predetermined end in itself, only one set by people. And so it is also people who set these purposes and at the same time ascribe a value to them. In principle, even in an unfree society, people are free to set purposes and values, even if the process of setting values itself happens unconsciously. It is up to them whether they are prepared to reflect on such purposes or not. As a critic of ideology, however, one should become alert at the latest when such a purpose as health becomes something that no longer requires justification, in other words, an absolute. But how is it that health can become such an ultimate justification? After all, it is by no means self-evident that it can suddenly become the basis of laws, for example in the form of non-smoker protection laws. This is all the less understandable when you consider that there is no evidence to date of how passive smoking increases the risk of heart or lung disease. The results of the relevant studies do not show this, but that is not the point, it is the fact that it is generally believed. More interesting is the question of how health as the highest value can attain the rank of quasi-religious significance, and secondly, how wild projection is declared to be general knowledge in the protection of non-smokers. As an isolated phenomenon, one would have to examine this solely with the means of psychoanalysis, but as a general phenomenon it becomes a question of social criticism. In order to grasp it as such, it is necessary to reflect on the concept of health. Surely everyone has an idea of what the concept of health means. Most of these common ideas can be found in attempts to define the concept of health for the purpose of scientific management. These definitions do not stand up to logical scrutiny. 1. First of all, Health cannot be defined as an empirical feeling of the absence of suffering. Suffering can also be expressed as a diffuse, but by no means necessarily weak feeling. It does not have to correspond to illness, which is usually the opposite of health. One can also suffer from lovesickness, for example, or from having had one too many drinks last night, but this will hardly be described as an illness. If you are trying to grasp concepts from a dual constellation such as illness and health, then it would probably be happiness, which is normally contrasted with suffering. However, happiness and health are by no means the same thing. 2. According to the common medical definition of health, it is also opposed to illness, and health is defined as its absence. Illness is conceived as a collective term for all individually defined diseases. In this case, however, health is a mere word that does not correspond to any of the entities it refers to. 3. If, on the other hand, health is defined as an idea like the World Health Organization, which defines it as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, then it would in any case be an unattainable and very abstract concept in the given circumstances. In any case, it would be a very abstract ideal that is unattainable in the given circumstances and should not be sufficient as a basis for legislation. Insofar as health and illness can then be spoken of in an empirical sense, the two would not be mutually exclusive qualities, as in the medical definition, but values on a scale, i.e., merely gradual concepts. It is noticeable here that the two common scientific definitions of health, the medical and the WHO definition, are logically mutually exclusive. While one is based on an absolute qualitative opposition of health and illness, in the other, if it is to have any meaning for reality, it is pure relation. Does the concept of health therefore perhaps have no real corresponding substrate in reality at all? Is it perhaps a mere construct, as particularly radical postmodernists might claim? It is indeed a construct, but only insofar as every concept is a construct. This is precisely why this title is completely empty. It is unsuitable for grasping the content of a concept at all, and therefore also unsuitable for explaining whether it is actually just a meaningless word, a mere token of scientific definition mania, or a concept that also refers to something non-conceptual, something real. All these attempts to define the concept of health are at least inadequate. They are mutually exclusive, without any reason being given as to why one definition should be given priority over the other. What the listed definitions have in common is that they attempt to define the concept of health as an ontological, timeless definition. The abstraction from a historical and social context is a set premise here, which, however, proves to be inherently untenable because the predicates of the respective definitions, for example, well-being, are by no means unhistorical. The aristocrat of the 17th century is likely to have understood something quite different from the ecologist of the 21st. And the Protestant citizen of the 19th century something different from the citizen of the Roman city-state. Ultimately, however, the claim to scientific objectivity proves to be pure subjectivism, and as a consequence, nothing remains but the nonsense that those who feel healthy are healthy. In contrast, it should be assumed here that the concept of health can only be grasped if it is placed in relation to the social totality. From a social perspective, the definition of the individual as healthy means, first of all, fulfilling the prerequisites to be able to fulfill their social function, regardless of whether this function consists of going to school or work, or having to be permanently ready as a Hartz-IV recipient, to be nagged by the employment office, or to be available to the labor market. Health is thus not only a condition, but also the mute compulsion that weighs on the material bearer of the commodity of labor power to behave as a commodity of labor power or as state material. Empiricism makes it clear that this is basically a trivial circumstance. One is ill when the doctor, in the last instance the medical officer as representative of the sovereign, writes the patient sick and thus judges the patient according to whether the conditions to fulfill his function, be it to be exploited or to go to school, are temporarily given or not. The aforementioned medical definitions of illness abstract from their own basis. The cataloging of illnesses serves to legalize the doctor's decisions about the ability to work. The medical profession holds court over the physical and psychological conditions of the commodity of labor. In cases of doubt, this legalization easily turns into an order. In 2009, the Monitor program reported on long-term unemployed who were classified as presumably permanently mentally handicapped by the medical service of the Magdeburg Employment Agency on the basis of an intelligence test based on files, i.e., without even having seen the diagnosing doctor. The test was ostensibly used to check competitiveness on the labor market. Anyone who did not understand it would then no longer have to look for a job on the labor market, but in a sheltered workshop. From the perspective of the self-valorization of value, the physicality of individuals is always twofold. It is both a condition for the possibility of continued exploitation and an obstacle to it. Condition because commodities, including the commodity of labor power, not only cannot go to market themselves, but also do not come into being by themselves in production, i.e., it requires the expenditure of nerves, muscles, and brains in order to be able to produce commodities, i.e., to fulfill the necessary, if not sufficient, condition for the exploitation of value. Obstacle, because despite the mastery of nature, the body's neediness cannot yet be exorcised. Their wear and tear through wear and tear makes leisure time, i.e., the reproduction time of labor power and the labor power container itself, necessary. Subjectively, for the bearer of the commodity of labor power, health is the identification with relating to oneself as a commodity of labor power or state material. Objectively, this results in the conflict, common to all human development to date, between the mere corporeality of human beings and the transformation of the body into a body that accompanies every process of civilization. Under capitalist conditions, this conflict is doubled in that working time must always come up against the limits set by the corporeality of the commodity of labor power. The fact that these limits are not static but dynamic is a well-known result of competition, which must always be taken into account when talking about the commodity of labor power. In times of crisis, competition consists above all of an omnipresent threat, to be superfluous, to no longer be needed. Today, this superfluousness is no longer that of an industrial reserve army. Because the chance of reintegration is zero for many, redundancy today means being garbage, of which there is more than enough, so that the garbage cannot seriously hope to be recycled. The followers of the health religion want to prove what they are prepared to do to themselves voluntarily. The English phrase fit for fun is quite correct, adapted for fun, in other words, adapted to the conditions that the market imposes on those who are usually more, and rarely less, willing to be exploited. The German term for fitness from the 1970s was no less clear. The German Sports Federation initiated the so-called Trim-Dike movement, which, with its permanently grinning mascot Trimmy and slogans such as Ein schlauer Trim die Ausdauer, a smart one trims endurance, actually turned sport into a mass phenomenon, convincing the ever-positive job market trimming conformists that overcoming the inner bastard in endurance sports and eating salad out of conviction are rather joyless affairs is like trying to teach a dog to talk. The ideas of debauchery and ecstasy are correspondingly lousy. Today, the eccentric climax of pleasure and sensuality is considered to be almost exclusively the ever-same rhythmic monotony in discotheques, which has to be mechanically repeated every weekend. Whether sport, disco, pop music, or self-realization in a drumming class, what Adorno and Horkheimer assigned to the sphere of work in the age of industrial production, the universal victory of the rhythm of mechanical production and reproduction, which promises that nothing will change, this defines the leisure sphere in the post-industrial age. It is not only the goal of sport, physical fitness, that refers to the middle class's fear of decline, but also the means. The constant uniformity of movement when jogging, walking, or lifting weights is underlined both among outdoor athletes and in the gym by the constant rhythm of the music, which suggests, whether through headphones or speakers, that it will always go on like this. This is completely homologous to discotheques, where it is probably no coincidence that a noise reduced to mere rhythm, known as electronic music, has become the almost exclusive sound system. The panic and aggression that is always apparent when the rhythm stops for a moment because the DJ has made a mistake, and there is silence for a few seconds, shows how deep the fear still reaches into the physical constitution of even those who have yet to start paid work. The competition mentioned above is not just immediate economic competition. Competition on the market for sexual and romantic partners is no less ruthless than the labor market. In dating ads, you are now more likely to find references to physical fitness, a healthy diet, and above all, being a non-smoker than a description of looks or at least an attempt to stand out from the competition with an original slogan. So it's no wonder that a couple who have found each other on the basis of such characteristics can't think of anything better to do with their time together than to use it to do sport together. The in itself absurd idea that someone who first does sport in order to be successful in the competition for sexual partners then, as a reward for their success, performs the breast crawl exercise together with their sexual and sporting partner next to the open glamour, does not seem so far removed from reality. It is also not uncommon for desperate solitude to drive people into discotheques. It is all the more striking that couple dancing, which offers a comparatively easy opportunity to ask someone of the desired sex to dance and get to know them, has disappeared from the majority of dance events. This also disavows the constantly put forward argument that you can dance so well to electronic music. It only proves how much the idea of what dance is subject to monotonous uniformity. Not that couple dances such as disco fox, rumba, jive, etc. do not also presuppose a constant rhythm. But in contrast to the monadic self-centered jerking around, the rhythm for the couple dance, like its predetermined form, serves the at best tender and sensual mutual object relationship of the couple, and in this respect contains a moment of sublimation of the partial drives, without at the same time being necessarily or completely subjected to the reproductive function. In contrast to sport happiness, which consists of the blurring of the rigid ego boundaries between the dance partners for the moment, ideally compensates for the effort without which no happiness, and certainly no sexual happiness, is possible. At the same time, however, the couple's dance is shaped by etiquette and style and could thus be reified into a harmless ritual, like the weekend excess of the discotheques. However, discotheques have by no means liberated us from etiquette. The norms of behavior and dress codes have not disappeared, they have merely been democratized, internalized, and above all, divided up into sectors. The ego boundaries are also blurred in the case of the disco dancer, but not in favor of the other, but without a fixed object reference. Autoeroticism and merging with the crowd are indistinguishably the same thing here. It can be assumed that being absorbed in the monotony of a rhythm that remains the same offers a substitute for the object reference that promises sexual happiness, as a regression into infantile sexuality, the sources of which Freud identified in the 3 treatises on sexual theory as sexual excitement through rhythmic mechanical vibrations of the body, on the one hand, and the desire to move on the other. Freud later added the following comment: modern cultural education, as is well known, makes extensive use of sport to distract young people from sexual activity. It would be more correct to say that it replaces sexual pleasure with a desire for movement and reduces sexual activity to one of its autoerotic components. End quote. While the effects on what is called quality of life are presumably rather small in the case of long-term athletes in relation to the effort involved, the effects on libido are possibly far greater. Even if recreational sports and discos are certainly not the only reasons for this, the Shell studies, for example, confirm a permanent decline in sexual activity among young people in recent decades. To come back to the starting point, the health ideal cannot deliver what it promises. No matter how much fruit and vegetables are consumed, no matter how many hours spent in the gym and on fitness trails, they do not guarantee that what they are supposed to prevent can occur, the throwing back to the crisis nature of the individual body experienced in illness. This crisis proneness is also, but not only, a natural one. It is always measured by the ability to function for work. Everyone must be measured against this, which abstracts from all individual abilities and prerequisites. The fact that the assumption of generally equal prerequisites and abilities, which must be given so that someone can fulfill their function, is a fiction is only made clear in a negative way. The fact that it is apparently self-evident that no women's quota is demanded for physically demanding work shows that, at least for certain jobs, there is no tacit abstraction from a characteristic that is, actually, not available to the individual, namely gender. However, gender is probably the least individual characteristic of all. Not only because numerous symptoms of illness are caused by stress and strain at work in the first place, but also because of the dependence of the medical definition of illness on the functionality of the commodity of labor. The assumption that there is an illness per se that is not affected by the social totality is a socially necessary illusion. Illness is certainly never something pleasant. However, the experience of powerlessness to cope with everyday life that emanates from it is an effect of social powerlessness and superfluousness. It is more than just a narcissistic insult to lie cut off in bed at home while things go on as usual. It is the experience made on one's own body that one does not matter in a world in which everyone is replaceable. The threat of illness is intensified because it carries with it the threat of uselessness and superfluousness in economic and sexual terms. Even the experience of one's own illness is often only immediate in appearance. Where the threat of superfluousness is not reflected as a result of social conditions, but is to be combated through the physical characteristics of one's own body, and the subjective conditioning into a particularly durable commodity of labor power in no way guarantees its sale, the danger of failure is permanently projected onto potential attackers from outside who could harm one's own health. The health ideal itself thus tends towards delusion, becomes pathological, an illness in a thoroughly clinical sense. Hitler, who was able to embody the ego ideal of the Germans not despite but because of his paranoid schizophrenia, believed, according to the minutes of his dinner table conversations, that the German people owed their salvation to the fact that he had stopped smoking. A friend recently told me an anecdote from the Freiburg district of the up-and-coming eco-middle-class Vauban. When he had lit a cigarette in the street, a mother who happened to be passing by asked him if he wanted to gas her child. Another friend reported that his father began to cough involuntarily when he saw someone smoking, even if it was only on television. These extreme examples indicate that the health ideal itself tends to be pathological and becomes what it claims to prevent, a disease. For example, the connection between sport and pathological compulsive behavior and between non-smoker protection and compulsive washing could be examined. On this basis, the concepts of health and illness can no longer be treated abstractly as opposites. And it is certainly not possible to transfigure prevailing health into the realm of freedom. Rather, its deification proves to be a voluntary affirmation of social coercion, which almost completely subordinates one's own physicality to its function as a commodity of labor power. There is certainly a social compulsion to keep healthy, and to make something of oneself as a paternal jargon demands, but there is no compulsion to identify with this social imposition, as the health religionists do, and certainly no compulsion to bother one's environment with it as a private non-smoking block warden. At least this includes the advantage that you can keep these people off your back with a cigarette. Nowadays, nothing is less questionable than the idea that health is the highest good worth protecting. When the World Health Organization, WHO 1946, defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, then only its unattainability in this world is true. That it is about well-being proves to be a rationalization. After all, health and illness are by no means determined by individual well-being. Anyone who is in a bad mood, lovesick, or has had a little too much to drink will hardly be considered ill. A health religion, albeit without any transcendence, can be diagnosed not only metaphorically. The ideal is unattainable and the path leads via asceticism, i.e. renunciation of stimulants, self-mortification in sport, and confession to the family doctor. The priest's robe is replaced by the doctor's coat. The knowledge monopoly of medieval clerics on the path to salvation is replaced by that of physicians on the path to health. Practical basic medical knowledge is simply not taught outside of the relevant specialist studies. Just as the dissenters from the official doctrine once roamed the lands preaching the true path to salvation, so today the faith healers with their gemstone nonsense and laying on of hands. As much as it may be more sensible to see a doctor when in doubt, in these conditions the wrong social form overshadows any potential social progress. As far as medicine is concerned, every development remains the intellectual property of its developers. Those who need medical help most urgently, the people of the Third World, not only lack only food, which could have been produced in sufficient quantities long ago, but also the medicines whose level of development could easily alleviate a large part of the unimaginable suffering there. In this world, however, suffering is no more a reason for alleviating it than hunger is a reason for producing it. Demand that is not solvent is not demand, even if the propagandists of the supply-demand relationship always forget to mention this. Analogously in the metropolises, as long as doctors are paid for being sick, a saint among them may resist the temptation, if not to prolong being sick, at least to look forward to getting well with concern. End quote. What applies to the doctor's racket, Horkheimer, also applies to the pharmaceutical industry. You don't have to be an esoteric anti-vaccinationist or conspiracy theory aides denier to have doubts about the rationality of pharmaceutical production, as long as medicines take the form of commodities, i.e. are produced for sale. The scientific method is indelibly attached to the form of the modern medical establishment. The person and his or her experience are replaced by the symptom, which, blind to the complex processes that cause it, is reified as a mere functional disorder. Isolated in this way, the symptom is deprived of its expressive content. It falls silent in that, deprived of its personal and social context, it refers tautologically to itself. Medical empiricism constructs a body amputated of its history and its personal integration, a mindless and will-less object on which medical procedures are applied. Weimer. The subservience of the patient in front of the white coat, the totalization of medicine, the increasing number of prescribed psychotropic drugs, holistic nutrition, diets, and the cult of fitness have long since become an everyday ideology that not only feeds entire branches of industry, but also takes up large parts of an individual's lifetime. In the meantime, every age, from prenatal diagnosis to birth, puberty, the years of working life and retirement, is under the control of the doctor. A doctor's opinion is still needed to finally be dead. So as not to be misunderstood, what is wrong with the totality of medicine is its social form, not its ideal, to alleviate suffering. It has become an ideology because the ideal cannot be realized under social conditions. A tendency towards eternal life, provided that it could be lived with fulfilled time, would be a not too small promise of medical progress if it were aimed at humanity and not at the crazy form of their relationship. This contradiction between social form and ideal was bound to provoke reactionary criticism of medicine from esoterics and other crackpots. Anyone who does not want to talk about the social form of medical production should remain silent about both the machinations of the pharmaceutical companies and the reactionary criticism of medicine. There is as little actual health as there is an actual human being. Its essence can only be defined as the health of the commodity of labor power. The concept of health therefore only has objectivity as an expression of the internalized compulsion to preserve the material carrier of the commodity of labor power and the material of the state. As a material carrier, the body that has been cultivated into a body is, since the capital relation has been in the world, both an obstacle and a condition for the possibility of continued exploitation. Obstacle, because despite all mastery of nature, the body's neediness cannot be exorcised. Condition, because commodities in general and the commodity of labor power in particular cannot go to the market or to work themselves. It has been shown, writes Marx, that the laborer is often compelled to make his individual consumption a mere incident of the production process. In this case, he adds food to himself in order to keep his labor power going, like coal and water to the steam engine, and oil to the wheel. His means of consumption are then mere means of consumption of a means of production. It was indeed amusing to hear a few years ago that over 60% of Kreuzberg kebab shops use pork for cost reasons. However, when the same competitive pressure leads to the use of rotten meat, it is less funny. The constant food scandals are, of course, just the tip of the iceberg, where the quality of the consumer goods is irrelevant. Of course, this is nothing new. In Capital, Marx already reports on Benjamin Thompson's cookbook with all kinds of recipes for substituting surrogates for the workers' expensive normal food, as well as the fact that the art of counterfeiting emerges from capitalist production. From the reports of the last Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry into the counterfeiting of foodstuffs, we see that even the counterfeiting of medicines in England is not the exception, but the rule. Rauter also states, the French chemist Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Chevalier, 1793–1879, listed up to 30 methods of adulteration in a treatise for 600 different articles that he had examined. He mentioned that he did not know all the methods of counterfeiting, and that he did not mention all those he did know. For sugar he lists 6 methods of adulteration, for olive oil 9, for butter 10, for salt 12, 19 for milk, 20 for bread, 23 for brandy, 24 for flour, 28 for chocolate, 30 for wine, 32 for coffee. Cheers! So the working class, even outside the immediate labor process, is just as much an accessory of capital as the dead instrument of labor. When it is no longer needed, it belongs in the bin. This creates the vague belief that if you kept fit, you would probably still be needed for the valorization process. However, the functionality of the material carrier is only a condition of possibility, not a guarantee of utilization. We will come back to this in a moment. Identifying health with the absence of suffering belies its social form. The dualism of health and illness abstracts precisely from individual suffering and therefore identifies both as empty and yet powerful abstractions. On the confusions in the attempt to define the concept of illness, see Zapka as an example. For reasons of expediency, the concept of illness has not been defined by law. Confusions arise here due to the lack of exact standards for the measurability of health. It remains up to the individual institutions to institutionalize and exploit their own concept of illness that is adequate to their socio-political function. Healthy people are those who are able to fulfill their function. Those who are not, the language is so treacherous, can be written off sick. It is not a matter of subjective unwell-being, but ultimately of the medical officer, i.e., albeit mediated, of the sovereignty of the state. Illness is therefore also not a construct, as the group critic Imhangemensch/Jungelink suggests with regard to disability, i.e. permanent functional incapacity, when it speaks of a socially enforced understanding instead of social conditions. Instead of looking for the scandal in a society that, regardless of the individual prerequisites of the individual, forces them to compare themselves in competition and therefore singles out the disabled as superfluous and unusable human material, they seriously believe that to refer positively to something as cruel as a disability was and still is radical. But being radical means criticizing something at its social root and not turning shit into gold, as Philippe Witzmann aptly denounced similar ideologizations. The disabled are not superfluous because the majority society refuses to see disability as its own culture, way of life, art, as the young leftists demand with consummate cynicism, not without a dialectical somersault, because the flip side of this is the positive reference to precisely those sorting categories that make exclusion possible in the first place. But because the categories of this society are objective forms, the demands on the individuals are real. The authors unashamedly accuse the Superman actor Christopher Reeves of the all-too understandable fact that the disabled hope for a cure. Heroically, he has committed himself to a cure for paraplegia instead of to better living conditions for disabled people, as if the undoubtedly honorable engagement for better living conditions excluded that for a cure. The authors are not far removed from postmodern ideologues who disdain the possible medical abolition of deafness as linguistic and cultural genocide. If, as is currently the case, unemployment figures are rising and reintegration into the labor market is becoming increasingly unlikely, then these categories can of course also be expanded. The Monitor program recently reported on long-term unemployed, who are suddenly classified as mentally handicapped by the employment agency without even having seen the doctor who diagnosed them. In future, those affected will no longer have to look for a job on the labor market, but in a sheltered workshop. But here too, it is not simply a social understanding that has changed, but the social conditions on which health, illness, and disability depend. Health is not a private matter, the motto of the health management project of a major German insurance company. Quote, "The old argument that people do sport to stay fit is only untrue because it presents fitness as a goal in its own right. Fitness for work, however, is probably one of the secret purposes of sport." End quote. This is plausible, but only rational for the athlete if the work would require fitness. Physical work, however, which would require physical fitness, has not completely disappeared, especially after the so-called Third Industrial Revolution, but has been massively reduced. The desk worker requires just as little physical fitness as the person who constantly presses the same button in the car factory. At most, it is limited to a minimum to maintain the material carrier of the workforce, which is used up by the monotonous one-sidedness of the work. Quote, "In many cases, people will first do things to themselves in sport and then enjoy as a triumph of their own freedom what they have to do to themselves under social pressure and make it palatable." End quote. Social pressure in times of crisis consists mainly of the threat of becoming superfluous to the free economy, and thus immediately dependent on state violence. Those who are unable to find a job are no longer part of the Industrial Reserve Army, i.e. temporarily redundant, but are increasingly certain to become permanent. It is not in order to increase the chances of reintegration into the labor market that the unemployed are being harassed with job application training, further education, and other occupational therapies, but for the sake of discipline itself and ties to the state on the one hand, and the maintenance of a now absurdly gigantic official machinery on the other. Apart from the job application trainer, this occupational therapy does not create any new jobs. Job application training does not eliminate unemployment any more than a raincoat eliminates a tsunami. In times of overproduction, the conditions for creating more jobs, at least in the so-called free economy, are not in place and will not be for the foreseeable future. This is as trivial as it is momentous. Just as the realization that one is nothing more than an interchangeable carrier of labor power does not allow one to remain sitting on the sofa while one's own labor power goes cheerfully to work, the realization that one's own corporeality is potentially superfluous on the one hand, but on the other hand may and should continue to exist for reasons that are by no means reasonable, does not allow one to overcome the contradiction. This contradiction is reproduced as that of self-determination over life and limb on the one hand, and the state's claim to influence it on the other. In Extrablatt, Art Hugenay writes, "On the one hand, the health reform emphasizes the individual's responsibility for their own recovery and the preservation of their bodies. On the other hand, the new smoking bans and debates about flat-rate parties for binge-drinking youth or the increased taxation of unhealthy foods are part of the classic prohibitive drug policy, which is the opposite of liberalization." End quote. It is true that the state bans on smoking and drugs are the authoritarian measure par excellence, as they break with the rules of classical liberal statehood, in which the law explicitly left it up to citizens to decide which goods they acquire and consume. End of quote. However, a monopoly on the use of force has always meant the privilege of the sovereign to decide over the life and limb of its people. Freedom and self-determination is that of the commodity of labor and the citizen. Hartz IV puts it on record: the more economic conditions produce superfluous human material, the more the state power cashes in on the mediations of labor contract and wage performance and appropriates the superfluous as immediate state property. Democratic Imperial Labor Service. As long as the state does not go into a state of emergency, the superfluous are allowed to continue to vegetate, i.e. merely survive, until further notice. Quote, "What the Red-Green government began with its healthcare reform and Hartz IV is being continued mercilessly by the Grand Coalition. It is frightening how sure the state can be of the applause of its citizens, who do not go to the barricades, but see the new self-responsibility as a reward for their efforts to keep fit for recovery with diet, Nordic walking and power yoga." End quote. However, citizens are not simply applauding this, as self-responsibility for keeping fit is older than the latest laws. It is not the state that dictates the health mania, because it would calculate it for exploitation purposes. Politicians and citizens alike behave as agents of one and the same authoritarian social tendency, which is no longer aimed at the immediate exploitation process, but, as is yet to be shown, represents an authoritarian program for crisis management. The threat of no longer being needed weighs on every individual, and they seem to sense it and literally run away. The recreational athletes, joggers and walkers who have let go are fugitives. In any case, there is no other way to understand the paradox that, on the one hand, the cult of fit for fun is enjoying ever greater popularity, while on the other, professional activities in which physical fitness would actually be necessary are increasingly disappearing. After all, no one who has ever watched these humorless fitness fanatics, overcoming their inner weaker self, seriously believes that this is stomping for fun. The crisis of capital corresponds to the crisis of the subject. The social pressure today is one that could best be characterized as the threat of superfluity. The more superfluousness increases and manifests itself, the more subjects want to prove what they are prepared to do to themselves. Those who are fit will probably still be needed, according to the structural self-deception in times of general fear of superfluousness. It is not health and social policy that produce a permanent panic in the subject, as Hugenay says, because there is no sign of panic anywhere. A diffuse fear and powerlessness fills the individual, and authoritarian politics is an attempt to turn it outwards. Crisis management. The fact that the high earners are struggling in the gyms is not an objection, but merely shows that the objective threat of no longer being needed does not even stop at the pathetic remnants of the former ruling class. It is not, as Friedrich Schorb suggests in the Extrablatt, that the legislators' measures simply serve to safeguard Germany as a business location, because economically speaking, the whole effort is hardly worthwhile in relation to the expected benefits. Quote, if the location is to maintain its privileged position in world trade, the quality of its human capital must be constantly optimized. To this end, productivity, age structure, health parameters such as the body mass index, BMI, and the educational level of the population must be subjected to regular rankings and corrected again and again. End quote. However, Schorb avoids the question of which professional activities would require something like the BMI. He is playing into the hands of the rationalization efforts of those he wants to criticize. The BMI does not serve to increase economic productivity, but is an expression of pure fetishism. With the best will in the world, it will not be possible to construct a connection between the BMI and the productivity of labor. Of course, this will not prevent anyone from requesting information on BMI in job applications in the future. Even if the articles by Schorb and Hugenay from the Extrablatt on the health craze are subjected to selective criticism here, it is still to their credit that they have provided an otherwise largely accurate critique. Rather, the politicians themselves are just flesh of the flesh, as interchangeable as they are potentially superfluous, and they are just as guilty until they look like dried-up crisp bread. Quote, health is not a commodity, health is not a private matter, health concerns us all. Dr. Daniel Rumkorff, consultant for health policy and care in the Left Party parliamentary group in the Bundestag. Of course, nothing would be more obvious than to attribute this crisis to the senseless form of this society, which strives to keep itself alive, even if it is barely able to do so, no matter what sacrifices it demands. The pointlessness of the vast majority of activities is not admitted, but as long as they are work, they are assumed to have the highest meaning for this reason alone. The fact that this meaninglessness persists, however, is due to the fact that it does not want to be reflected upon, but instead of reflection, the functional monads cheerfully set about maintaining the whole nonsense, i.e. voluntarily turning themselves into executors of it. The fear of superfluity is split off and projected outwards, transforming itself into a hatred of the superfluous and ornamental. Loose treatise Ornament and Crime from 1908 shows that the connection between the cult of health and hostility towards ornament is not far-fetched. Ornament is not only produced by criminals, it commits a crime by seriously damaging people's health, their national wealth, and thus their cultural development. End quote. That ornament damages health may sound adventurous. For Luce, it is an expression of superfluous work, and he seriously believes that if ornaments were removed, there would be a massive reduction in working hours. Quote, ornament is wasted labor and therefore wasted health. It has always been like that. Today, however, it also means wasted material, and both mean wasted capital. End quote. However, his hostility to ornament was still related to his desire to protect art against the poor aestheticization of everyday objects. To this end, he relies on evolution, which is, of course, the tendency of capital itself. No one, not even state power, can stop the evolution of humanity. It can only be delayed. We can wait. But it is a crime against the national economy that human labor, money, and material are being destroyed as a result. End of quote. However, Luce, who anticipated the bad habit of many email writers with his small-scale writing, does the math without the host. Art is, by its very nature, inexpedient, and to hope for the salvation of art through the movement of capital, of all things, means nothing more than, at best, granting it that niche existence from which no reason can really be given as to why it should still exist at all. It is no coincidence that a positivist like Carnap disqualifies any thinking that he attributes to metaphysics as the flatus vocis of impeded musicians. The accusation refers to the superfluous. Those who made this accusation always saw themselves as the most advanced, unfortunately rarely wrongly. How the Russian positivist Juskevich himself characterized his thinking fits like a glove. Positivism is the intellectual ideology of the healthy. End quote. The fact that the pot-bellied capitalist with a cigar had already empirically disappeared in the 20th century never prevented anti-capitalists from using him as a symbol for capitalism. The anti-Semitic tendency of such depictions has been widely pointed out in numerous texts, but rarely has the depicted attributes themselves been reflected upon. The big belly and the cigar as symbols of excess, of uselessness. The connection between such thoroughly Protestant images and the increasing resentment against allegedly immoderate eating and smoking is obvious. A sociology of children's behavior towards fat peers is long overdue. The problem is more than well known and has long since been anthropologized and ontologized. Children are just like that. It could also have been interesting to investigate the extent to which the ban on smoking in pubs has changed attitudes toward smoking, both among non-smokers and smokers. Experience has shown that since the state has been propagating the protection of non-smokers feel more often called upon to turn up their noses at annoying smoke, and the author is really interested to know whether they also felt annoyed before and just didn't dare to say anything, or whether they themselves only realized after the ban that they actually felt annoyed. Then smokers also disenfranchise themselves by declaring that they are actually quite grateful for the smoking ban, as they now smoke less. Quote, "Smoking is not a private matter," Dr. Norbert Vetter, League for Life and Health. Wherever non-smoker protection is seriously propagated, you have to fear the worst. It's really hard to imagine what kind of nonsense could be justified with such rigorous words. The author assumed that the term non-smoker protection was due to the current efforts to constitute a community of smoking victims, for whose protection the state and society should stand up. This assumption that non-smoker protection was a more recent or newer word proved to be wrong.
The Nazi-Physizian Fritz Lickend Alrea die UZ-IT in Tabak und Organismus, wich was Publicet in 1939 und behalf auf der Reichsarbeitsgemeinschaft für Rauschgiftbekämpfung im Reichsausschuss für Volksgesundheitsdienst.
This major work of the anti-smoking movement will be discussed later. The yellow boxes at railroad stations where smokers have to go, even if the station is open air, are simply absurd. One should not draw exaggerated comparisons with yellow stars, but the signal effect of the color and the intention of, at least temporary exclusion is obvious. Almost every smoker who frequently travels by train will have experienced how other travelers reprimand smokers who do not adhere exactly, or perhaps not at all, to the restrictions. It is no exaggeration to describe this as a blockade mentality. The same block warden mentality, by the way, that shouts at mooching punks to get a job or, as has long been the case in many cities, wants to ban public drinking in the city center. It would indeed be a task of practical, everyday ideological criticism to counter such slogans or plans, regardless of whether one likes the accused or not. What these denunciations have in common is hatred of what the guardians of virtue forbid themselves, as an expression of projected weakness, which they would like to give in to and which they therefore hate all the more. There is always the potential for persecution. You have to think a lot of the politicians if you believe that the protection of non-smokers is really about the physical well-being of pub employees, for example. Should we seriously believe the gentlemen of this country, who oblige people to do such pointless, degrading and highly dangerous jobs for €1 an hour, such as cleaning the verges of freeways with garbage tongs when traffic is speeding past, that they have an interest in the physical well-being of pub employees? They probably even believe it themselves. And not from scrap metal, broken glass or tire parts lying around that could endanger traffic, no, but from chewing gum wrappers and cigarette butts. As there are normally cleaning vehicles for this, the author assumes that these cleaning crews, which he has seen several times, are a job creation measure. I don't know whether the smokers among the garbage collectors on the highway are forbidden to smoke while working to protect non-smoking colleagues or families stuck in traffic jams, but I wouldn't put it past the responsible authorities. Just another reason to assume that the business of politics is run by unpredictable, schizophrenic lunatics. Indeed, of course, in unpredictable, lunatic states it cannot be run by anyone other than lunatics. But let's take another step back. One could now admit that the smoking ban at open train stations is absurd, that the physical well-being of employees is not in the interest of the legislators, and that non-smoker protection is a non-word, and yet object that the harm caused to non-smokers by smokers is probably a fact, and so the non-smoker protection law does at least have a positive side effect. In 1993, the lawyer Klaus Zapka published a book entitled Passivrätchen und Recht, Passive Smoking and the Law, which, among other things, deals with the studies available at the time, in particular the well-known Hirayama study on the harm caused to non-smokers. Quote, Hirayama found that non-smoking wives of smoking men had a significantly higher risk of lung cancer than those who were married to a non-smoker. Other prospective studies, however, showed no significant increase in the risk of lung cancer, IBID page 30. Only the study by Hirayama, however, was elevated by the Federal Health Office to the decisive basis for risk assessment, IBID page 31. In this study, non-smoking wives of smoking men were compared with non-smoking wives of non-smoking men. In 6 points, Zapka now demonstrates, in a very positivistic manner, decisive methodological shortcomings of the study. It does not mention the extent or location of passive smoking, the average age used was not representative, the smokers surveyed were only asked once about their smoking habits, in a 14-year study period, a number of important confounding factors, such as general environmental pollution, cooking habits or exposure at the workplace were not taken into account, IBID page 32, and in relation to the 200 deaths, of 91,540 wives, histological examinations were carried out on only 23 people, while for others only the death certificate was available. One should be puzzled by the fact that according to Hirayama's findings, the suicide risk of non-smoking wives of smoking husbands is similar to their risk of lung cancer, IBID page 33. As a clean scientist, he naturally offers a plausible explanation for this phenomenon. One can assume that there are two types of people. One effortlessly tolerates the cigarette smoke of others, the second is incapable of doing so. Women of this second type, because they cannot escape the smoke for social reasons, take flight by killing themselves, IBID. With reference to older studies, the WHO had already stated unequivocally in 1986, from the studies on non-smokers to date, it can be concluded that passive smoking is associated with both an increased risk and that there is no risk at all. End quote. Beda M. Stadler at any rate disputes the unambiguous harmfulness of passive smoking for the year 2008. Quote, the anti-passive smoking campaign was launched in America in 1993 with a study by the Environmental Protection Agency. No hard data was provided at the time, but projections were. And these were succinctly summarized. Passive smoking kills thousands. So have thousands of people also been killed by smokers in Switzerland in recent years? The extrapolations are in fact interpretations of meta-studies. Such analyses summarize primary studies using quantitative statistical methods. At the time, only 11 studies were analyzed. I read through a forest of studies and was astonished. Even in more recent studies on cancer or heart disease in passive smokers, you usually only find an odds ratio of around 2. This means that a passive smoker has twice the risk of developing lung cancer, for example, compared to a person in a smoke-free environment. A doubling sounds like a lot, but the absolute figures here are so small that sober researchers consider an odds ratio of 2 to be insignificant. Because the ice was getting thin, in 2006 the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services had to deliver a 700-page report, The Health Consequences of Involuntary Exposure to Tobacco Smoke, to further fuel the secondhand smoke scare. The head of the American Health Authority presented his report to the media with the words, "The secondhand smoke debate is over." The harmful effects of passive smoking have been proven once and for all with this report. Somewhat intimidated, I took a look at the largest study cited in the report, from the British Medical Journal. This prospective study covered a period of 39 years and involved 8094 Californians. More specifically, 35561 non-smokers with a smoking partner were analyzed. This megastudy will probably never be repeated on such a large scale because it is too expensive and, above all, because no causal link between passive smoking and mortality has been proven. If the results of this study are taken seriously, the relative risk of passive smokers dying from lung cancer is even a quarter lower than for non-smokers. End of quote. However, Stadler is wrong in one respect. The campaign against passive smoking did not begin in 1993, but in 1939, and not in the USA, but in Nazi Germany. In that year, the Nazi physician Fritz Lickint published his magnum opus, Tabak und die Organismus, Tobacco and the Organism, which is considered the first comprehensive scientific account of the tobacco problem, with over 1,200 pages. It not only mentions the need for non-smoker protection, but also mentions passive smoking for the first time in Lickint's work. Excursus: Nazi-fascist non-smoker protection. Health is not a private matter. Health is your duty. National Socialist slogan. Counter-revolution, of which Nazi fascism is the most terrible example, is the attempt to not only ideologically transform social relations, social second nature, into the quality of blood and race, but to transform them through collective practice to the point of indistinguishability. To create this state against the contradictions of bourgeois socialization, against the Faustian conflict between the drive for accumulation and the drive for pleasure, the annihilation of the Jews as an external enemy served this purpose, as did the propagated struggle that every people's comrade had to wage against the Jewish principle in each individual, the inner Jew. The striking parallel to the fight against the inner bastard is again exaggerated and yet frightening. Pleasure is the overflowing moment that bourgeois society promised and yet can never realize. It is both an individual matter and the moment in which the individual goes beyond his mere social function, negating it. The guardians of virtue of all stripes have therefore consistently opposed pleasure since time immemorial, just as, conversely, hostility to pleasure is counter-revolutionary. It is no coincidence that one of the largest German-language Islamist websites, Muslim Market, has a whole category called Anti-Smoking Muslims. The American historian Robert N. Proctor has provided a helpful source of material for our investigation. He only mentions in passing the dividing line between enjoyment and pleasure that the Reichsleiter der Deutschen Arbeitsfront Robert Ley wanted to draw. The former was bad, the latter good, because the meaning is not clear to him or does not seem scientifically justifiable to him. This proves to be highly revealing. Pleasure presupposes leisure and distance from the object and, although it can certainly be experienced in society, is an individual matter. Pleasure, on the other hand, is associated with a moment of supposed authenticity and immediacy. One can hardly imagine a cry of pleasure with all the imagination. The people's comrades may have cheered the Führer with joy, but they will hardly have experienced this state as pleasure. For Proctor, as a positivist historian, however, the phenomena he describes stand side by side and always refer only to themselves. It is not really clear why he is interested in Nazi health policy, as he finds the disturbing gap between the horrific crimes of the time and their groundbreaking achievements in the field of public health an irresolvable paradox. According to him, the fact that the prisoners in Dachau produced biodynamic honey or that National Socialist health activists launched the world's first large-scale non-smoking campaign has little or nothing to do with the barbaric ideology of the Nazis. So it seems to him to be nothing more than individual folly when, in an article on the health hazards of tobacco use for Germany's leading health magazine, the Öffentlicher Gesundheitsdienst, Public Health Service, the medical counselor Dr. Pfeiffer claimed in 1941 that most men convicted of homosexuality were heavy smokers. Yet the enemies of pleasure are always the supporters of sexual morality. In the USA, too, a crusade was waged against masturbation at the height of prohibition in the 1920s, but there, unlike in Germany, public distrust of such scaremongering grew. Prohibition was abolished in 1933. The Scientific Temperance Journal, for example, an American anti-alcohol magazine, presumably very sad about this, welcomed Hitler's election. In 1938, on the other hand, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration praised the Nazi regime in a report for putting a notorious Austrian drug dealer in an internment camp, where he will undoubtedly spend the rest of his life. End quote. For Hitler, the fight against modern eroticism was a fight for health. Quote, "Public life must be freed from the suffocating perfume of our modern eroticism, as well as from any prudish, unmanly sincerity. In all these matters, the path and the goal must be determined by concern for the preservation and health of our people in body and soul. The right of personal freedom takes a back seat to the duty of preserving the race." End of quote. It was only consequent that the Nazis associated smoking with moral decay, e.g. homosexuality, as the fight against the smoking woman, who simultaneously exudes eroticism and pleasure, was given a not insignificant place in Nazi anti-smoking propaganda. The term women's cigarette, and the use of erotic or female-focused images to advertise tobacco products were banned. Is it necessary to add that, in the Nazi delusion, Jews and Marxists are responsible for the smoking German youth? The pamphlet Nicotine and Alcohol, published by the Reich Youth Leadership, states, public smoking was now, after the First World War, 1918, expressly permitted for young people and even celebrated as the greatest progress. We know today that behind this development was the Jewish and Marxist spirit of decomposition and extermination, which wanted to destroy our race. And now we recognize the great political context from which we can understand how the bad habit of smoking was able to penetrate our people to such an enormous extent. End of quote. The German woman does not smoke became a ubiquitous slogan. A dissertation by the University of Jena investigated the question of how female prisoners reacted to tobacco withdrawal. Women were not allowed to smoke in prison. The study implied not only that degenerate women smoked, but also that women were much more likely than men to become addicted and suffer harm. From 1941, smoking in public was banned for women. The thesis that smoking restricted women's ability to bear children was probably of no small importance. In the most comprehensive scientific indictment of smoking ever published, we read, however, the importance of creating sufficient clarity here can be seen most strikingly in a report by Mrs. Nana Conti, the head of the Reichsfachschaftsleiter der Hebammen, from which I take the following, among other things. The midwives affiliated to this Reichsfachschaft were able to make the observation that young women who smoked early and often remained childless. End of quote. LeKint, one of the most important exponents in the criticism of tobacco consumption, takes the most striking clarity about this connection from the report of Mrs. Conti, board member of the Bund Deutscher Tabakgegner, to which LeKint had also belonged since the 1920s. Mrs. Conti was the editor of the newspaper Rheinluft and mother of the Reichsgesundheitsverein Leonardo Conti, a Nazi of the earliest days, who committed suicide in an Allied prison in 1945 because he was awaiting sentencing for his involvement in the euthanasia program and for crimes against humanity. A fine society to which Mr. LeKint so readily refers. Now let's hear what else the man who originated the term passive smoking, and who can undoubtedly be considered one of the most important champions of anti-smoking campaigns, has to say. Quote, "It is not true that tobacco is only an individual poison. On the contrary, it is a serious social poison, just like alcohol. It just doesn't work in our bodies as clumsily and crudely as alcohol. Its effects are not always as visible and tangible as thrown beer mugs and beaten wives and children. But tobacco works all the more sinisterly and insidiously and therefore all too often in our national body, which is already threatened by so many other harms. And, in my opinion, anyone who loves his people and his fatherland cannot and must not be indifferent to the tobacco issue. And all the above-mentioned reasons, be they economic, medical, moral, or of any other kind, all ultimately lead to the demand that combating all tobacco dangers must be a primary patriotic duty. Let us remember the words of our Führer Hitler: a man who knows a thing, knows a given danger, sees the possibility of a remedy with his eyes, has the damned duty and obligation not to work in silence, but to stand up in public against the evil and for a cure. If he fails to do so, he is a miserable weakling, forgetful of his duty, who either fails out of laziness or out of cowardice and inability. It must therefore be the patriotic duty of anyone who has recognized the dangers of tobacco to stand up for the reasonable demands of the doctors, educators, and scientists working on the tobacco issue. If today, as F. Wers recently said quite rightly, a man with otherwise excellent dispositions, as the bearer and representative of an excellent genetic makeup, eats or drinks or smokes excessively and perhaps ruins himself as a result, this is less important than the fact that he thereby damages the whole body of the people. End quote. LeKint almost lost the support of the Nazis in 1934, as he had been a member of the Association of Socialist Doctors and close to the SPD before 1933. Because he had not declared this in a questionnaire in 1934, he lost his license to practice medicine. However, LeKint's career was saved by the intervention of the Reich health leader Conti himself. The minor offense of 1934 pales into insignificance next to LeKint's groundbreaking achievements in tobacco research. The non-smoker protectionists in both parts of Germany obviously felt the same about the minor infringement of Hitler's work in almost every chapter of his main work. LeKint was praised as one of the first scientists in the world to draw attention to the role of cigarettes in the development of lung cancer, so who cares about yesterday's snow? In LeKint's monumental work, the evidence he provides on the link between smoking and lung cancer is not entirely uninteresting. He gives a table in which the different types of cancer are listed and 100 patients are divided between smokers and non-smokers. However, the table, which originally came from Raffo, an Argentinian doctor who mainly published for Nazi newspapers, also clearly shows that non-smokers account for over 90% of cancers of the genitals and mammary glands, 60% of bowel cancers, and around 55% of skin cancers. Just as clearly as LeKint, or actually Raffo, proves that smoking has a causal influence on lung cancer, more precisely, on the types of cancer that can develop along the so-called smoke route, i.e. wherever the smoke comes into direct contact with cells when inhaled, he also proves, involuntarily, that non-smoking has the same causal relationship with the other types of cancer mentioned. The obvious arbitrariness of LeKint and his followers in dealing with the results of his groundbreaking studies is remarkable. In this, too, LeKint was evidently a role model for passive smoking research. Unlike passive smoking and non-smoker protection, his speeches about the people's body and the fight against tobacco as the first patriotic duty are probably no longer dared by anyone hoping for social recognition, at least for the time being. However, the frequently voiced complaint that smokers, alcohol drinkers and fat people are an additional burden on the coffers, not coincidentally similar to the chatter about the social hammock and freeloaders, provides these arguments with their post-Nazi counterpart. The fact that there is an obligation to stay healthy needs no further explanation in everyday ideology. Likent's journalistic activities after 1945 and the naming of an institute for nicotine research and smoking cessation after him testify to his ability to connect with post-Nazi Germany, both as a person and in his research. The pioneering role played by the Nazis in the fight for health is not a coincidental moment. As an authoritarian crisis management, National Socialism aimed to liquidate contradictions, not only in the abstract, but in reality in the annihilation of the Jews as the embodiment of exchange value on the economic side and the embodiment of abstract statehood on the political side, anti-Zionism. Analogously on the side of the subject, the ideal of the people's comrade is to be a unity without contradiction with himself as a willing subject of annihilation, as material of sacrifice. The fact that the Führer who took the place of the ego ideal was a vegetarian, teetotaler and avowed anti-smoker may have contributed to this. As the ideal average German, he thus embodied for the individual people's comrade the program that was collectively pursued in the extermination of the Jews' crisis management to create an identity free of contradictions. When unemployment figures rose in the USA as a result of the so-called financial crisis, a few gyms came up with the idea of setting up a very special fitness program. With career fitness, unemployed U.S. citizens steel themselves for the job market. The trainers combine aerobics with job application tips. Libby Rubin, who works as a trainer for the Job Sports Group, is also full of energy. She explains her philosophy: the harder you train, the better you come across in the job interview, stronger, more self-confident, more positive. Spiegel Online 2009. The trainer's words are full of common sense. Positive is just a positive expression for the pressure that weighs on the individual to authoritatively master the contradiction, which manifests itself as a crisis, between one's own identification as a commodity worker and its objective superfluousness. What the Spiegel article is trying to sell is an American folly, because, if there are simply no jobs in the middle of a recession, even the brightest appearance won't help, as if that were any different with application training for the unemployed in this country, but we've already been through that, marks the difference to German ideology at this point. If the customers of career fitness still hope for the use value of their labor power to be exploited as exchange value in the land of actuality, in Germany that is, such torment is always passed off as more profound, in that the instruction to be and think positively tautologically refers to itself. The fetishism of use value creates the appearance that it has nothing to do with subordination to exchange value. In Germany, anyone who, as the fitness trainer recommends, only wants to come across as positive, and even for the sake of a job application, is considered inauthentic. In this country, you have to be positive. The positive, also known as fun, is elevated to a non-functional cult of functionality, for the sake of which, and only for the sake of which, you have to toil. Being positive subjectively means the negative sublation of the objective contradictions in which the individual is placed. Elevating the body of the people and the purity of the race to an end in itself is a thing of the past. Today's authoritarian crisis management clings to the positive. Health as the positive par excellence means complete freedom from contradiction identity. In this it becomes a paradox. The contradiction between one's own corporeality and the preparation for social conditions can only be resolved through death. As the undead, the positives want to vegetate forever, be healthy and yet not live. The ultimate truth of the health religion lies in the fact that the convulsive tendency towards positivity comes from the death instinct. Under Agenda 2010, the basic orientation of Germany's social system was changed, from a focus on social and consumer status to a focus on generalizing resident status. Whereas the focus used to be on maintaining an achieved social status, as reflected in the previous separation of the poor and working population and the distinction between workers, employees and the self-employed, the unity of the social and territorial principle is now being elevated to the defining criterion of the welfare state. Social policy should no longer serve to prevent class struggle, ensure social peace and the self-assurance of social classes, but rather to bind everyone to the state, country and location. This is not a change of direction due to the currently empty social security coffers. Rather, this turnaround follows an overarching development of the health and social security systems, in which the principle of the people's state unfolds and is realized. Bismarck once installed a system of class compromise that wanted to integrate, but recognized that it was certainly difficult to reconcile particular interests, i.e. class interests, that were to be brought to compromise. This integration of the working class, symbolized in the social security contributions based on wage levels, which have been paid jointly by workers and companies since the Bismarckian reforms, lost its object after its successful implementation. Incidentally, it was the anti-plutocratic Nazi state as the organizer of German labor that decreed equal contributions to the insurance scheme. Since a Führer decree of 1943, health insurance contributions were split equally between the company and the employee. In the Weimar Republic, the companies only contributed 25%, which also ensured the representatives of the insured a majority in the so-called self-governing bodies and made them a driving force behind the expansion of the welfare state. This is why today the proportion of employer payments is not simply being reduced, but the overall contribution rate is to be lowered. The fact that half of the costs are paid in each case is a result of the end of the class struggle and its celebration in the company and Volksgemeinschaft. This principle, continued in the social partnership of the FRG, promised one thing above all else, as it did during the war and the golden years: expansion. Today, what the Nazis still enforced by decree is the subject of a public debate free of domination. It is precisely this difference that reflects the perfect fusion of citizen and state that the Nazis set in motion. The public consensus, which settles down without domineering intervention, forces the individual to integrate and, if the situation is right, to agree to its gentle disposal. At most, the how and when are up for negotiation. From an indeterminable point onwards, the healthcare system turns against the individual and becomes an industry of death. Although the word industry is misleading, the consensus also enables the delegation of controlled death to grassroots initiatives, to the same extent that the particularistic democracy of associations is replaced by one of generalized public opinion. Such initiatives, which mobilize ethically for the common good, have long since set the tone as NGOs or citizens' associations even beyond the healthcare system when it comes to negotiating who is allowed to do what and when, such as a member of the Central Council of Jews in Germany in 2003, or who may be considered fit for the future when appointing the new IG Metall leadership. For social insurance schemes, this development means a change in their basic principles. Status protection is being replaced by basic security, and the duty of solidarity of dependent employees is being replaced by mandatory national solidarity. Although the scope and form of this is still being negotiated, it is becoming apparent that the dependence of Social Security contributions on wage costs will be reduced in the future. This orientation has become questionable in view of the simultaneous economic expansion and permanent crisis on the labor market. The social costs at the respective location are being paid less and less through the wages included in the price of the goods, but increasingly through direct collection from the insured and through state tax revenue. Even if the nominal percentage of Social Security contributions remains the same, the declining wage ratio, as a proportion of production costs, means that companies are spending less. Only apparently, for example through the increase in company pension schemes, is the parity-based collection of contributions maintained. These voluntary cover-linked reserves, quite wrongly called company pensions, stand for the transformation of wages into capital components as part of company collective bargaining policy. They are fed by funds that are exempt from taxes and Social Security contributions for this purpose. Like state compensation payments, they are intended to counteract the cuts in statutory pensions. Even before the latest healthcare reform resolutions in July 2003, the parity-based contribution revenue in the healthcare system was discontinued in favor of sole financing by the insured parties for the long-term care insurance introduced in 1995. Although the parity-based collection of contributions nominally applies here, a public holiday was abolished so that companies can recoup their costs. Even with the mini-jobs introduced on April 1st, for which a 25% flat rate for taxes and Social Security contributions is payable, the employees bear these alone if, as is often the case, the employer imposes this. The aim of reducing the company's share of social costs is to improve the competitive position of the economy in Germany. If there are no trade unions to defend the real wage with the associated non-wage labor costs, i.e., the company's share of the unpaid contributions to the compulsory insurance schemes, the structure of the social insurance schemes will be left to a political process of consensus building. Its National Socialist orientation internally is linked to a declaration of war externally, in such a way that the reorientation of the welfare state is declared to be an existential struggle of social capitalism against neoliberal competitive societies, and thus a dispute over the shaping of the future of the world. The design flaw of the German welfare state is the fact that it is largely financed by the labor factor. Berliner Republic, March 3, page 45. First of all, there is a simple material reason for this. The shortage in the social funds indicates a resounding success of capital in the organization of work. Since company rationalization has made lifelong gainful employment an exception, the income of the Social Security funds has become a problem. It is therefore not the development of expenditure that is causing the permanent financing problems of the health insurance funds. Since around 1980, the share of health expenditure or statutory health insurance expenditure in Germany's gross national product has remained almost constant. There has never been the much vaunted cost explosion. The increase in contribution rates is rather due to the fact that the financing basis, the income of dependent employees, is stagnating or shrinking relative to the gross domestic product due to high unemployment and the cautious wage policy. The share of wages in national income fell from 74% to 65% between 1975 and 2001, while health insurance contributions rose from 10.5% to 14% in the same period. The redundancy of labor also devalues the owner of the labor force. With the permanent loss of wage labor, he also loses his ability to make claims. Conversely, the granting of support is always more directly linked to a claim on the worker and their labor. The unemployed cannot contribute to the community of solidarity, and this is precisely what they are blamed for. The conclusion from this, a general duty of service could, however, consolidate the community of solidarity among citizens anew today, because in the long term, one cannot be an individualistic liberal and a social citizen protected by solidarity at the same time. Commune 4/03, page 52. There are various suggestions as to what the financing mode of growing state responsibility could look like, such as the following. If the shrinking volume of work, and the income earned from dependent work, is no longer the yardstick for the growing prosperity of our society, how can we measure the level of social services we can afford in Germany? By consumption, for example. It is not as fleeting and light-footed across the border as capital and labor, and it has been taxed far less here than in most EU countries. Berliner Republic, 3/03, page 77. And indeed, consumption taxation for Social Security contributions is on the increase. Since 1998, 1 percentage point of VAT and almost all of the revenue from the 5 stages of the eco-tax have already been included in pension insurance. The increase in tobacco tax that has just been decided is also intended to benefit healthcare expenditure. The devaluation and consequent loss of importance of the factor of labor, whose quality as German workmanship was a core element of the German model, is bringing about far-reaching changes to Germany's self-image. Quote, "There is much to suggest that the Golden Age was a non-recurring period of exceptional conditions. However, this means that the breeding ground on which the philosophy of social justice could flourish is disappearing." Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 24. Another SPD newspaper calls for a socio-political Godesberg, as if it were a matter of exorcising SPD's social policy of any remaining socialist ideas of justice. Quote, "The SPD must continue to look after those who have fallen out and are stranded, because this corresponds to the core of its historically grown self-image. But the underclass is certainly no longer a class of the future, an agent of social liberation. In the new disorganized underclass quarters of the Republic, the SPD only represents the victims, the lost, the discarded, the marginalized, who are no longer even needed for economic exploitation. They are not suitable as motors for future projects and powerful economic reforms. The more the SPD takes on these groups, as the traditionalists postulate, the more defensive, marginalized and caricatural the party itself appears, like the socially conservative Political Enforcement Committee of the Workers' Welfare Association. That may be honorable, but it is not capable of winning a majority." Berliner Republic, 3/03, page 56. The previous fairness was that 30 million employees not only co-financed their own health costs, but also those of 40 million other insured persons, family members, pensioners, the unemployed, welfare recipients. On the face of it, it is astonishing that, as the philosophy of social justice wanes, public negotiations are being held on a citizens' insurance scheme that would be compulsory for all. Precisely because it would cover everyone and represent a change in the system, it could be the vehicle for further restructuring. Whether or not a citizens' insurance scheme independent of employment status, which according to Schroeder is still immature, comes into being, it will play a role in the reform negotiations in the near future, because it is seen as a realignment of social justice instead of the social cutbacks for which it actually stands. Regardless of whether the citizens' insurance scheme would be designed as a per capita flat rate that is independent of income or would include all income above and beyond wages, it would create a basic or basic insurance scheme which, by including all residents, would also bring with it the equality of an equally general reduction in benefits. The current catalog of benefits provided by the health insurance funds would be thinned down to a basic catalog of benefits. Supplementary insurance would then be necessary to guarantee appropriate treatment. The citizens' insurance scheme would be a further departure from the already flawed principle of healthcare on the basis of a declaration of need towards an entitlement restriction. This principle has already been abolished for a considerable part of care since 1995 through the flat rate payment of doctors' fees, and even more so through nursing care insurance based on flat rates. Basic medical insurance would entail a further hierarchization of demand, not only on the basis of purchasing power, but also on the basis of national esteem. In future, Social Security will no longer be organized according to the principles of equality but of solidarity. Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 26. And solidarity is linked to answering the question of who is capable of solidarity in the first place. It is about an orientation towards a me for you, instead of a we for you solidarity. Whether through low care rates, drug budgeting, de-individualized treatment plans, or general social criteria, everyone knows that medical treatment has long been rationed. However, this takes place in front of a facade of general equal treatment. A healthcare policy that has been aimed at limiting expenditure for at least 25 years has already left its mark. In 1999, 27.4% of those insured with a large substitute health insurance fund stated that they had been denied outpatient treatment in the previous quarter, half of them with explicit reference to budgets. Premature discharges, refusal to admit patients, and postponements of operations are also known. In an online survey of 548 doctors conducted by the news service Fachkarst in 2002, 68.6% stated that they treated private and statutory health insurance patients differently. 72.8% admitted to prescribing different medication to private patients. Differences are also made when prescribing remedies and aids, 62.8%. In terms of service, 75.8% made differences. Rationing is largely at the discretion of doctors, as far as it is related to the case. In view of its tacit extension, however, doctors are calling for an explicit social consensus on this. In a press release dated June 13, 2003, Jörg Dietrich Hoppe, president of the German Medical Association, demanded, "There is no doubt that there is already a secret and often unconscious rationing of health services. This must be made transparent." So far, an open treatment of this topic has been prevented due to reminiscences of National Socialism, which will not change anytime soon. On the contrary, all ambition is placed on being better than the Nazis and, of course, also than the neo-Nazis, who once again took the lead in the cease-clap and recently found effective ideological imitators in the Junge Union. Old people consume at our expense. TSB May 803. Shortly before this, the rationing of health insurance services was demanded. 85-year-olds no longer needed artificial hip joints. While any thought of euthanasia is regularly rejected at German medical conferences, it is also pointed out that the consensus in this regard has long been crumbling. For example, the vice president of the German Medical Association, Auermann, reported that 70% of the German population and 48% of doctors believe that active euthanasia should be permitted. However, the discussion about euthanasia is no longer limited to the terminally ill. In 1998, the president of the German Medical Association, Wilmer, was awarded the Unword of the Year award for his comments on socially acceptable early death. When Professor Joachim Wiemeyer, then advisor to the German Bishops' Conference, and Professor Friedrich Breyer, member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Federal Ministry of Economics, caused outrage in a report on June 2 of this year because they proposed age rationing of health insurance benefits from the age of 75 for vital but expensive medical services such as heart operations or dialysis. Bundestag President Thierse was shocked that there was no outcry from the people in our country. SC 2122603. It was not enough for him that the German Bishops' Conference distanced itself from its advisor, that the German Medical Association spoke of euthanasia under different auspices and railed against the economization mania of the healthcare system, or that the Marburgerbund said that this was hard to beat in terms of contempt for humanity. Breyer defended his position in the SZ 21/22.6.03 with the attitude of a taboo breaker who is only saying what should be seen as a consequence of increased self-responsibility. Quote, "At best, this is self-selection. Every person is ultimately left to make their own decision. Much worse is the kind of selection that is already taking place, according to criteria that nobody questions and nobody can foresee. I think the age limit is much more justifiable in a liberal constitutional state than selection by doctors, which has long been part of everyday life. I find it hypocritical when my vision of the future is described as lacking in solidarity against this background." End of quote. The sympathy for an order that prescribes the common practice of rationing as a set of rules for doctors is a consequence of the old principle of the German welfare state of granting benefits according to legally standardized entitlement bases and not according to individually determined purposes. A fixed list of permissible treatments absolutely restricts medical decisions to individual rescue attempts. Health treatment is not a social income like unemployment or social assistance, but the granting or non-granting of life options. Furthermore, the level of health care cannot be standardized like the shopping basket. Public health care that is intended to satisfy demands without a fully comprehensive mentality, JU Chairman Misfelder, therefore faces a conflict of legitimacy. Neither the state, which is responsible for the distribution of health-related goods, nor the payers and providers, who are responsible for ensuring care, therefore want to be identifiable as responsible. The reforms that have just been passed are increasingly exacerbating the problems of the more burdened insured, thus preparing the ground for a can't-go-on mood and the call for decisions. An excess of safety thinking is seen as an obstacle to progress in the risk society, which fits in with the negotiation of justice as a generational problem. The useless eater is no longer seen only in the social parasite, but also in the demanding, possibly childless, soon-to-be senior citizen. The elderly are probably rightly suspected of being less risk-averse and also more expensive, but it is not surprising that health costs rise, especially shortly before death. A study by Gmunder Ersatzgas, similar figures are quoted for statutory health insurance, found that 20% of those insured claimed 90% of health insurance expenditure for themselves. Only 2.5% of members were responsible for almost half of the costs. Deutsches Arzteblatt, September 5, 03, p. B1029. High users in the healthcare system, i.e. precisely those for whom it was made, are now identified as the troublemakers in the system. Quote, "How much health can and will society afford?" The outrage with which citizens, including young people, have reacted to the proposal to introduce an age limit for medical services is the starting point. Society is prepared to make sacrifices if it is fair. As long as there is no social and ethical debate, any reform will remain piecemeal. SC 18/19.6.03. The one sacrifice to be made is the additional payment, the other is consent to restrictions. In contrast to euthanasia under Nazi fascism, the consent of those affected is expected today. The euthanasia debate is intended to reinforce the insight into the supposed necessity that the risk of unaffordable treatment is part and parcel of solidarity in the risk society. However, in addition to supplementary insurance, the officially recommended individual option for escaping the panic that arises in the face of such prospects is to maintain one's own body through a health-conscious lifestyle. Health policy is a control element for one of the most important sectors of the economy, as it accounts for more than a tenth of the national product and employs a higher proportion of the workforce than the car industry. Manufacturers of medical products export more than half of their production. Large-scale medical facilities are also prime location factors. All of this is a motive for a policy of high purchasing power demand, i.e. not for an interest in reducing medical care. In this respect, raising money with the help of the professional representatives of doctors or pharmacists is also seen as a service to the community. Furthermore, patients, doctors, politicians and industry representatives all agree. Quote, "Health is not a commodity that can be bought cheaply," CEO of the pharmaceutical company Altana, Schweikart. A good health industry location must also be financially strong. Schweikart rewards efforts to this end with loyalty. After all, we are not traitors to the fatherland. FAZ July 26, 03. Another economically relevant aspect of social policy is expressed in the creation and standardization of needs. The doctor, as the person authorized to decide on incapacity for work, asserts norms of what is understood by health as normal metabolism. It was only after an understanding of illness as a deviation from the norm became established that a healthcare industry was able to emerge to address this deviation. The curative offers are originally capitalist products. With the introduction of health insurance, the economization of the medical profession also began. In 1899, a committee of the Prussian Medical Association stated, "By far the largest proportion of the members of the health and accident insurance funds now receiving medical treatment had hardly ever consulted a doctor in the past without suffering permanent damage to their health as a result." End quote. Until the First World War, doctors prevailed in competition on the free medical market by acting as agents of medical progress brought about by the pharmaceutical industry and medical technology. This happened regardless of individual ability, but was due to a high degree of organization, which helped to politicize medical interests by claiming to stand up for the common good and against medical malpractice. France used to be home to science-oriented medicine, which was dedicated to researching natural defects, while in Germany, which was catching up, holistic medicine was predominant, which was against what could be researched and learned, which focused on the whole person, and thus linked illness to individual lifestyles. However, if illness is the result of a wrongly led life or a lack of grace, the search for a healthy life is tantamount to the search for the right life. Illness is then the revenge of the higher power of nature on the individual who has lived unhealthily, while conversely, health-conscious behavior means right living in harmony with nature. Accordingly, there is no area of society for which this criterion of right living could not serve as a guideline. Theologically based morality is thus replaced by health as nature's choice of grace that can be personally influenced. In the 20th century, health as a value played a similar role to morality in the previous century. Biologism, which was dedicated exclusively to the elimination of natural defects, corresponded to a more proletarian relationship to the body, in which the work performed left its mark on the physical appearance and was also self-confidently displayed. This attitude has been replaced by an alternative, holistic and psychosomatically oriented understanding of health. Here, all manifestations of body and mind, whether pleasure or work, are subject to the criterion of health. Holism means nothing other than the total unrestrained disciplining of one's own body, regardless of whether it is exercised independently or as a result of external pressure. Health is no longer seen as a prerequisite for a good life, but as its purpose, which means nothing other than an obligation to be healthy. The fact that violations of this, such as adventure tours, bungee jumping or tattoos, are also recognized as an expression of experiencing limits and coping with the risks involved only confirms this finding. How real life is taking the place of former social democratic equality aspirations is also evident in the new significance of health prevention programs. In May, a forum for prevention and health promotion encompassing all players in health policy was set up in Berlin by the Minister of Health to help further develop prevention from a health policy debate as a task for society as a whole. Minister Schmidt, Deutsches Arzteblatt, June 603, PB 1309. According to a ministry representative, the aim is to create a social movement as a motor of prevention, which should focus in particular on social hotspots, which are seen as obstacles on the way to the right life. Those who become ill are those who have too little money to live health consciously. Health education instead of material relief against increasing poverty and unemployment sums up this focus. In view of curative medicine, which comes to an end with chronic illnesses, in view of genetic risk assessments and health education that begins at birth, health is no longer understood as the absence of illness. The scientific branch of medicine is also gaining more and more preventative functions through prognostics. For example, in prenatal diagnostics, the norm of the right to a healthy child has long since prevailed. The knowledge of gene-dependent dispositions for diseases is then set against a risk of non-treatment and a risk of treatment, between which a decision must be made without individual reference. Health propaganda and the debate on norms and ethics merge seamlessly. Instead of participation in medical progress, a critical distance from medical omnipotence and apparatus medicine becomes the accepted guiding principle. The fear that has always been inscribed in medical treatment releases images that range from that of the SS doctor experimenting on people to the popular image of a medical machine that only needs the body for utilization as a pretext for its functioning. In them, the image of the omnipotent Leviathan appears as a horror vision that helps to legitimize the exclusion of medical treatment as a humane act. At the same time, however, uncritical mistrust of the pharmaceutical industry is growing, which, unlike the funeral industry, would have no objection to the realization of the dream of eternal youth. Market saturation is alien to medicine because the supply of medical services is as limitless as the demand for them is insatiable. Because the market does not regulate medical treatment of its own accord, it must be imposed by a consensus on the right way to live and die, a project that socialists in particular can warm to, as for example as Gerlef Gleis makes clear in the Sozialistische Zeitung. But anyone who uncritically submits to the prevailing ideal of beauty, the cult of youth and the delusion of self-fulfillment, who has succumbed to the illusions of immortality and an existence free of suffering, nourished by visions of genetic engineering ready to intervene in genetic material at will hardly succeed in dying serenely. End of quote. Those who have aspirations and hopes will not die serenely. Just as the public propagates serene dying gliding over, i.e. an ideal of death in which life becomes a preparation for death, the SOS socialist demands that old people should be realistic. They should consent, or at least submit, instead of resisting the imposition of death. The wrong life, with the cult of youth and the delusion of self-realization, seems to prevent people from dying properly. It is at this point that the rationing of medical care reaches its ultimate consequence, because it does not always have an immediate and direct effect on survival, but on the quality of life in the face of increasing disabilities and impediments. By making life even more miserable for the individual, the willingness to consent to the end is encouraged, as the elderly are declared to be already dying. Death is then merely the conclusion of this process. Even the idea of death as salvation still seems almost humane, as it still conveys the idea of agony and dying as a hardship. But here too, peace and tranquility are promised as a consequence of death. But as long as some kind of esoteric meaning is forced upon the fact and process of dying in such an obscene way, there will be no humane dying. Redemption from life as suffering, for all the blessings of pain therapy, is not death as the victory of suffering, but the abolition of conditions in which such a victory of suffering before death is possible, i.e. revolution. Illnesses not only indicate the failure to meet the demands of health, but also the failure to function without symptoms, and death at the right time also stands for this. The prevailing idea of what is an appropriate death is propagated as a norm, which is no longer decreed, but which each individual should voluntarily enforce on themselves. Self-determination is the key word for the norm of the right death into which the right life passes. For example, the German Society for Humane Dying, Deutsche Gesellschaft für Humanes Sterben e.V., which advocated self-determination in its statement on Human Rights Day on December 10, 2000 as follows: "It is possible that in 50 or 100 years, later generations will ask, how could you have allowed the human right to a self-determined own death to be trampled underfoot for so long? Every animal, however, is already granted mercy killing today." End of quote. Patients should be able to regain the self-determination that they were denied before death when it comes to terminating treatment. The individual fear of pain, of loss of consciousness and insanity, of loss of dignity, of being at the mercy of what is commonly referred to as apparatus medicine, makes patients sympathize with advanced consent to death. Naturally, this fear is stoked to the best of one's ability in order to impress upon the individual that they should act in a self-determined manner while there is still time. A living will should be filled out while the person is not yet incapable of making a decision, i.e. in a state in which they are still making decisions about their own death based on standardized ideas. In this way, the idea of dignity of the healthy person and their standard of hygiene is already decreed for themselves as the future sick or terminally ill person. Yet the individual should be strengthened in his knowledge that even in the process of dying, dignity cannot be lost. Instead, the prospective patient is promised respect and dignity in hospices that claim to remove the taboo on death, but in reality organize nothing other than an orderly and strictly regulated death. In Switzerland, assisted dying has already become an institution. There, the medical professional organizations initially did not want to take any measures leading to death. However, after lay organizations called exit or suicide assistance became active, more and more doctors agreed to therapeutic killing. A guideline published in June by the Swiss Academy of Medical Sciences obliges all doctors working in hospitals, nursing homes and hospices and recommends that nursing staff and psychologists actively participate in preparations for assisted suicide. The staff of a long-term care institution should not be involved in the preparation and execution of euthanasia out of consideration for the other residents. In the directive, such interventions are no longer even justified on the grounds of patient welfare, but are instead urged on the basis of demographics. The directive also directly addresses the fact that the wish to die could be brought about by inappropriate care and treatment. Such openness in deriving euthanasia from the state of the care and treatment system is not yet common in Germany and means the explicit rededication of the healthcare system as a death factory. The conditions in nursing homes are often already such that any way out of them must seem right to patients. Some hospices only accept patients into their care facilities if they undertake not to allow any more delaying medical interventions. An escape from the lack of care is then only possible with consent to death. Although this is not yet the case in Germany, the course has been set. The health reform brings to the surface the dual nature of welfare state care. It treats the people subject to it as objects that can either be endured or killed, depending on the situation. To the same extent that the old-style preventive people state is disappearing, it is also being completed, through the work of an esoteric social pedagogical lobby, which has long since taken precedence over state orders in a grassroots democratic manner, thus freeing the state from the onerous task of killing through private initiative. More than 10 years ago, the authors of a book published by Mobius Verlag in Frankfurt criticizing the ideology of euthanasia stated in their introduction, "Perhaps euthanasia policy in this country is simply being pursued in a different way, namely more quietly, without big political words and less openly." End quote. In fact, From 1945 until the 1970s, there was hardly any advertising for active euthanasia in Germany. In 1973, Der Spiegel was still disgruntled. For German post-war physicians, the subject of euthanasia is taboo anyway because of the cruel distortion of the concept of the good death by Nazi doctors, although hospital doctors in this country are also confronted with the problem of indirect or passive mercy killing on a daily basis. End quote. No one doubts that caring for a severely disabled person who also requires physical care can be stressful and overwhelming. However, a society that does not provide the means to relieve the burden on carers when it becomes aware of such overburdening, but instead fuels the discourse on killing and presents the whole thing as a successful breach of taboo, is declaring its bankruptcy. Apart from such timid attempts to scratch the taboo and make amends for mercy killing in a post-Nazi manner, things remained fairly quiet in the years that followed. It was not until Peter Singer's heatedly debated theses in his book Practical Ethics, published in German in 1984, that the right to life was not linked to biological affiliation to the human species, but instead redefined what it meant to be human on the basis of criteria of personality development and, on this basis, called for the killing of newborns, especially disabled ones, to be permitted, that the pros and cons of euthanasia once again became a legitimate subject of social debate for a wider public. In addition, individual euthanasia cases heard in court gave rise to controversial debates which, however, did not degenerate into open propaganda for so-called euthanasia. Organizations dedicated to the programmatic and practical aspects of euthanasia have been around since the 1980s, but these associations mainly came to prominence through homemade scandals. The German Society for Humane Dying, DGHS, for example, hit the headlines not because its supposedly humane euthanasia program had caused a scandal, but because its former chairman and managing director Han Henningetrott combined propagandistic incitement to suicide with selling overpriced cyanide to potential suicides. The public restraint and renunciation of big political words that were registered at the Möbius publishing house at the time can no longer be mentioned today. A cross-professional and cross-party alliance of euthanasia advocates is beating the drum at all levels for state-sponsored assistance in dying. The campaign My End Belongs to Me, which has been campaigning nationwide since October 2014, is a testament to just how intrusive this is. The campaign is led by the aforementioned DGHS, which has since switched from dealing cyanide to professional customer acquisition. At the heart of the campaign are posters featuring more or less celebrities posing for the right to euthanasia with squinted eyes and a gloomy face, giving the impression that they have already met their spiritual end. In addition to the usual suspects, some Germans from the entertainment industry, the late Ralph Giordano also took part in the campaign, for whom one would no doubt have wished that he was too good for it. The organizers are calling on potential supporters to follow suit and are offering every potential advertiser the opportunity to create a campaign poster with their own portrait on their website to post on Facebook or Twitter. It is quite possible that this offer will soon be taken up by thousands of self-expression fetishists, because according to a recent Forsa survey carried out on behalf of DAK, 70% of Germans would like to have the option of being able to fall back on medical help with suicide. The campaign's motto, My End Belongs to Me, shows that the euthanasia scene has not only changed its marketing strategy, but also its content. While the early euthanasia movement focused primarily on public hygiene and community benefit, the liberal motive of self-determination dominates the post-Nazi euthanasia discourse. Contrary to what is often claimed, the history of euthanasia cannot be divided into good, self-determination-oriented euthanasia intentions on the one hand and socio-hygienic utilitarian abuse on the other. Rather, both motives have been intertwined since the beginning of the euthanasia debate, and it is by no means the case that the Nazis misappropriated or abused euthanasia. They merely carried out what was laid out from the outset in the systematic euthanasia ideology, which was not created by the NSDAP, but by scientific and always progressive-minded doctors, lawyers, and psychologists. Even if today's left-liberal and humane euthanasia fans don't want to know anything about it, foisting a bit of self-determination on those potentially to be killed and granting them mercy killing was something that both the very early euthanasia theorists and those who coined the phrase destruction of unworthy life had down pat. Even Karl Binding, the mastermind of Nazi euthanasia, who provided the justification for the T4 campaign, the mass murder of the sick and disabled, in his book The Release of the Destruction of Life Unworthy of Life, written together with Alfred Hoche and published in 1920, knew that self-determination was essential. Quote, Every unprohibited killing of a third party must be perceived as salvation at least for himself, otherwise its release is forbidden as if by itself. End of quote. The fact that the premature death of the sick and disabled is economically viable would no longer be put forward as an argument today, because such a violation of democratic jargon would result in exclusion from the debating community. The public welfare-oriented euthanasia advocate does not even have to admit that reducing costs in the health and care sector is nevertheless a central concern for him. He can rely on the common sense of the capitalistically deformed public. In a society whose members let themselves be talked into a guilty conscience because of their private preferences such as smoking, drinking, or lazing around, because they could end up as a cost factor with a broken life through their own fault, there is no need for explicit references to the fact that the protection of the lives of all chronically ill or severely disabled people is automatically linked to the question of what they cost when lying around. The media catastrophe scenarios that usually circulate under the headline care crisis can always be read as a threat to those who tend to be superfluous, whose lives are not autonomous despite all the talk of autonomy, but are still granted. The contemporary activists of self-determined euthanasia are not only blind to the economic basis of their cause, but on closer inspection prove themselves to be death ideologues who, loosely based on Adorno, are so stupid as to see death as a business to be carried out autonomously. They are not interested in death remaining private. On the contrary, they have the institutionalization of state-legalized and medically organized killing in mind and want the state and the people to move closer together when it comes to swallowing poison. The reason for the current mobilization for state-sponsored dying is the German government's plan to introduce new regulations on euthanasia. The socio-political background to this is the steady rise in the number of elderly people and, with it, the increase in chronically ill people and those in need of care. The current policy for the elderly aims to make better social and economic use of the potential of old age, for example by promoting and demanding a willingness to work and consume as well as voluntary community work into old age. The state keeps its aging population on its toes by encouraging individual old people to take responsibility for their own lives and driving them into training and health maintenance factories. If the euthanasia associations and their friendly politicians have their way, those who are finally no longer able to do this and yet are not willing to spend their last years in a dreary nursing home with miserable care could in future be referred to the local euthanasia office by the doctor in charge. So instead of taking a critical look at the disastrous situation in care homes and other facilities for those in need, the conditions in which many elderly people have to vegetate are accepted as quasi-natural and a quick death is recommended as an alternative. A new euthanasia law is to be voted on in the Bundestag at the end of 2015. The introductory debate on perhaps the most challenging project of this legislative period, Lammen, took place in November 2014. The discussion focused on assisted suicide and the associated legal status of so-called euthanasia associations. Although neither assisted suicide nor euthanasia associations are currently prohibited in Germany, it is illegal to turn them into a business model, unlike in Switzerland. Assisted suicide providers also run the risk of being guilty of various offenses. Anyone who witnesses a suicide may be obliged to intervene to help. If they fail to do so, leaving the suicidal person to die can be classified as manslaughter by failure to render assistance. If an assisted dying person provides the means of killing, a violation of the Narcotics Act may be considered. Doctors in particular find themselves in a legal gray area. In some federal states, they are prohibited from assisting suicide by the professional codes of conduct in those states. The Model Professional Code of Conduct for Doctors, which is drawn up by the German Medical Association, prohibits doctors from carrying out assisted suicide. However, not all federal states have adopted these model professional regulations. As a result, assisted suicide is to be legally clarified. There are various position papers on this from 5 cross-party parliamentary groups. One group led by Federal Health Minister Hermann Grohe, CDU, would like to criminalize any commercial assistance in suicide. Their initiative is primarily aimed at associations such as Dignitas or Sterbehilfe Deutschland, and organizations that facilitate assisted suicide without profit motives should also be included in the ban. Not only euthanasia associations and euthanasia advocates are mobilizing against this, but also some parliamentarians led by Karl Lauterbach, SPD, and Peter Hinze, CDU. This group wants to ensure that in future a doctor is allowed to provide a patient suffering from an irreversible terminal illness and experiencing very severe suffering with a drug that leads to death if he and another doctor can confirm this suffering. Under the guise of compassion, this would enshrine criteria in law that would be used to assess whether or not a life is worth living in individual cases. The fact that the medical field of action is to be extended to include assisted suicide and the state is to lift the ban on killing in certain cases is not enough for a third group led by Renate Künast, Greens, Kai Gering, Greens, and Petrasit, Left. In addition to legalizing assisted suicide, they also want to legalize associations that organize killing in a manner comparable to the practice in Switzerland. There is a consensus in Parliament that, above all, patients' rights to self-determination and palliative services should be expanded. The questionable arrangement of inexpensive dying without perhorrescent apparatus medicine, especially the community rituals of farewell that are supposedly reconciled with death and imposed on the dying and their relatives by intrusive esotericists with nursing training, which characterize the hospice system, are carefully excluded. Palliative medicine is praised across the board as the universal weapon of so-called end-of-life care. In general, the tone of the orientation debate resembles a company Christmas party where pats on the back are the order of the day. Alongside pastorally recited anecdotes about sick family members, people spent 4 hours assuring each other how much had already been achieved and that a jointly developed euthanasia solution would put the finishing touches to the healthcare system. Although the current discussion revealed the lack of social thinking and political judgment in German professional politics as a whole, it became clear that the supposedly humane euthanasia positions, such as those of the two left-wing liberals Lauterbach and Kunist, are proving to be the more anti-human compared to the conservative Christian positions of Health Minister Grohe, which are generally regarded as reactionary. The unconditional trust of German politicians in the medical profession has been expressed in almost every speech in the debate so far. For example, a fundamental distinction is made between physician-assisted suicide and suicide initiated for commercial reasons, and the assumption is made that abuse in the dying business is only a threat if assisted dying practitioners without a medical degree have their fingers in the pie. The possibility that doctors can also abusively assist is not even considered. Apart from the fact that the economic interests of euthanasia associations are no more scandalous than the economic interests of the state, a look at German history, which was not allowed during the debate, could have led to the idea that the majority of those murdered in the history of German euthanasia were not victims of business-like ripoffs but of doctors acting on behalf of the state. Against the unwavering trust in the medical profession that animates German politics, however, it is just as ridiculous to locate all evil in medicine in the detached gesture of the initiated know-it-all and to identify the medical profession as a nasty profession that is incurably inclined towards death. A few obligatory exercises in medical criticism are part of every left-wing student's compulsory program. Even in anti-German circles, people are eager to attack the racket of the medical profession. Karl Weimer's Reckoning with Medicine, based on Horkheimer, serves as a cue for a critique of medicine that targets the whole. However, Weimer's book, which is well worth reading, criticizes the alleged total brutalization of doctors not as an expression of social dynamics, but as a professional disorder. From parasitic to mafia-like, nothing is left out when it comes to proving that doctors have particularly evil intentions and conspiratorial forms of organization. Doctors are not only described as a racket formation that is willingly available for any outrageous deed, but as the epitome of this structure. His ranting against white-coat criminality, which in some places simply sounds like rage, culminates in him putting the citizens in opposition to the malicious machinations of the medical establishment and appealing to the little man's tendency to be offended. Quote, "The citizens should not forgive the state for its cowardice in bowing to a respected particularist lobby." End of quote. Weimer not only ignores the fact that doctors, despite all their professional arrogance, are not much more than mere appendages of society, who are increasingly reduced to prescribing pills, whereby he, like the reverent admirers of the white coats, contributes in the opposite way to the exaggeration of the power and possibilities of this profession. He also ignores the fact that school and apparatus medicine in particular is increasingly being targeted by anti-medical esoterics, self-treatment freaks of nature and life-weary caricatures of self-fulfillment, against which it should undoubtedly be defended. Perhaps there is no reason to trust doctors or medical progress, which Weimer believes to be a fairy tale. However, there is just as little reason to inflate the badness of doctors to such an extent that the rest of the whole thing seems almost benign. After all, the German Medical Association currently opposes the legalization of assisted suicide. Its president Montgomery declared that the German Medical Association would not be involved in the administration of death cocktails, explaining succinctly, "For me, this would mean the loss of an important protection for all the weak in our society, such as the elderly, the sick and those suffering from dementia." It is possible that doctors consider it a narcissistic affront to their professional standards if patients resist the treatment program and simply want to die. However, unlike the advocates of euthanasia, Montgomery not only takes sides for the priority of protecting life, but also reveals himself to be a doctor who does not easily give in to the patient's situational wish to die, and also sides with the terminally ill who do not want the friendly euthanasia worker to come immediately after a devastating diagnosis. The slogan "My end belongs to me," which is issued by the propagandists of death and parroted by politicians, is an undisguised expression of the narcissistically polarized longing for death of the post-bourgeois subject, who, for all his bustling activity in all situations in life, is increasingly struck by apathy and depression. The basis of the mania for autonomy is the need to rationalize the compulsion of nature by transfiguring the inevitability of dying into an act of self-determination. The highest expression of this autonomy is absurdly praised as the destruction of its precondition, namely individual life. All that remains of the hope for a good life and a rationally organized society in the clouded minds of people who can imagine nothing more under freedom than the freedom to die is the demand for a quick death by state-sanctioned lethal injection. The suicidal uprising against the ban on killing is based on the subject's disturbed relationship to their bodies and their health. Walking around with a beach figure and in a good mood as proof of maximum operational capability is part of the basic professional equipment in many areas. The consequence of the internalized optimization mania and the increasing urge to constantly shine with unworthy adaptations is the perception that anything that does not pass as young and dynamic is no longer worth living for. The fixation on functioning is also reflected in the field of mental health treatments, where the focus is almost without exception on restoring functionality through medication. While the professional marketers of the freedom to die are still trying to present their messages in a way that is suitable for the public, the conformist citizens rebelling in favor of euthanasia, who are no longer in the mood for lustful Catholic death, and the Judeo-Christian legacy of norms, are already becoming somewhat clearer. Wolfgang Braschi, from whom the quotes originate, has not posted a rage speech online under the programmatic title "Life is the Highest Good," which expresses how the 70% of pro-euthanasia people are probably ticking. The rebellious death ideologue is initially realistic. I don't want to die between smeared sheets, sedated by morphine or animated by folk songs during dementia animation, and then be fed and changed in a nursing home. The realization that almost everything goes wrong in nursing homes does not lead him to the obvious idea of bringing about improvements in this area. Rather, such drastic descriptions regularly degrade people who are dependent on care to repulsive cretins unworthy of life. Braschi continues, life itself is hardly meant to be lived. And they want to take our own death away from us too. By transforming the fear of death into an anxiety-ridden fantasy of redemption, it becomes the epitome of paralyzing meaninglessness and the foundation of meaning for a life determined by others, from which one only wants to redeem oneself. In the case of people like Braschi, this is brought up in a paranoid, angry bourgeois tone against those who expressly do not want to take his life. And that's why you stay out of our lives, you protectors of life, and out of our deaths. To die as you wish is a human right. The mobilization for state-organized euthanasia goes hand in hand with the revaluation of suicide. The determination and authenticity attributed to people who kill themselves should also be seen as an encouragement to those who are hesitant to give up without false self-pity when necessary. A stroke of luck for euthanasia advocates was therefore the suicide of former MDR director and notorious euthanasia activist Udo Reiters, whose suicide by firing squad is used as the final advertising message for the business of dying. Reiters' male death Zeit is presented as the bold heroic deed of a steadfast man who, as a cowboy or buccaneer, has demonstrated that even in effeminate times it is possible to remain consequent to the end, Leipziger Volkszeitung. For the sake of publicity, the fact that there is a not inconsiderable difference between an individual suicide and a legal homicide service is overlooked, which Oliver Tolmine has noted elsewhere. Quote, suicide, which Jean Amory described as an act of laying hands on oneself and which at the same time represents a radical rejection of society that can only be understood by the person committing it, would be trivialized by a legally supported assisted suicide into a medical service carried out on a contractual basis. End quote. In fact, ordinary suicide sometimes still has the sordid image of being the work of antisocial failures who do not want to face up to their responsibilities. Only the nationalization of suicide through authorized and procured euthanasia lends the basically antisocial act a community-creating note and rehabilitates the suicidal person. Even if individual and state-regulated suicide differ, it remains striking that Tolmine also interprets suicide as a rejection of society and thus, with reference to the classic Amory, falls into the same mendacious autonomy jargon as the friends of state-assisted suicide. Both euthanasia advocates, who begged the state for lethal injections, and Jean Amory, who wanted to lend the moment of jumping off the special note of authenticity, impute to suicide a depth and autonomy that it simply does not have as a decision for death, for nothingness. Suicide is not a rejection of society, but the reproduction of social destructiveness in the individual, who in a state of isolation, subjectively executes the objective pathogenesis of social totality against himself. In his suicide classic, Amory in particular systematically ignores the social character of suicide and lends a touch of adventure to individual despair. In doing so, he occasionally becomes conspiratorially enthusiastic about the moment of jumping off, about which only those who have entered the darkness are allowed to have a say, an attitude that can hardly be distinguished from the infantile enthusiasm of young people for their favorite drug, whose appeal cannot be understood by anyone who has not yet been properly affected by it. Amory claims of a housemaid who committed suicide that she would never have achieved the same degree of authenticity if she had not jumped out of the window. Amory's suicide rant anticipates both the suicidal urges and the positive and thawing tone of today's euthanasia activists, who can rely on the impact of their buzzwords authenticity and autonomy. Sentences like the following, which appear in Amory's text in abundance, could easily be quoted by an ideological syringe of poison like Renata Kunist for the literary clarification of her message of self-determination. He who lays hands on himself is fundamentally different from he who surrenders himself to the will of others. Something happens to the former, the latter acts of his own accord. In comparison to such existentialist suicidal pathos, the anti-suicide stance of the derivation Marxist ranting Karl held from Gegen's standpunkt sounds like unerring ideological criticism. Quote, philosophers and priests, both professionals and amateurs, have no difficulty at all, as they do with every bourgeois act of madness, to parasitize on suicide by inflating it into an unsuccessful or more rarely, even successful prime example of the existential emergency, and thus preparing the final sadness of bourgeois self-assertion by self-destruction as an opportunity for the enjoyment of their boring final questions. End quote. In the text in question, Held goes on to regard the individual suicide as a particularly despicable citizen. This contempt is also a result of the systematically narrow-minded suppression of individual suffering, which is constitutive of derivative Marxism of all stripes. Piety alone, on the other hand, demands that we attack the ideology of autonomous suicide without accusing the individual suicide of any depravity. Alongside the ideology of self-determination, the mercy-killing argument, which relies on compassion, is decisive in the post-Nazi advocacy of euthanasia. No euthanasia propaganda can do without media stories of dying people whose family lives are embellished for the voyeuristic public, thus selling death as a happy ending. Because it is the law that offers protection against assisted dying or relatives who are itching to die, the law and the law are the main targets of euthanasia supporters. The fear of being at the mercy of the medical establishment or living in agony is of course not unfounded. Medical practice is still a mockery of what would be possible. For this reason, the suggestion by Christian or left-wing opponents of euthanasia that suffering and death are part of life is cynical. Under the prevailing conditions, both the option of killing and the option of having to endure must be insisted on, in order to comprehensively improve care conditions and to allow pain-relieving means and methods to be used generously and precisely. However, the aim of the focus on suffering and compassion by euthanasia advocates is not empathy with the suffering, but the presentation of conditions in which a life is no longer worth living, in order to subsequently promote mercy-killing as a way out. An argument based on compassion alone, which ennobles killing as an effective method of treatment and establishes it as a routine option, opens the door to barbarism and is not a sufficient argument, if only because the legal and social consequences outweigh the motives of compassionate ethics. Since indirect euthanasia has long been possible, it is becoming increasingly easier to end a life in a medical setting. Living wills can be used to refuse life support by machines, and doctors can already actively assist in individual cases, and so-called mercy killings are hardly punished. It is clear what the autonomous euthanasia advocates are concerned with in the current debate: state permission to actively bring about death, the institutionalization of killing, i.e. the lifting of the ban on killing, the abandonment of the protection of life. In short, there may be eloquently embellished individual cases in which the agony is so great that assistance in killing serves solely to shorten the irreversible suffering, but they do not provide a justification for the legal abolition of the ban on killing, but are the individual responsibility of those affected. Quote, my answer is that this is an area for which no legal rules can be laid down. The loving spouse, knowing of the partner's agony, can risk shortening the suffering, possibly with the threat of a prison sentence. But you can't make rules about that. I'm just saying that this is a possibility that is open to the love and decision-making ability and willingness of these people. But you can't bind that into a general code. End quote. In the Netherlands, where not only assisted suicide but also active euthanasia has been legalized since 2001, we can see what happens when killing is liberalized. Since legalization, the number of killings has risen steadily. In 2012, 3,965 cases were reported in which patients were killed by active euthanasia, accounting for almost 3% of all deaths in the Netherlands. However, in the model country of euthanasia, so-called involuntary terminations of life occur every year, and in cases where consent to euthanasia has been given, there are also massive violations of the criteria of due care. In a newspaper article, former Justice Minister Winnie Zorgdrager, chair of a regional commission that examines the legality of active euthanasia and assisted suicide, reported that during her time in office, powerful signatures regularly appeared under requests for euthanasia from patients who were no longer able to sign. However, the suspicion of forgery does not bother the authority much, because it is not an investigating authority and because the wish to die does not have to be in writing, which is why a possible forgery is irrelevant. While in the Netherlands, the constitutional state, which controls parking offenses more strictly than life-ending measures, has already capitulated, the particularly progressive-minded death ideologues are still not satisfied with what has been achieved. There is now a debate about whether dementia sufferers, people who are tired of life, and disabled children under the age of 12 should also be legally killed. In a talk show on Dutch television, a mother who feels disadvantaged by the current regulations had her say, quote, "I love her and she is my child, but I believe that the highest form of love for my child, for our child, would perhaps also be to be able to say, we can let her go, it's fine, it's over, you don't have to go on living." End of quote. Whether it is the wish of the 9-year-old with multiple disabilities, whose unworthy life is being talked about in public, not to have to go on living, or whether her mother is simply overwhelmed with the care, the liberal audience is not told. Incidentally, the girl is not supposed to die because she is in agony. Her life is perceived as pointless because, according to her mother, she has been reaching for the same toy for years. Aside from the obscenity of this case history presented in the media, the only conclusion that could be drawn from it would be to place the girl in a foster family or a care facility for disabled children, and not to leave her with parents who wish her dead out of sheer love. The fact that, in addition to disabled children, people with dementia are also being shot down when liberals protect death was made clear by the doctor and former chairman of the Dutch euthanasia organization NVV, Rob Jonker, who indirectly referred to people with dementia as zombies in poop diapers in the debate on the approval of the killing of all people. In the projective and at the same time murderous defense against the weakness of old age lies the suspicion that the liveliness that is displayed in the undignified stomping in all areas, from the juggling at work to the fitness-induced killing of time in one's free time to the dull tramping through tourist areas on annual vacations, is ultimately for naught. Quote, "Little is missing, and one could consider those who are absorbed in proving their lively vitality and bursting strength to be prepared corpses from whom the news of their not entirely successful demise has been withheld for reasons of population policy. Death lies at the bottom of the prevailing health." End of quote. You don't have to be too anxious to fear death as the epitome of powerlessness and meaninglessness. Wherever the individual has meaning and the residues of freedom, Adorno/Horkheimer, have not been abolished, death destroys everything that sometimes makes us happy and preserves hope, friendship, love, longing. Anyone who is still reasonably lucid does not think of it as something positive, meaningful, or autonomous, and does not get into the mood for freedom at the prospect of initiating their own death. This makes the current hype surrounding death all the more appalling. While some people are whispering a gentle yes to death by palliative means, others are begging for poison from the state. The prevailing atheistic or positivistic unreasonableness regards declarations of war against death as regressive silliness. V.A. Obruchev, who is a member of the Soviet Academy, noted in 1960, "What is needed is to extend human life to an average of 150 to 200 years, to conquer old age and fatigue, and to learn to restore life to man in the event of premature or accidental death, would today be a case for the RTL2 television psychologist at most." So there is good reason to remember the communist demand to abolish death, as it is echoed here. In view of the prevailing longing for death, it is quite gratifying that, at least among anti-Germans, the demand to abolish death, which includes waking the dead, as Benjamin puts it, is still doing the rounds. For all the appeal of this catchy demand, it unfortunately remains nonsensical in practical terms and runs the risk of serving as a narcissistic slogan of perseverance. The obsessive desire for immortality, the desire for long life, which is unimpressed by the circumstances in which we live, is also an expression of a blunt will to self-preservation and is reminiscent of those old people who gleefully study the obituaries and are glad that they have not yet died. Resistance to death means fighting against circumstances in which there are many reasons to opt for resignation in the hope of an unforeseeable reconciliation of humanity, and against the virulent tendency towards death to remember the banality that you can usually and almost everywhere find something better than death. The primary aim of ideological criticism is therefore to attack those who, as agents of death, perpetuate misery and stab individuals in the back as soon as they become weak. This includes criticizing the ideology of euthanasia in all its forms and also denouncing the business-like organizations of so-called assisted dying as what they are, gangs of murderers pimped out for charity. Or, to paraphrase Michel Houellebecq, "I am against dignitas because euthanasia is murder, that's all. I don't want to argue against them, I want to fight them." Death comes up trumps. There are people who allow themselves to be filmed as they die. They have so little to say about their lives. Television documentaries about hospices, palliative medicine, and dealing with death are legion, and hardly a church holiday goes by without terminally ill people bathed in a mild light wanting to show those who seem to live carefree lives and don't want to think about death. They are assisted by professional end-of-life caregivers who speak of the need to bring dying into life. Death is repressed in our society, and we must, once again, find a natural relationship to dying, they proclaim on camera. The filming locations are reminiscent of the living rooms of esoteric social workers. You see colors applied using the anthroposophical sponge technique, mostly yellow and orange, because they are supposed to have such a positive and life-affirming effect. Large indoor plants, wooden furniture. But these are not private homes. They are factories of the dying industry. They are places that are supposed to feel homely, that convey, here you are cared for holistically, here you can make your peace. If the interior didn't already betray its origins in the alternative milieu, and if there wasn't this milieu typical put-on, which is conveyed in the sentence alone that one must develop a natural relationship to death. The spiritual jargon that makes use of Far Eastern wisdom is that of actuality, and like this, it contains nothing other than the profane arrangement with dying. It inflates the banal realization that all life comes to an end at some point into a revelation, and thus coins it into a rejection of human presumption over nature. The terrible fact of being dependent on professional care when dying is turned into a miracle. The loss of intimacy is celebrated as progress. The dying patient, for whom it is said, medicine has nothing more to offer, or to whom it no longer wants to offer anything except palliative, i.e. pain-relieving therapies, enjoys the dubious pleasure of the IKEA comfort of German hospices. The fact that such measures, such as the administration of morphine for pain therapy, were criminally neglected in the past, thus producing superfluous suffering, and that dying in a normal hospital was perceived as undignified, especially by relatives, were certainly two reasons for the establishment of hospices. But to a far greater extent, it was resentment of apparatus medicine and artificial prolongation of life that was the driving force. In order to ward off the really obvious suspicion, the unclear distinction from the active killing of the seriously ill must always be emphasized. The hospice movement regards human life as a whole from its beginning to its death. Dying is life before death. Hospice work aims above all to provide care and palliative help, not life-prolonging measures. This life-affirming basic idea excludes active euthanasia. End of quote. A biological fact is taken as an opportunity to cross out the second social nature, in which a person lives through different phases of life between birth and death and is no longer forced, as in the Middle Ages, to understand their life as a whole. The aim is to propagate a return to the supposedly natural cycle of passing and becoming, which was challenged in the struggle with nature and which, in the process of civilization, brought about the unfortunate awareness of having only this one life. The enforcers of the death industry are ready to help this cycle along and conclude the circle of life with its actual goal, death, by rejecting life-prolonging measures. Apparently, the authors of these lines, taken from the guidelines of hospice work, have walked the Martin Heidegger Rundweg in Todnaberg more than once before deciding to emphasize once again, just to be on the safe side, that everything is done except actively killing the dying. The hospice movement is at the forefront of so-called passive and indirect euthanasia, although it is hardly ever mentioned. After all, that is what these institutions are there for. This is where dying is assisted, with food and fluid deprivation that accelerate dying, with painkillers administered in doses that can result in death. Above all, however, hospices see it as their task to break the patient's will to live. The National Hospice Organization of the USA naturally expresses this goal in more flowery terms. Hospices affirm life. Hospices neither hasten nor delay death. Hospices live out of the hope and conviction that patients and their families can prepare mentally and spiritually for death to the point that they are ready to accept it. End quote. Accepting death does not work without resorting to the opium that Marx described religion as, but of which almost only surrogates are in circulation today. The demand to consent to one's own death is ultimately an imposition for the subject, whose condition of existence is to wrest every possibility of life from nature, both external and personal. In the declaration of war on death, the refusal to accept it, however biologically untenable and presumptuous it may be, lies the turn to this world, to the world and its conscious shaping, to the possibility of progress. This is why the social arrangement with death is not just an interesting special debate in the so-called health sector, which one deals with when one is confronted with it sooner or later. A consciousness that believes itself to be in an eternal cycle will not have the idea of wanting to criticize or even demand communism. It rejects the other possibility, its own potential, because it has learned to accept what is always the same as what is natural. As a symptom of crisis, Consenting to death marks a sharp difference to the negative recognition of death that was previously common in bourgeois society, in which the inevitable finiteness of life was interpreted as an invitation to make the best possible use of it. Instead of being locked into a cycle, the early bourgeois believed himself to be an agent of progress, a linear process that moved slowly but steadily upwards, leading from darkness to light, from immaturity to maturity. If not for himself, then at least his children and grandchildren would one day be better off. This promise was based on a trust in social progress that today is denounced as naive, if not totalitarian or criminal. Yet this trust, even if it is just as ideological as today's rejection of progress, is the driving force behind the opposition to seemingly immovable social conditions, in the form of class struggles as well as in the technical inventions of money-hungry capitalists, and not least in the confrontation with human nature itself, in medicine. In today's social arrangement with dying, therefore, a fundamental change in consciousness appears, the consequences of which go far beyond this arrangement. The reality of stagnating post-bourgeois European societies does not give rise to protest, but to the desire for an ideology that no longer turns anything into false promises, but instead, apparently realistically, only intellectually comprehends and practically carries out what is already the case. This change is certainly perceived in the medical racket, as this report on a symposium shows, for example. Quote, "At his farewell as chief physician 15 years ago, some patients said sadly that they had always wished they could die under his care. At the beginning of March, Professor Dr. Ulrich Gottstein said at a symposium to mark the 50th anniversary of the Hesse Medical Association that his colleagues and he himself had already treated patients to relieve pain and discomfort until they died. Nevertheless, there was no palliative medicine, as we define it today. There was no specialized medicine that was exclusively concerned with very suffering or dying patients, with a changed goal of no longer fighting the disease, but achieving the best possible quality of life." Gottstein, founding member and board member of the Association for the Promotion of the Evangelical Hospital for Palliative Medicine in Frankfurt, reported that around 50 years ago, a rapid development in diagnostic, medical, radiological, and surgical medicine had begun. People hoped and trusted in modern medicine, even in the most serious illnesses. But gradually people began to be afraid of it, of medical equipment without humanity, as it was often misleadingly portrayed in the media. Questions about the limits of medicine at the end of life became one of the great challenges. Deutsches Arzteblatt, March 31, 06. That the physician does not notice how strange his formulations sound when he says that people have trusted in modern medicine, but have gradually become afraid of it. How did trust become fear? Particularly in relation to medicine, which has succeeded in taking the deadly horror out of many a disease in just a few decades and is steadily increasing average life expectancy in industrialized countries. This development needs to be explained. Was it really mechanization that provoked this breach of trust, which is expressed not only in people's fear of apparative medicine without humanity, but also in the changed goal of medicine, which the speaker professes? Why is the idea of being kept alive by apparatus worse than the idea of dying in a false sense of security, at the end of which one cannot even be sure whether a little help is being given? Why should it be more undignified to exhaust the last means in the fight against an illness, even if it seems hopeless, than to simply believe a diagnosis, possibly with a prognosis, and register with a hospice? By propagating consent to death as a prerequisite for a gentle death and giving the convulsive clinging to life the status of an obsessive-compulsive disorder, death experiences an even more scandalous exaggeration in the seemingly final demystification than the promise of heaven and hell ever was. In the grace or disgrace of God lay both cruel chance and consolation, which one found in his inscrutable ways. In the suggestion that there could be an arrangement with finiteness, however, there is not only the understandable desire for an end with as little agony as possible, it also conveys the idea that if the individual decides on his own end, he is also responsible for it. Those who end their lives screaming and in pain have simply failed to prepare themselves mentally and spiritually to accept death. The assumption that affirmation can make the dying process easier is nothing more than a nasty lie, just as scandalous as the myth of the cancer personality, which is used in alternative medicine to maltreat the seriously ill. At this point, it becomes obvious that the denunciation of the will to live and the propaganda for the integration of the individual into the natural cycles are in turn due to a thoroughly social phenomenon, a self-destructive individualism that is also megalomaniacal. In its longing for death, the illusion that man can emancipate himself from nature to such an extent that he can prevent a fatal illness or influence his own death through his own autonomy with healthy eating, yoga and psychogelabor is an understandable reaction to the powerlessness of the first nature, with which the subject submits to it all the more. The fear of medical apparatus consists above all in the fear of being at the mercy of it, of losing autonomy, however real or imagined this may be. This fear has accompanied the subject ever since it has existed and has undergone modifications in various epochs of the bourgeois age that correspond to the respective stage of atrophy of bourgeois subjectivity. Quote, "To be buried alive is without question the most horrible of all tortures ever inflicted on mortals. That it has happened frequently, very frequently, will not be disputed by any thinking person. The boundaries that separate life and death are so indeterminate and dark. Who can say where the one ends and the other begins?" End quote. When Edgar Allan Poe asked this question, it was not about high-tech medicine that seemingly arbitrarily shifts the boundary between life and death. It was about a medicine that was just establishing itself as a positive science, still had hardly any answers to diseases, and was just beginning to acquire knowledge of the human physique. In Buried Alive, Poe describes how the early citizen envisioned his hell, which is very this worldly and very solitary. All the precautions devised by the first-person narrator, who suffers from death-like fainting spells, do not work in an emergency. He is trapped and can only wait for death. Waking up in his coffin, he reconstructs what must have happened. "I had been seized by a fit while I was away from home, among strangers. I couldn't remember when or how. And these strangers had buried me like a dog, put me in some coffin, which they had nailed up and lowered deep, deep and forever into an ordinary and nameless grave. When this ghastly conviction had formed itself in the most secret compartment of my soul, I tried anew to cry out aloud, and this second attempt succeeded. A long, wild and prolonged cry, a death wail, echoed through the realms of the subterranean night." End of quote. The first-person narrator receives an answer. He is on a ship and had fallen asleep in his bunk, tight as a coffin. Instead of consenting to death, however, he lets the nightmare teach him a lesson. Quote, "But the tortures he endured were undoubtedly the same as those of being buried alive. They were terrible, they were unspeakably horrible. But the terrible circumstance had a favorable consequence. My soul found peace and composure. I went on a journey. I subjected myself to physical exertion. I breathed the free air of heaven. I thought of things other than death. I removed my medical books. Within a short time I became a new man and led a manly life. Since that memorable night I lost forever my thoughts of death, and with them disappeared my cataleptic states, of which they had perhaps been less the consequence than the cause." End of quote. The subject becomes capable of this act of resistance because it is able to face up to its experience, to reflect on it. This ability presupposes an entity that is able to distinguish between perception and its interpretation, that can take a distance from itself, that can therefore understand itself as an object of its own reflection. Not being identical with the world of one's own affects is what distinguishes the bourgeois subject from its predecessors. Poe is still quite beside himself about the suffering that accompanies this split, but at the same time explores the possibilities associated with it. The first-person narrator postulates the necessity of repression. There are moments when even to the shrewd eye of reason the world of our sad human existence appears as hell, but the imagination of man is not able to roam its eternal tombs with impunity. Alas! The ghastly legions of sepulchral horrors are no figments of the imagination, but like the demons in whose company Afrasiab sailed down the Oxus, they must sleep or they devour us, they must be allowed to slumber or we perish. End quote. In view of these passages, one wonders all the more why Poe can be suitable as the crown witness of some esotericists. This plea for the repression of death does not fit in with the doctrine of salvation that wants to bring it into life. Today it is no longer about catalepsy or narcolepsy. Today the specter is called locked-in syndrome. Man is no longer in the grave, he is locked in his immobilized body and attached to machines. In the first episode of the TV series CSI New York, a case has to be solved in which the victim is in this state after the crime and can only articulate himself by moving his eyes. When the criminal is caught, the victim can finally die. The possibility of living or hope for relief or even a cure is no longer conceivable. If Poe's story were to be written again today, the first-person narrator would not scream, would not resist, he would announce his consent to death in an attempt to suffocate himself. Not even Poe could anticipate this horror. He was concerned with the psychotic dream fantasies of dying, the death landscapes of the soul Gaetano Benedetti, which first had to be penetrated before they could finally be repressed. A state in which the subjects demand the abolition of repression in full consciousness would never have occurred to Poe. A horror story like the following would not have flowed from his pen, which the journalist Uta Redman introduces with the following words: "I myself have been preoccupied with a discussion about euthanasia, since my breast cancer metastasized to the lungs 5 years ago and can therefore no longer be cured. I was just 43 at the time and still had a statistical life expectancy of 2 years. When I was 45, new lung and pleurametastases gave me 9 terrible months of pain and shortness of breath before a new drug was able to contain them again. But even that will only give me a few years to live at best, until the cancer spreads further through my body. Tagesspiegel, January 22, 2006. No one will question the fact that such diagnoses take individuals to the limits of their endurance. But it is noticeable here how little the author is pleased to have survived her doctor's diagnosis by several years, and thus had the opportunity to take new medication that will give her a few more years to live. 10 or 15 years ago, she would not have had this chance. But medical progress is a burden to her. She is offended that the disease is ruining her life plans. Getting angry about this could express itself in the declared will to do everything in her power not to give the illness the space to determine her own life, as the first-person narrator in Poe eventually does. Instead, Redmond wants to determine her own death. This demand is the reason for the description of her fate, which is given under the heading, "I want to determine my own end." Palliative care alone is not enough, in the Tagesspiegel. With the quoted introduction, she wants to nip contradiction in the bud and immunize herself against criticism. Any objection should seem heartless in view of the suffering described and make a discussion impossible. After all, an incurable cancer patient is expressing her opinion here. This insinuation of the only authentic and legitimate place to speak, which goes back to the ideology of concern of the 1980s, is one of the most important propaganda weapons of the dying industry. Redmond writes, "In no way do I want to play off the widespread desire for euthanasia against the self-sacrificing engagement of the hospice movement and palliative medicine in supporting their patients to the end. But we need both. That is why I am glad that we in Germany are finally talking about euthanasia despite our Nazi past. We are finally talking about the taboo of death. About how we deal with dying, which we all like to suppress so much. About our everyday life in hospitals and nursing wards. About the inhumane apparatus medicine that often robs seriously ill people of their right to self-determination over their own death." End quote. After talking about the agonizing death of the mother, the whole familiar story is recited before Redmond gets down to the actual, very political business. Redmond can spare herself the trouble of not playing euthanasia and palliative care off against each other, because they are two sides of the same coin, because she knows that passive and indirect euthanasia, and even assisted suicide, are exempt from punishment in Germany. She herself reports that her mother's wish to stop eating in order to hasten her death was complied with in the hospice. The author cannot be accused of tabooing death or repressing dying. She will certainly not allow her right to self-determination over her own death to be robbed by inhumane apparatus medicine. Nevertheless, her article does not exude an air of serenity or even reconciliation. On the contrary, it comes across as bitter, full of protest against a world that simply keeps on turning despite her fate. Redmond is a member of the Swiss euthanasia organization Dignitas, which gave the euthanasia debate a boost by opening a contact office in Hanover at the beginning of 2006. In Switzerland, this organization can legally administer barbiturates that lead to death. Quote, 70% of those seeking help are so reassured by the mere prospect of obtaining such drugs that they never make use of this help. I feel the same way. I became a member of Dignitas so that I would have this emergency exit in an absolute emergency. I don't know whether I will ever make use of it, but it's very reassuring to have it at all." End quote. Who knows how he or she would react in the face of a diagnosis that heralds pain and death? Who wouldn't want to be in control until the end and ultimately determine their own end? Because you don't want to judge that, you politely hold back, perhaps thinking, "Funny actually that so few patients have their say, who are perhaps happy about the few years because they know that everyone has to die once, or those who fight for their lives to the bitter end and don't want to come to terms with death." However, the propaganda of the dying industry is not about them, but about the healthy, who are to be sold an easy death. Don't worry, die. Criticism of such propaganda usually focuses on the not at all coincidental boom in the assisted dying debate in view of the new regulation of healthcare. Health is becoming a commodity, medical treatment a question of economic calculations. The healthcare system is being subjected to the laws of the market, and the result is both a compulsion to die and a compulsion to live, exercised by an uncontrollable apparatus. The decisions on life and death are incomprehensible, random judgments that can at best be explained by profit interests, but not by the individual medical history. The hospital is a totalitarian organization in which individuals have to give up their individuality, and the bureaucrats rule over the doctors. This is how one could summarize the assessments of the hospital system that have long since ceased to be oppositional and have even reached that apparatus. And as correct as they sound in detail because they reflect individual experience, they are nevertheless wrong and merely document how ideological the processing of experience already is. What is expressed above all in this prototypical litany is the extent to which individual powerlessness in the face of inevitable death has been shifted to the complex of medical apparatus and apparatus medicine. Because this shift realistically acknowledges that protesting against death as a fact is nonsensical, it has a certain justification. The fact that a loved one could not be healed or saved is a blatant reproach to medicine, but to rationalize this impetus in such a way that an apparatus itself is responsible for life, suffering and death borders on projecting one's own feelings of grandeur and powerlessness, which finds its equivalent in the doctor playing God. The criticism of so-called conventional medicine oscillates between megalomania and melancholy, and its inability to self-reflect on its own contradictions is almost admirable. It is not only the often lacking or non-existent differentiation from esotericism that causes the inconsistency of medical criticism, it is its relationship to progress. With reference to the litany presented, one could, for example, point out that health as a prerequisite for selling one's own labor power in capitalist society can be nothing other than a commodity, and that it is precisely this fact that makes medical progress a condition. Of course, combating and eradicating deadly infectious diseases was a prerequisite for the introduction of mass production, which not only produced masses, but also needed masses to produce, which could not suddenly be killed off en masse. Medical research to combat diseases is never free of economic rationality, of cost-benefit calculations. This can only be adequately criticized by those who are aware of this two-faced nature. At the same time as the debate about eugenics and euthanasia, methods of help and treatment were developed that turned numerous terminally ill people into chronically ill people and helped numerous disabled people to live a life in the first place, the justification for which was subsequently debated. The consequence of such a view, however, can only be that all medical means are available to prolong life until the end, and that there should be no discussion of terms such as quality of life. There can only be talk of a possible individual decision, whatever form it may take, on condition that all means are available and their use is unquestionably considered legitimate. Ultimately, however, it is precisely the critics of medicine who do not reject the demand for an arrangement with dying, because they have long been seeking constructive answers themselves instead of formulating their criticism in a targeted manner. These constructive efforts include the attempt to differentiate active euthanasia from what happens in hospices, and the insistence on a holistic approach that corresponds in an uncanny way to the concept of self-responsibility, which has been decried as neoliberal. The fact that the crisis of the subject, its historical melancholy, has an effect on medicine, which at the same time provides an excellent projection surface because the medical racket derives its raison d'etre from the illusion of having life and death at its disposal, cannot be grasped by a critique of medicine that helps to maintain this illusion in its criticism. An urgently needed anti-criticism of medical criticism would not be exclusively concerned with the destruction of an illusion, at the end of which would be the realization that, as human beings, we have unfortunately not emancipated ourselves as far from the first nature as we convinced ourselves when we believed that medicine decides on death. Even more than admitting the limitations of medicine, an anti-criticism must be directed against resignation and regression, must denounce the scandal that consists in advocates of dying urging the individual to embrace the natural necessity of death as his own will. At this point, ideology goes astray and sets out to consciously demand of the individual what was previously brought about by the mute compulsion of circumstances, to continually adjust, adapt and consent, first to social, then to physical death. The individual is supposed to subordinate himself to a cycle which, however, contrary to all propaganda, is no longer that of the first nature, but that of the second, of historically processless capital, whose inner telos is total exploitation, which is total in turn turns into annihilation. By completely conforming to the subject of exploitation, the individual condemns himself to annihilation in the circular process from G to W to G'. The subject gains its self-consciousness from its resistance to death, to which it opposes its presumption. If it gives it up, it also loses its self-consciousness and thus its capacity for doubt. This is the kind of human material that every rule desires, but no dictatorship has yet succeeded in doing to itself what the subject is now doing to itself in its decay. After a series of defeats in the first 5 years of the 21st century, of which George W. Bush's re-election was the hardest, the U.S. opposition, which now sees a new fascism on the rise, finally scored another victory. The anti-Bush camp was not the least bit embarrassed by the fact that this was the court-ordered and public death of the coma patient Terry Schiavo, who died a cruel death by deprivation of food and water, and it is not known whether and if so, how consciously she was aware of it. The killing of the 41-year-old, which was described as a mercy killing, was seen as a step towards the political unification of previously fragmented groups, as a triumph of scientific reason over the fundamentalist Christian ideology of the pro-lifers, as a victory of the individual and his right to self-determination over state intervention, and of American liberalism over the reactionary ideology of neoconservatism. In this way, the legal and political debate was also appreciated in Europe, where there was already rejoicing over a change of mood to the disadvantage of the Republicans and the Christian right. Even people who once knew that in a society in which living and dying are subject to cost-benefit calculations, the question of a so-called dignified death should not be a subject of negotiation, especially not if the patient is not dying, were suddenly no longer sure whether she should not be protected from state intervention to protect her life. All of a sudden, Europeans became hardcore liberal opponents of state intervention, while Republicans, who had always been demonized for their market radicalism, became authoritarian state fetishists. What Europeans are otherwise obsessed with, the legal regulation of all possible and impossible circumstances, did not apply to Terry Schiavo because it was the hated president and his henchmen who wanted to make it possible for her parents to continue caring for her by law. At the same time, and in apparent contradiction to this sudden anti-state effect, the debate about living wills and their legally binding nature was put on the agenda in Germany. In Germany, in contrast to the USA, the question of dignified death has long since become the question of the duty to die. Margot von Renesse, former SPD member of the Bundestag and chairwoman of the Enquête Commission on Law and Ethics in Modern Medicine, formulated this with commendable clarity. Quote, "There are processes of decay that belong underground and not above ground, where everyone can see them. In the case of a vegetative state, which according to medical judgment is irreversible, one has to ask whether a body is being kept alive that no longer reflects the person. I therefore believe that the American Terry Schiavo is right to die, die Zeit no." 14, March 31, 2005. Renesse is a little more scrupulous when it comes to her own brother-in-law. He had written a patient's will in which he instructed the doctors to discontinue life-prolonging measures after 6 weeks. Quote, "The case occurred, he was operated on and fell into a coma. But my sister refused to carry out the order. 3 weeks later he woke up. Today he can drive again." End quote. With her stance, she is defending the legal status quo in Germany against a draft bill from the Federal Ministry of Justice that aims to reorganize the law on guardianship. According to this projection, prolonging life contrary to a patient's wishes would constitute the criminal offense of intentional bodily harm. Renesse, on the other hand, wants things to stay as they are. According to a ruling by the Federal Court of Justice in 2003, a guardianship court decides on the continuation of life-sustaining measures at the appropriate request of the legal guardian, who can also be a relative. In most cases, however, it is not necessary to appeal to the court. Dying is simply helped along a little. Mind you, this does not refer to dying people who have lost the battle against a fatal illness, but to stroke patients, dementia sufferers, or brain-damaged people, for example, i.e. people who are barely able to communicate or not able to communicate at all, but who could continue to live for years in this condition. Nonetheless, Renesse's call for physical deterioration processes to be moved underground goes far beyond what is conceivable in the U.S. debate. Apart from the Trotskyists of the Socialist Equality Party and the left liberal nation, who subscribe to the utilitarian viewpoint, sold as scientific, that Terry Schiavo was a body that no longer reflects the person. Surprisingly, Renesse's remark did not spark an outcry of outrage. Instead, there was lamentation that American society had once again allowed the sensitive issues of life and death to be harnessed into a political worldview dispute. In it, one side extends the constitutionally required protection of life to an impermissible duty to live, and the other subjects the subjective right to decide about one's own body to an abstract right to self-determination executed by third parties. Ulrike Beredel writes in Freitag. In Germany, this ideological dispute is not only taking place far from the public eye, those involved are also far from wanting to impose an unacceptable obligation to live on top of high taxes and Hartz IV measures. Beredel advocates implementing the recommendations of the Enquête Commission. Quote, "If the Bundestag followed its commission, it would not only take into account the fact that a healthy person cannot foresee his or her subjective needs in a corresponding condition, but it would also prevent old people from being encouraged to dispose of themselves by means of a living will if they appear too expensive for the social systems. As far as an irreversible condition leading to death is concerned, a council of relatives, doctors and nursing staff should, according to the proposal, decide on the patient's presumed will. So far, however, there is still little understanding of how this can be determined in a specific situation." End quote. In other words, nothing is actually known, but there should be no debate either, preferring to leave the sensitive issues of life and death in apparent piety to experts and judges who are supposedly not bound by any interests and who act in a non-partisan manner. i.e. in the interests of the common good alone. The complaint of the Freitag editor, who apparently avoids taking any position, is about the passion with which the debate was conducted in the USA, which for her is just another cautionary example that should not set a precedent here. The Freitag world is as simple as that. When it comes to America, every question is answered with a no to Bush. Ms. Berethel would probably also agitate against state health insurance if Bush wanted to introduce it. Few of those who oppose Bush in the U.S. saw things differently. Apart from the large disability organizations, this minority, who did not let their opposition to the murder of patients or the disabled be tainted by their proximity to Bush, included the Reverend Jesse Jackson and Ralph Nader, whose candidacy for the American Green Party caused Al Gore's election defeat against Bush in 1999. They sided with Schiavo's parents, who wanted to continue caring for their daughter. In his column in the New York Village Voice, the music and social critic Nat Hentoff, who was also well known in Germany in the 1970s, addressed liberal readers in the language of the pro-lifers by referring to the judicial murder of Terry Schiavo in the headline. Quote, "For all the world to see, a 41-year-old woman who committed no crime will starve and die of thirst in the longest public execution in American history." End quote. German genetic engineering critic Erika Feyerabend, of course, sees things quite differently. Quote, "What Terry Schiavo might really have wanted will remain unanswerable, as will whether she felt anything in her life as a vegetative state patient. But unanswerable questions have no place in the media or in politics. Making dying requires clarification. Only then do the expert collectives and political actors have a free field in which to socially stabilize their own interests and ideologies, aka no."
494, 15. April 2005.
Because she too does not want to be lumped together with Bush and co., she complains that Terry Schiavo's life and death have become a kind of arena in which the politicization of bare life, Giorgio Agamben, is played out. Feyerabend cannot criticize Renesse because she uses the same language borrowed from Michel Foucault and his apologists. The body that no longer reflects the person, the making of death and the politicization of naked life are terms from the Dictionary of Existentialist Anti-Humanism of Heideggerian provenance, which in its anti-metaphysical furor at the phenomenal world crosses out its mediatedness, thus reducing it to supposedly naked facticity, in order to then subject it completely abruptly, with the pathos of decision, to the fateful power of being. The philosophical operation undertaken by Heidegger, Foucault and others implies the refusal of real, life-sustaining practice, for the interest that the latter in particular has taken in the body and pleasures is essentially aimed at nothing other than its incorporation into the structures of power, which is to be authenticated by voluntary self-sacrifice. Although they all vacillate in their positions, Feyerabend, Berethel and Renesse are united by their aversion to public social negotiation, as is commonplace in the USA and traditionally carried out through the courts. The staging couldn't even be better in a docusoap or a play. Any contamination of this polarity, which is advantageous for the leaders of the antagonistic factions, has been avoided. Feyerabend, for example, rants to himself, "One for all." But in the context of the Republicans' attempts to save Terry Schiavo's life, what are their own interests and ideologies supposed to be? Feyerabend believes it is about weakening the federal states and the Democrat-dominated judiciary in order to be able to implement plans to privatize Social Security more easily. That may be true, but what good is state insurance if you can't claim it because you were previously killed with the help of federal laws and liberal judges? Anyone who wants to fight for state health insurance and other social guarantees in the USA and is even ambiguous about the coalition against mandatory death for the severely disabled, which is as precarious as it is short-term, is not serious about their demands. However, Feyerabend is not deterred by this. As always, when anti-imperialists are in need of justification, the accusation of hypocrisy helps here, because, as she writes, 46 million U.S. citizens already have no health insurance. Quote, "They don't need to worry about treatments for curable diseases and expensive care anyway." End quote. Alluding to the statement of the then president, she concludes, "The culture of life is sweeping over them neoliberally." End quote. The critique of globalization as a fading stage of anti-capitalism must appear somewhere. But the fact that it does not notice in this context that the majority of those who spoke out against the state guarantee for Terry Schiavo's life are also opponents of state insurance, in whatever form, shows what an interested misunderstanding it is guided by. The fact that Feyerabend notes that, on the one hand, Republicans and churchgoers would have ruled the same way as Terry Schiavo's murderous husband, and on the other hand, that it was by no means only Republicans and the Christian right who wanted to prevent this, without this having any consequences for her argument, makes it perfectly clear why she finds it so difficult to take a position that is consistent with that of George W. Bush. After Judge Greer ordered the removal of the feeding tube in mid-March 2005, Bush stated, "The Terry Schiavo case raises fundamental issues. Nevertheless, in cases like these, where there are serious questions and profound doubts, our society, our laws, and our courts should proceed from a fundamental stance that favors life. Those whose lives are at the mercy of others deserve our special attention and concern. As a nation, our goal should be to build a culture of life in which all Americans are valued, welcomed, and protected, and that this culture of life includes individuals with disabilities." End quote. To translate the words culture of life literally, as is often done in Germany, implies that there is a similar ideological concept of culture as in Europe, but the correct meaning here would be to speak of a pro-life or life-affirming civilization. So if we are forced to live in a state-dominated world, it is a pleasing fact that at least the current state personnel in the USA see it as their task to protect the life over which the state's sovereign rules and not to extinguish it, as would also be decided in the concept of sovereignty. Conversely, however, the dilemma of many on the left, who want to oppose utilitarianism and Bush at the same time and become incapable of real political action as a result, certainly manifests their participation in a culture of death. Important Oscars were awarded at the end of February 2005 to two films that deal with the subject of euthanasia for the severely disabled. In both films, $1 Million Baby, which won the awards for Best Director, Clint Eastwood, and Best Female Lead, Hilary Swank, and the Spanish production The Sea Inside Me, which took the prize for Best Foreign Film, the protagonists are conscious but completely paralyzed and long for death. Liberal Hollywood sent a political signal at the height of the public and legal controversy surrounding Terry Schiavo. In $1 Million Baby, the paralyzed woman's suffocation is naturalistically staged. First she bites her tongue so that she almost chokes on her own blood, then her father's friend switches off the artificial respiration, an agonizing scene. What the arch-conservative Eastwood may have intended with this, whether he wanted to depict the cruelty of the act of euthanasia, which is nothing humane about it at all, and warn against this form of redemption, is almost irrelevant to an audience that understands this scene mainly as a plea for active killing, which would also have spared Terry Schiavo the long agony. But where $1 Million Baby, in its ambiguity, at least allows the viewer to think for himself, The Sea in Me represents the European answer to the sensitive questions. It is the authentic story of a Spaniard who breaks his neck while bathing and fights for his death for 28 years as a cervical paraplegic, as is hardly to be expected in contemporary European cinema. In the movie, the happy ending is as gentle as it is public compared to $1 Million Baby. What is particularly remarkable about this film, however, is that everything that is seen as superficial, as instrumentalization, as irreverent politicization, etc. in the debate about Terry Schiavo is seen as having no alternative and being legitimate in this reverse case. Lawsuits, lurid headlines, parliamentary debates, consternation poetry, etc. Of course, it is not just about this one case in which someone wants to die because they are suffering too much by their own standards, but about the staging of a public death, by means of which it is intended to define the point at which everyone should feel their life to be a burden for themselves and others. Feyerabend also notices that the terrible idea of having to starve and die of thirst mobilizes the demand for a lethal injection and not for good care that meets general human standards. But in the accusation that Terry Schiavo is the victim of all-round political instrumentalization, it seems as if those who wanted her to be buried as quickly as possible are the neutral third party, the apolitical custodians of the patient and her presumed interests. Terry Schiavo is now actually dead, and in the foreseeable future the subterranean decay of her body will also be complete. For her, the question of who wanted to assert which interests in which discourse has been settled. If critics like Feyerabend had also discovered the person behind the discourse whose life was at stake, they might have realized that, regardless of both political interests and the question of what Terry Schiavo may have perceived, she would still be alive if the neoliberal neoconservatives had prevailed. The disappearance of Terry Schiavo from the discourse is eerily similar to the bioethical debate that denies personality to people without communicable conscious activity. In both cases, they become objects to which no will can be assigned. Bush counters this. Anyone with an American passport, no matter what state of consciousness they are in, is an individual whose right to life is constitutionally presumed and which only the state itself may deny. The argument often used against the death penalty that the state has no right to decide on life and death not only ignores reality. In the final instance, the sovereign decides on the lives of its citizens even without the death penalty, but in the current dispute, it is by no means by chance that its naivety has become an argument for the killing of Terry Schiavo. It is precisely a supposedly humane conception of the state that once again proves in its consequences to be the truly inhumane one. In the understanding of the state of those who oppose Bush and the death penalty but support the killing of Terry Schiavo, the state is the caregiver that has to provide not only for burial but also for death itself. Bareithel's contrast between the duty to live and the right to self-determination is true in that the individual's interest in living his or her life as he or she sees fit can actually be expressed in the possibly understandable will not to prolong an agony, and could thus conflict with the state's interest in living citizens, whose death is decided only by the state. But this is precisely where no legal regulation comes into play, but rather in case of doubt, only the defense of dying as a private matter, while the advocates of humane dying want to generalize the non-generalizable and thus declare it a state task. The entire public debate is not about the contradiction just mentioned, but about the question of what the healthy body should consider worth living for. The fact that no one should wish to be kept alive by machines is reflected in the patient's wills that can be viewed on the internet. None of them include a request for life-sustaining measures, but all of them include their exclusion or termination. In the affectation against apparatus medicine, the fear of the individual is expressed, who is dependent on the drip of the social apparatus and who compensates for his present real powerlessness by thinking that he can at least make the decision for a self-determined death in an uncertain future, which in turn means nothing other than the individual appropriation of a social requirement. Europeans on both sides of the Atlantic, who believe themselves to be true liberals, want to legally regulate this literally existential insecurity and the implied impossibility of speculating about which life is worth living in the current circumstances, thus proving themselves to be true totalitarians. The delusional need to regulate everything legally, be it in the interstate or interhuman sphere, which is rationalized in the ideology of negotiation morality, arises from the aversion to the unplannable, the random, the uncontrollable, in a word, to life itself, which is why almost every coincidence always has a causer for the totalitarian. In the social standardization of dying, which goes hand in hand with the humanization of the state, Gerhard Scheidt, the individual is expected to prove himself as a character mask of the sovereign, who adopts the Volksgemeinschaft motto "You are nothing, your people are everything" without further ado. The individual's decision is to be burdened with the responsibility for the existence of the collective in global competition. This is the version of Heidegger's freedom to sacrifice that has been adapted to technical progress. One's own death as a social mission, as a service to the community, is the last cry of European ideology in both senses of the word, which has only one thing in mind in the face of social decay: to accelerate it. God is the title of the play by Ferdinand von Schirach, the television version of which was broadcast on ARD in prime time on November 23, 2020, followed by a discussion in the popular format Hart aber fair. Schirach wrote the play following the Federal Constitutional Court's ruling on assisted suicide in February 2020, which overturned the ban on the commercial promotion of suicide, which dated back to 2015, as unconstitutional. As with other of Schirach's plays and scripts, this is clearly an attempt to use the culture industry to educate people. But unlike the usual dramaturgy of the Tatort series, for example, which aims in the same pedagogical direction, the author is primarily straining his own profession, the practice of law. Through the fictitious public meeting of a court or advisory body, a problem is to be presented as being unsolvable, so to speak, in order to prepare the audience for a solution that ultimately appears to be their own. This didactic approach corresponds exactly to the content of the solution. The plot: a fictitious German ethics council at the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities publicly discusses the fictitious case of the sad but sprightly 78-year-old widower Richard Gartner, who wants to take his own life but is not given the medication he has requested. The chairwoman of the Ethics Council explains, however, that the Federal Constitutional Court recently issued the landmark ruling that guarantees Mr. Gartner's rights. We now have a very liberal regulation of euthanasia. Nevertheless, the social debate will not be over. On the contrary, the legal question of whether a doctor is allowed to help a person commit suicide has been clarified. But the ethical question remains. It is, should a doctor help a person to commit suicide? That's what we want to talk about today. End quote. The shifted plot point of Schirach's dramaturgy, however, is that at the end of the fictitious discussions, the audience votes on who would be right or who would be the winner. In this case, whether physician-assisted suicide, as Mr. Gartner wishes, should be made possible. And in the ARD broadcast, it turned out that 70% of the television viewers who voted were in favor, 28% against. As far as theater performances of God are concerned, you can not only look up on the internet where the play has already been performed, but above all what the result of the vote was in each case, whereby only the number of yes votes is mentioned. As of December 2020, most performances have had similar results. This gimmick, which Schirach uses to attract audiences, is clearly having an effect in the cultural sector, as the reviewer for the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung notes with astonishment. The play Terror made the author the most performed playwright in Germany, and got brought it to 99 performances at 8 theaters in less than 2 months in the Corona year 2020. The reasons for this are to be found in a simple anti-modern dramaturgy that proves to be ingenious precisely because it also meets the ideological needs of today's theater audiences in Germany. While traditionally the end of a tragedy appears to be its neuralgic point, the point at which the author often feels challenged to show his colors in order to answer the question of how he feels about the state, Skyrack seemingly takes a step back here, at the end of his plays, as the sovereign of the text and announces in Brechtian style, "Dear audience, go and find your own ending," which he has long since whispered to you. The form is also the depressed content, because it turns out to be the repression of the sovereign. But it is not an aesthetic one, as conjured up by Hegel's dialectic, but a cultural industrial one, which only the insights of the dialectic of enlightenment can do justice to. However, Skyracka's dramatis personae function as language tubes of the zeitgeist to such a heightened degree, far surpassing even Rolf Hochhuth's plays, that even German television viewers, with the exception of the notorious theatergoers among them, especially lawyers and senior teachers, are likely to be rather bored. Marx, who once coined the phrase language tubes for Lassalle's Sickingen drama as well as for Schiller's dramaturgy Schillern, still believed that this problem could be remedied by focusing on Shakespeare's characters. But under today's conditions, this kind of Shakespeareanism produces at best somewhat less boring dialogues in the various products of the culture industry, not coincidentally at home in the Anglo-Saxon world. For dramatic art, on the other hand, if its concept is taken seriously, the failure of the dialogue form has become one of the conditions of truth in a society such as that which Marx's critique of political economy attempted to uncover as processes of real abstraction. No one has examined this more thoroughly than Peter Sondy, no one has demonstrated it more clearly than Samuel Beckett. Part of this truth is that the author cannot ultimately take back his sovereignty and replace it with an audience vote, for example, because he no longer possesses it in the very first dialogue he wants to write down. In Skyracka's dramaturgy, however, the dialogue triumphs in the contrived argument between lawyer and expert or witness, regardless of all challenges from modernity. While the roles of other characters completely fade away, their debate, whether in court or in the ethics committee, appears all the more heated the more they try to feign a maturity that could do without reflecting on their preconditions. The legal recycling of the dialogue, whose form was once created to uncover it, serves to make this repression complete. The more radiant the face of the hard but fair presenter after Skyracka's drama, finally a fair art, with dialogue as easy to understand as ping-pong and discussions as easy to manipulate as in his own format. It is entirely in keeping with the pattern of Skyracka's plays that the meeting of an ethics council also has to run like a court hearing so that the lawyer can take on the role of the hero in it and even float in as deus ex machina at the end. In the theatrical version of Gott, this lawyer, who is always called Beegler in Skyracka's play and here represents Mr. Gartner, the advocate of physician-assisted suicide, is given the last word once again after the vote has already been taken, before the moderation, and he concludes with a suggestive question, "Who, if not us, does our death belong to?" It is no longer about this general ownership, which has already been confirmed by the Federal Constitutional Court, but about the specific service to the customer who wishes to die. The legal expert consulted had already declared at the beginning that there was no legal obligation to live. For those who understand legal positivism, the sovereign understandably only exists within the law, i.e. not at all. The fact that he must at the same time stand outside of it by demanding a willingness to die and kill is also outside their area of expertise. Like Hans Kelsen once did, they suppress what Carl Schmitt knew when he was still the expert on the downfall of the Weimar Republic, that the sovereign can only fulfill its duties through this dual role, at the top of which, according to the common view, must be the claim to protect the lives of its citizens. Like Schmitt, however, they reject the realization that the redemption of precisely this claim can only be a side effect, an effect alongside the end in itself of capital accumulation, which is the main purpose of the sovereign, as the unit of citizens based on the monopoly on the use of force. If accumulation no longer takes place, unity is also lost. In the crisis, the necessity with which the self-preservation of its citizens can be legally guaranteed, and which is still evident in the difficult distinctions between active, indirect, and passive euthanasia, is transformed into a state of emergency, in which it seems impossible to suspend the war of all against all, through the monopoly of violence, or to limit it to the level of economic and contractually regulated competition. This makes it all the easier to wage it as a war of the national or religious community against the Jews, to which Schmitt was ultimately to devote himself entirely. Only an expert, whose cause is an authority beyond the apparent identity of law and sovereignty, can hint at what is threatening here. Even Skyrack cannot completely ignore this logic. He allows the representative of the medical profession, who is the next to take the witness stand, to speak as if Hippocrates had been the prophet of a monotheistic deity, whose law could claim validity once and for all since antiquity and constituted the ethos of a priesthood in a white coat, namely, to rule out the deliberate killing of the patient as a matter of principle. Thus, the board of the German Medical Association also steadfastly refuses to describe the services of the doctor as mere services, because this would belittle them. Only this higher point of view, however, helps him to reflect on the social causes of suicide and the possible consequences of the new ruling from Karlsruhe, which the author at least allows. After referring to certain statistics, the doctor's representative says, "Why should doctors, whose profession is to affirm life, assist in such a suicide due to unemployment?" And elsewhere, "If we help with suicide, society will change. We will think differently about dying." The assisted suicide advocate can then promptly launch into one of his jokes, "Well, predictions are difficult, especially when they concern the future," which put the Public Ethics Council meeting and probably also the theater and television audience in a good mood, as he is firmly on the side of services with his legal positivism. The only thing that medical and legal representatives agree on is that they exclude historical developments as prerequisites for their arguments, such as the fact that the Hippocratic Oath only began to play a role when slaves also became doctors, which presumably caused a certain fear among their masters, who were dependent on them under certain circumstances. In any case, the oath ruled out from the outset that a murderous doctor could invoke the patient's alleged will after the deed had been done. When the Catholic bishop now takes the stand as a further expert witness, Skyrack no longer finds it so easy to simply brush aside historical differences. The churchman insists with more authority that one must be able to invoke something above the state in order to put those who proclaim in the name of the rule of law that there is no legal obligation to live in their place. For a few moments, this dialogue of the simplest character masks shows that today, as in a strange inversion of the investiture dispute, almost only the Catholic can defend the sovereign against the legal positivists, precisely because it is he who, in his faith, has been able to maintain a certain inner independence from the sovereign that the lawyer questioning him merely represses. This contradiction, which clearly begins to take on a life of its own in relation to the author's intention, is immediately reversed, however, when the lawyer for those who will vote in favor of assisted suicide makes fun of the bishop in the name of enlightenment in the midst of the somber atmosphere of the meeting. And humor still wins every vote in this medium. But if the humor alone is not enough, the lawyer speaks very morally and very seriously from the audience's soul, so to speak, about the abuse scandal in the church in order to undermine its authority at the same time. Or he dodges into history to educationally emphasize that before Christianity, people had a different relationship to suicide and therefore also to euthanasia. As is well known, killing oneself in a hopeless situation was considered thoroughly honorable in Rome, unless the slave, for whom there could be no honor anyway, killed himself, in which case it was theft, so to speak. In which case the thief could no longer be prosecuted, but slavery is already no longer worth mentioning to this lawyer. Like his creator, the preconditions of that ancient honor, which can only be understood through the critique of the political economy of modern society without honor, remain consequent silent. In this moral institution, Schiller, it is only about what is understood by ethics today, and not about the fact that in antiquity, which had a different concept of ethics, one that included economics, there was no indispensable need for free wage laborers. Goods were not produced by a certain class by means of employment contracts, i.e. by free wage laborers, but by different producers in different relationships of dependency, not least by slaves. The lawyer is only interested in St. Augustine, who was the first Christian to condemn suicide and who invoked the fifth commandment in doing so, that Christian belief in the afterlife is required in order to condemn suicide and thus also assisted suicide, but that this belief, like any other, should be a private matter in our modern constitutional state. The fact that Christianity, of all things, could have paved the way for this constitutional state, however, involuntarily, naturally does not occur to either a lawyer or a church dignitary, because Skyrack presents their dialogue so that he can remain true to his own character mask in the literary world, your poet as the mouthpiece of legal positivism. This cuts off considerations according to which the strict condemnation of suicide within Christianity should be understood as the other side of its reservation against slavery, even if this was only half-voiced among Christians. In both cases, something is anticipated of modern sovereignty itself, which no longer requires soldiers alone, but labor, which demands sacrifice for the fatherland in times of war and labor for capital in times of peace. Once upon a time, the sovereign also left the ethical reservation against slavery to impotently moralizing Christianity, since it could not yet be dispensed with in the colonial empire or on the periphery. Sovereignty, for its part, was only too happy to leave the desired propaganda against suicide to Christianity, which, with cemeteries and the Last Judgment, sovereignly ruled over the order of the dead, since in this particular case it lacked the possibility of threatening punishment to prohibit it. So although religion has been declared a private matter by the modern state, the state, however liberalist and secular it may pretend to be, still owes something essential to its sovereignty to this private matter. It was precisely this relationship between state and religion in its most general form that was then also adopted in Zionism, but in such a way that the Jewish religion did not have to assimilate to Christianity. However, the commandment not to kill oneself, which it brought with it into the new state, had a different origin and is older. It was based on the loss of political independence, i.e., the need to preserve the unity of Judaism in the diaspora. Islam is the furthest thing from such state religions, which are able to determine the sovereign more in their significance as a private matter of the citizens than as an official confession of the authorities. This religion had neither sought to replace the polis like the Jewish religion in the time of exile, nor had it prepared the emergence of the modern sovereign like Christianity, insofar as it had the reputation of a slave-liberating religion. Rather, as the original slave-holding religion, it remained characterized by preventing this emergence on the contrary and refusing to coexist with the sovereign, and more than that, the martyr action of jihad is aimed at eliminating it. But if the Church's propaganda against suicide is no longer effective, assisted suicide can become state law. It is propaganda because what is considered to be the truth in each case must be derived from an authority that is always presupposed by the separation of subject and object. This presupposition becomes immediately apparent when the question of assisted suicide is answered with the same arguments as the abortion of the fetus. It is not the relationship between individuals as a reciprocal subject-object relationship that forms the basis of the judgment, but the life that God alone has given, even in the womb of the future mother. From a purely economic point of view, this may show that too little growth or a falling profit rate can cause social security schemes to run into financial difficulties, usually rationalized as the so-called aging of the population, which is at least hinted at in passing by the opponents of direct euthanasia in Skyraka's play. Politically, however, it means that the state refrains from internally organizing the postponement of the war of all against all, that it goes over to leading itself ad absurdum by no longer only publicly claiming to protect the lives of its citizens as far as possible, which, like every citizen's own body, must be close to its heart as a flywheel for war and peace, but at the same time wishing to take into account their diverse private forms of death, as whose propagandists dilettanti aesthetes such as the lawyer Skyrak now stand out, that in a deepening crisis of capital, it begins to hover somewhere between sovereignty and its opposite. If the former, according to Machiavelli and Hobbes, determines which people are friends and which are enemies in a given situation, then the latter, according to Hitler or Khomeini, determines that there are no people, only fellow citizens or co-religionists and their total enemy. If the former knows no legal duty to live, but also no practicable prohibition of suicide, then the latter knows the legal duty to live and die for the destruction of the absolute enemy, the latter therefore also. Outside the soldiery. And if the Leviathan, as Hobbes famously described the sovereign, outsources the duty to live to religion or another worldview, that is to say, declares it a private matter, and thus faces a problem in assisted suicide, which, like all problems, its judges up to the highest court have to solve in each case, there is no such shift for the new behemoth, whose name stands for the mortal enemy of the Leviathan, since it is one with the immediate political religion, whether it is called the National Socialist or Jihadist movement. Thus, assisted suicide is forbidden in the Islamic Republic of Iran, whose various rackets assist in so many martyrdom campaigns or suicide attacks. By eliminating religion as an adversary, but not mortal enemy of the state, in the USA, this is opposed above all by evangelical Christians, in Israel by the national religious Jews, in Europe most likely by the weakened Catholic Church. The door is open to the non-state, which is identical to it, as in the Islamic Republic or the Islamic State. Appeasement is the closest foreign policy of a democracy that is preparing to grant the right to assisted suicide. It is no coincidence that the supporters of this policy are also the advocates of this right, such as Ferdinand von Skyrak in his statement of January 17, 2020, for a change in the ZDF format aspect, on the assassination of Revolutionary Guard General Qasem Soleimani, for which the USA under Trump was responsible. Unable or rather unwilling to distinguish between law and international law, the lawyer and author is outraged that the USA has placed power above the law with its breaches of international law, as if the law could be established anywhere at all without a power placed above it, or put down without immediately falling over. But Skyrak is blatantly addressing that other power, which today not without reason claims to be the home of legal positivism. He discusses, albeit by no means without scruples, all kinds of countermeasures that Germany should take and refers, for example, to the possibility of withdrawing radio and satellite licenses from the USA, and indeed of revoking the status of forces agreement for U.S. troops altogether. In any case, with regard to his own profession, He suggests that the German courts take appropriate legal steps to this end. Perhaps he is now writing a play entitled Leviathan, in which a U.S. president takes on the dramaturgical function that in God is assigned to the ex-bishop. In addition to a book entitled Every Man, and an initiative for new EU fundamental rights launched with it, Skyraka's recent production Enemies, which was broadcast simultaneously on ARD and all 9 so-called third programs on January 3, 2021, as well as taken over by Austrian and Swiss television, could already be seen as preparatory work for such a Leviathan television play. Article 5. Globalization. Everyone has the right to be offered only goods and services that are produced and provided in compliance with universal human rights. So everyone has the right to buy a shirt that has been produced in a country where the right to assisted suicide exists. The initiative was immediately joined by top lawyers as well as the creme de la creme of German entertainment: Jan Bomerman, Detlev Buck, Sascha Lobo, Max Robb. See the article by the enthusiastic Volker Weidermann in Der Spiegel. The individual parts of this television experiment, which was announced with great advertising effort, were each shown in a different order by the various broadcasters, obviously to reinforce the viewers, who were thus able to intervene in the process with their remote control, in their view that they were not being manipulated here for once. The plot: an inspector uses waterboarding on a kidnapper on his own initiative in order to save his victim. He plays the role of the USA within the German police force, so to speak, and in any case functions, as abstractly as Skyrak wants it to be seen, as the mouthpiece of power, which claims to be above the law. Its mouthpiece, in turn, is, how could it be otherwise, a lawyer who appears as a somewhat aged revenant of the euthanasia advocate from the earlier production and naturally also bears his name. However, not only was a vote by the television audience avoided immediately after the broadcast, it was instead held among a selected cinema audience, made up of parents, police officers, lawyers, who had already been shown the whole thing before the broadcast so that the result could then be presented in a separate documentary. They did not even have a concrete vote on the use of torture, but watered down the seemingly overly controversial topic by asking the uninformative question of whether the acquittal won by lawyer Biegler for the suspect, who, as the film unambiguously showed, must actually be considered either a perpetrator, accessory or accomplice, was fair. The result of the poll, which became rather irrelevant due to the shifted question, 54% voted no. However, after the trial, which ended not only with the acquittal of the accused but also with the prospect of the commissioner's impeachment and indictment, Biegler said, as if to criticize the expected voting behavior of an audience that habitually reacts too emotionally or is seduced by populists, that it was not he who had won, but the rule of law, that is the most important thing. The judge explained to the public why this was the case in her reasons for the acquittal by referring to National Socialism, just like a grammar school teacher would to her pupils. But we have already learned what may lie behind this reasoning and this commitment to the rule of law from the author's statements on the assassination of Solomon on the one hand and on assisted suicide on the other, which were eagerly received by the German public.